Mondays. Check out, the calendar on bostonbrian.com to let you know when your related Zoom meetup will be. So I really do appreciate you guys for joining me last night. What's up, Victor? What's up, Tamara? What's up, Jeff? What's up, Rose? How are you guys? What's up, Jen? How are you? Hello from New York City. What's going on? Am I muted? Damon says muted. I don't know why that would be. I'm not muted. Are you muted? Or is it me? It ain't me. I don't know. Looks like my voice is carrying. Looks like my voice is carrying. But obviously, lots to talk about, lots to discuss today, as usual, as typical. The ceasefire, the deadline has come, and as we expected, Donald Trump once again, old bitch tits himself, decided to come up with some excuse. We kind of figured it was going to be some sort of like backdoor negotiations with either like the 17th squad of the Iranian delegation that he was going to say had really good talks with and allowed him to kind of, extend this ceasefire. But, as we saw here, it didn't last very long because reportedly the reports are coming out hot and heavy about Iran striking at least 3 ships that I've heard of, basically giving Donald Trump a big old slap in the face, a big old kick in the dick, as it were. When they say basically, hey, we're going to extend this ceasefire, but the blockade's going to stay in place, Iran says, well, we're going to have something to say about that. So we're going to be talking about that. We'll be looking at all of the the statements, and like we've been doing the last few shows, kind of digging through the bullshit, trying to figure out what Trump is saying, trying to figure out what the Iranians are saying, and then obviously trying to figure out where the truth lies. We got a couple clips here from Jen and Pumps on I've Had It. I believe they're discussing Alex Jones's meltdown. I don't know if you saw Alex Jones's shirtless meltdown because of the final sale, I believe it was, of InfoWars to The Onion. So he had a mental breakdown, decided to just steam on to one of his shows with no shirt on, as you do. You know what I mean? As you do, typically. So we'll be taking a look at that clip. We got another one here from LBC James O'Brien and his Washington correspondent Simon Marks. So we'll be diving into that. We got a sugar ton of these Lego videos to dive through. Again, cutting them out fast and furious, hot and heavy. And what else we got through? Yeah, so we'll be digging through the news. We'll be digging through all of that, like I said. So make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Only got an hour with you on the early show today, but don't worry, anything that we miss on the early show, we got a show tonight, 8:30 p.m. That is a normal, regularly scheduled program of 2 hours. So again, like I said, anything that we missed today, you don't get to cover, we'll be covering tonight. A lot of updates as it pertains to Ukraine coming up this evening, coming up on tonight's show. So again, if that's something that floats your boat, if that fits your interest, then let me know and join me this evening. Once again, thank you to the chat. Thank you to Jeff. Thank you to Blunt Front. What's going on, guys? I really do appreciate you guys for being here every show. I really do. Thank you to Alan over there on Facebook. Very much appreciate it. What's up, Carl? What's happening, my brother? What's going on, guys? How are you, Roxanne? What's up, James? What's up, Jamie? What's up, Ian? Let's go, guys. I appreciate you. Yeah, hit that like button on the way. And I know Wednesdays, typically the slow day, as it were. But what do you say? You hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show out. That way everybody knows that I'm live. Drag some people over here from whatever crap they're currently watching, Send them the right way. Send them over to the right way. You know what I mean? All right, let's get into the craziness. Let's get into the nonsense before we run out of time with all the issues that we're going to be talking about. But we will be starting off with some good news. Tonight. Not often that we get to do that. Not often that we get to, kind of rejoice and, get, consistently see this through line that we've been talking about continue as far as the victories on the blue side, the victories on the Democratic side, whether we're talking about special elections, whether we're talking about, special votes on certain topics or certain issues within certain states, or here, like we're talking about the redrawing of the Virginia congressional map here did in fact pass. You can see the yes vote 51.3 to 48.7. That was 1.498 million to 1.423 million. So let's see if we can just dive into a minute or two of this clip, just kind of getting everybody up to speed, up to date with what happened in Virginia, what that means as far as the House, what that means as far as, obviously the upcoming midterms, what kind of position that puts us in. So let's just see if we can get some insight and obviously get people up to speed, up to date that, aren't familiar with, haven't heard about the Virginia victory last night. And obviously the foot stomping and the head banging against the walls that the Republicans are doing. Again, the people that for the longest time now have been responsible for some of the most egregiously gerrymandered states, the most egregiously gerrymandered fucking maps that you've ever seen in your entire life, right? I mean, I'm sure you guys are privy to and have seen the maps of what some of these districts look like and how they're all, it's ridiculous at this point. It's gotten way out of control. And again, now that we're starting to, in some way, shape, or form, fight fire with fire, no problem with it. I say that's what we got to get. That's what we got to do. As much as I love and respect Michelle Obama, I couldn't disagree more with her statement than when they go low, we go high. Absolutely fucking not. That's not the time we're in. Maybe at some point in time we can get back to that. But right now, when they go low, I'm gonna dig a fucking trench under them sons of bitches. Okay, that's my motto. That's what I'm gonna do. They want to get dirty. Let's find a fucking mud pit. How about that? Anybody with me? All right, let's fucking roll. All right, so let's see if we can just dive into, like I said, a minute or two of this, kind of get everybody up to speed on what's been going on. A little bit of good news, a little bit of hope, right? Like we've seen consistently here, whether it's in purple states, whether it's in deep red states, purple districts or deep red districts. We've seen a very consistent through line, a very consistent theme of Democrats overperforming, comparatively to previous elections, previous voting cycles, previous data in those states and in those counties. So, all right, let's just see if we can dive in here. This is CNN. I think they bring, what's this guy's name? Harry Enton or the other guy? I always forget this guy's name. Dems redistricting. Sometimes it doesn't say in the description. So fuck it. We'll find out together. How about that? All right.
We have some breaking news tonight as CNN can now project that Virginia voters have approved a Democratic plan to dramatically redraw the state's congressional map. 92% of the results are in, with just over 51% voting yes on the ballot measure. Now, if this map is enacted, it means Democrats could win 10 out of the state's 11 congressional districts.
And again, it seems like this was kind of early on in the election, in the calling here of what was going on. So again, whether or not these are the final numbers, the final calculations, I cannot stipulate to that. But again, the victory was achieved regardless. So, the facts and the figures and how this kind of pertains to, Democrats moving forward still remains here. So.
The party at large in the fight for control of Congress. Harry Enton is here to join us. And Harry, obviously,
that's the guy, Harry Enton. My apologies. I always get him mixed up. Who's the other guy? Right? The guy that's always wearing the fucking slacks. The guy that's always wearing the khakis. Huh? Who's the guy that's always in the khakis? That's the guy. Harry Enton and what? Oh, Kornacki. That's the other guy. I always get him mixed up. It's like the same person to me.
A lot of questions of how this would go tonight. Tell us what we're seeing in these numbers so far.
Yeah, I would just say, look, the yes side won. Yes, they are probably going to end up lower than the percentage that Kamala Harris won in terms of the margin. But you know what? A win is a win is a win. And this means a lot for Virginia. And I will just note, just look at this. They are basically going to gerrymander this state rotten. They are basically going to lock Republicans out of power in a state where Donald Trump got 46% of the vote back in 2024. House seats Republicans in Virginia are only going to really end up with 9%. That is quite the imbalance that's going on here, right? Of course, this is part of a larger national picture as well in terms of...
And I was going to say, this is just the latest and probably, the most direct indication to the GOP, to people that are surrounding Donald Trump, that this is not going well, that this is like irreversible at this point. This is not seemingly something that they can claw back. They're not going to be able to portray themselves as being the victor of the spoils with the Iran. They're not going to be able to perceive themselves as like, the Lord and Savior coming to rescue the American people from the overwhelming prices that they're paying right now. Like none of this is going to be, retrievable. You know what I mean? So this is, again, a consistent through line that we've seen, whether it's in special elections that we've consistently talked about, whether it's in these different, the different elections and these different votes on the different topics and different subsets that people are voting on. We've seen a pretty consistent through line of people saying, fuck this administration. I'm voting for the blue candidate. I'm voting for the blue side, even though, again, we want them to consistently and continue speaking up more and more about this. So let's see here what else he puts in as far as this. But 46% in 2024 down to 9%. I mean, put that in perspective with all of the other races that we've seen. Put that in perspective with all of the other data that we've seen as far as polling for Donald Trump. Again, his approval rating right now, what he's done and what Netanyahu's done for the approval rating of Israel as a whole, whether it's in the Democratic side, whether it's on the Republican side, or whether that's the voting basis of both sides. You know what I mean? So all of these numbers, all of these things, all of these categories, all of these metrics are pointing in one direction, and that's to a blue fucking wave, right? The more and more we talk about the Senate coming back into play and being a real viable option here, the likely, and you get the worse the numbers get for the GOP, the worse the numbers get for Donald Trump. Like that should be a clear indication for the Republicans that, you know, that this is not only slipping away from them very fast, but has already slipped from their fingertips. And right now they're just trying to, again, try to cheat and steal and rig behind the scenes, try to get Tulsi Gabbard involved, try to go over there into Fulton County, try to get into Colorado, try to, pressure different states into handing over voter rolls so they can kick people off. So when you go to vote, they're going to say, oh, sorry, you're not on the list anymore. It's not, that's strange. You don't seem to be here anymore. And then it's going to take you a little bit of time and probably a process to get on the voter registration, which means if you wait till the day of, you're probably not going to get to vote, which is what they're hoping for to begin with. As we know, they've talked about putting ICE officers at voting stations. They've anything that they could possibly do, changing voting laws, changing the mailing registration laws, right? When these ballots actually get calculated, what the date is. So again, I continue to tell people, look, make sure that you're on these voter rolls. Make sure that you're registered. Make sure that you're up to speed on whatever the rules and regulation changes are in your county, in your district, in your area, right? Know when the mail-in voting has to be in, know when it has to be out, know what has to be signed, know why it has to, like all of the things that you have to know, make sure that you know, because they're going to try to change these little minuscule rules all over the place to try to fucking trip you up, so they can have any excuse, any reason whatsoever to throw your ballot in the trash. And that's how they're going to try to at least not get their asses kicked as much as it looks like they're going to. Again, I don't think they have any illusions of like defeating us both in the House and the Senate when it comes to midterms. I think that's, again, well past reality. Even if they do try to cheat until their fucking heart's content, at this point, they're just trying to mitigate the loss. They're trying to mitigate the damage. And again, I don't put it past them for attempting any illegal bullshit behind the scenes to try to make that happen.
Districting. And this to me is what is so interesting, right? We've had all this redistricting, right? It started in Texas. Then it was California. We've done Ohio. We've done North Carolina. We've done Utah. But heading into tonight, pre-Virginia results, the net gain from this mid-decade redistricting was really 0 seats, neither side gaining. But now is where we are right now with the Virginia measure passing. Democrats jump out ahead. They are the ones leading in mid-decade redistricting, leading right now by 4 seats on the strength of that yes vote, however thin that margin actually is.
So, Harry, I mean, obviously, Senator Warren was just talking about 6 months from now, the midterm elections. What could this mean for the fight for who controls Congress here?
Yeah, I mean, if you know anything about the House of Representatives, and you're down in Washington, D.C., so you know a heck of a lot more than I do, I would just say this. The power right now, it's so...
Chirpy! What's up, brother? What is happening, my dude? Good to see you, my friend. Very good to see you. Thank you so much for popping in. W's in the chat for fucking Turpy, my dude. What's happening over there on Twitch? My guy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. We just got the OGs coming back. We got Tanya coming back in to say hi. We got Turpy. We're getting the whole fucking band back together at this point. Let's fucking go. Imagine we could be like a full force, a full unit again heading into midterms. Like, let's start smoking people. Let's go, brother. Nothing fired me up more than that. Let's go. All right. I'm back. My apologies. I'm back.
So tight, right? Every vote is so tight in the U.S. House of Representatives. So you just take a look here, and this gives you the math of why this vote was so important. If you talk about the margin of the GOP majority in the House post the 2024 election,
again, important stuff here.
2 seats. That's how many seats they could lose on a vote before losing the majority. Now, all of a sudden, we're talking about Democrats gaining 1, 2, 3, 4 seats. 4 seats in Virginia. The simple math here is 4 is greater than 2. Without Democrats needing to pick up any more seats, this would eliminate the Republican majority and instill a Democratic majority because the margins are so tight. This vote in Virginia means so very much, and that's why all that money was spent on it. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, a ton of money. Harry, thank you for doing that math for us.
I know, it's very hard, very hard.
This is why we keep you around.
That's right.
Harry Ensign, thank you for that.
But again, this is on top of a GOP, right? On top of a Republican House that is already walking on fucking eggshells, that was already fighting from behind, whether it's because of people resigning, whether it's because of people dying, whether it's fucking whatever, you know what I mean? Like, they've already been behind the 8 ball. So to add on all of the losses that we've seen recently, to add on all of the fucking pain, all of the damage that has been done by Donald Trump to the polling numbers, to the trust that the cult-like base had for Donald Trump at one point. And, I'm not saying that's totally eradicated by any means. There's always going to be that sycophantic base. And we continue to say, those people that are, closest, that are holding directly onto Donald Trump's taint, right? That are clutching so desperately to the back of Donald Trump's coattails to hope that he pulls, some victorious fucking, achievable victory out of his ass, But these people are going to be there till the end. There's only a certain percentage of this group that's going to be able to, either, get away from the MAGA cult altogether. Inevitably, some of them are going to go to the America First, Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones type of crew. So that's going to be a next fight. That's going to be our next battle. But it's these people are going to be they're going to hold on tight. Again, they're going to be the generals and the people that were surrounding Hitler in his bunker in the last days of his life. Right there, there's just no reason to go on with life if there's no Führer, no reason to go on with life if there's no National Socialism. Like, that's how MAGA that's how these people are going to think. Right, they're going to think, well, it's not worth being involved in politics anymore if there's no Donald Trump. If I can't have MAGA, then why am I going to get involved anyways? And hopefully, to a certain degree, that happens. The Republicans inevitably sit their fucking fat asses on the couch, don't get out to vote, and we can finally, regain and retake some power in this country and start fucking doing right by the people once again. Maybe, possibly, hopefully. I'm just saying. All right, but that was a little bit of maths, a little bit of numbers there, percentage wise, to tell you, how much of an effect this will have. Again, going into midterms, any benefit, any improvement, any win, any victory is something that needs to be highlighted, is something that needs to be shouted from the rooftops. We need to hammer away again at this, this GOP party that's ready to steal this fucking election, whether it be the midterms or the general, by any means necessary. So the more people know, the more people that know about these, these victories, the more people that know about the, kind of the tidal wave that is coming, the through line that we consistently see in these elections, the more people will be calling it out if they see something fishy, right? If something doesn't line up. So again, I find it hugely important that we continue to boast about the good things that are happening, and kind of the direction that the people are wanting to push this country. So very much appreciate the people of Virginia for getting out there, who cast their vote. What do you see if we can dive on, unfortunately, to the coverage of what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz? This obviously another taco session by Donald Trump. Obviously good to see. Obviously, you know what I mean? Obviously, it's any morning you wake up and you don't have bombs dropping to the extent that they were, or to the extent that they could be, is a good day. But that's not to say that bombs weren't dropping. So let me see. I'm going to put this on your screen. Here's we're just going to go through this again. A couple of the statements that have been put out by both sides. We'll go through what Trump's been saying. We'll go through some of the accounts that we've been looking at recently to see if there's any updates from the Iranian delegation, people that are affiliated or associated with each side, to see what the fuck is actually going on, how far Iran intends to take these retaliations, that we've been talking about as far as the ships that were hit. So let's see here. This is Donald Trump. And again, he put this out 21st. So yesterday, 4:09 p.m. And again, we called this on the show, and not to pat myself on the back too hard. I know a lot of people probably suspected this, but, we said that he was going to pull something out of his ass. He was going to pull a rabbit out of his hat and say that he talked to some fucking, seventh string linebacker that used to play for the Iranian national football team. And that gave him the ability. And now he trusts them so much that he gets to push off this deadline. And now we got another extension on to the ceasefire. Again, a ceasefire in which, what is this, like the fourth or fifth time? I think we have one of them that kind of explains it, so I won't jump the gun. But this guy was negotiating with himself to begin with, still seemingly is, considering nobody showed up to Islamabad, right? So it went from like a 48-hour pause, and then it was a 5-day pause, and then it was a 10-day pause, and then it was another 48 hours. It's like this whole thing is just like, at what point does everybody in the world go, all right, this guy's bluffing at every time he says something, he's bluffing. Like, why would we trust or take his word for anything at this point? But all right, let's read the statement. He says, based on the fact that the government of Iran is seriously fractured, none unexpectedly so, and upon the request of Field Marshal Asmir Munir, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif of Pakistan, we have been asked to hold our attack on the country of Iran until such time as their leaders and representatives can come up with a unified proposal. And again, I say this is now the second time that Donald Trump has come out and said, okay, the Pakistanis have said jump, and I'm going to say how high. But again, not taking into account that he's the president of the United States and the people of his own country do not want him to engage in this. And again, by the overwhelming majority, do not want to be engaged in this. The powers of the president again are rapidly closing in on him, and hopefully going back to Congress as far as them not authorizing the continued military use in this fucking useless, illegal, unconstitutional war that we've engaged in here. But you know what I mean? It's just a lot of these people sit here and they think that they're going to be able to defend this to the end, and it's just not possible. Right? This is the second time that he's doing shit supposedly for Pakistan, but not representing the people, not talking about that his own country doesn't want this to happen. His own people are being hurt by this. So it goes to show where his mindset is and how he's so desperate to have any excuse out of this. He's not thinking whatsoever about the American people, but anything that he could possibly say to get his ass out of this. And again, is this because the United States is low on their munitions that they need? Are they not in a position to continue this war right at this moment until they have, the stockpiles necessary? We've heard the reports of the interceptors, not only of the United States, but also the allies in the region that were getting very fucking low. We've heard the reports of the European allies being told that they weren't going to get their weapons platforms that they were supposed to get because of the amount that has been used in this war, because of the low stockpiles, because of the time it's going to take for us to, revamp those stockpiles. I'm just saying it's something to think about, to say the least. He says, I have therefore directed our military to continue the blockade and in all other respects remain ready and able, and will and therefore extend the ceasefire until such time as their proposal is submitted and discussions are concluded, or one way or another. So basically there's no deadline. It's just kind of an infinite ceasefire at this point. Doesn't say 2 weeks, doesn't say 1 week. I know Sean Hannity was trying to, he was on his show talking about how his inside sources were saying that this wasn't going to last very long. Well, apparently it didn't last very long, and it wasn't because the United States took action. It was because the Iranian side took action. So let me see here, because this was the reporting here from any number of outlets that we could talk about. This one being from Politico. This was, some of the original reporting. So I think it even went up to 3 ships, if I'm not mistaken here. It says, Iran reports seizing 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz hours after Donald Trump's ceasefire extension, right? Here's another one. This one by Dropsite. Iran seizes 2 ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump extends U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Israel commits 220 ceasefire violations in Lebanon in 3 days. And again, the footage coming out of, some of the territory there in Lebanon, looking very strikingly similar to what Gaza looked like. And again, that was the clear intentions. That was the clear goal stated by the Israeli officials that came out right when this started and said, we plan on turning this area, this portion of Lebanon, into Gaza. Like, that's what they want it to look like. They want it completely demolished, and they seemingly are on their way to doing that. But here's just kind of, a few reports. Here's one by Fox News having to report Iran has reportedly attacked multiple ships in the Strait of Hormuz after President Trump extended the ceasefire. Again, a clear kick in the dick, as you would say here, a clear show of power, I would say. What it leads to, where it goes from here, is anybody's guess. But again, this is a clear, hey, if you're going to keep that blockade on, then we told you we're going to retaliate, and this is us retaliating, clearly showing, somebody that is not weak in this position, right? Clearly not showing somebody that's willing to capitulate in this position, clearly willing to show their power and ability, not only ability to fight, but willingness to continue to fight. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This is posted by an account called Infogram, and he said, this is absolute cinema. Monday, Trump extends ceasefire by 48 hours. Tuesday, Trump extends ceasefire till 28 March. Wednesday, Trump extends ceasefire by another 48 hours. Thursday, Trump finally extends ceasefire by a week. Friday, Trump extends ceasefire to 21 April. Saturday, Trump extends ceasefire by another 48 hours. Trump has become a global laughingstock. And again, I don't know where this account is from, what side they're on, but they seemingly they pretty much have it spot on as far as this is concerned. I mean, the ridiculousness of the negotiations that Donald Trump is pretty much engaged in with himself, right? Like he's not even, Pakistan's not in this. Pakistan is just trying to mediate, right? So why are we agreeing to Pakistani request? You know what I mean? It's like the whole thing that we're agreeing to the mediators' proposals and requests instead of the people that are on the other side of the negotiating table, like the people that we're supposed to be negotiating with and trying to, engage in peace talks with and trying to get back to some position of normalcy with. Like instead, we're negotiating and, taking talking points and agreeing to things that the mediator is putting forward. You know what I mean? Like that's how fucking ridiculous this whole situation is. It's crazy. It's just fucking out of control. And the other side's basically got a big middle finger to the United States the entire time, and we're talking to the mediator. It's just crazy. And this is Sean Hannity here. He says, sources tell me that the ceasefire extension in Iran will be short-lived unless a deal is reached quickly. And again, I don't think he had the intentions or insights that it was going to be the Iranians attacking ships just hours after Donald Trump announced this. But that's exactly what we got, and we'll take a look at more of that. But I want to take a look at this, too, because this was posted by a few different accounts. This one posted by RT. I forget where the original one was posted. Maybe this one. This was posted by John Cooper as well. He says, this video posted by Iran's consulate in Hyderabad, which mocks Trump for his latest ceasefire extension already, isn't as sophisticated as the Lego videos, but it still must drive Trump crazy. So again, a poorly done AI video, I will say. And like John Cooper said, not as engaging and not as kind of eye-catching as the Lego videos. But let's see if we can take a look at this. This is, again, just less than a minute, 45 seconds. And this is posted again by the Iranian consulate. So does this show a willingness to negotiate, capitulate, any of those things? Here it is. Just again, 45 seconds of the Iranians making fun of Donald Trump for another taco bitch out moment. Let's see here.
We are having very great negotiations with Iran. If Iran doesn't come to negotiate, we're going to bomb them.
2,000 years later.
So where are the Iranians? This is from Iran. All right. Then I will extend the ceasefire at Pakistan's request.
So again, obviously portraying the American delegation there at the talks, at the table there, ready to engage in talks, but having nobody to engage in those talks with, subsequently getting a letter saying that they're not coming, and then making up the excuse that they'll do it at the Iranians, at the Pakistanis' request, right? And just showing you how ridiculous, ill-conceived, ill-planned, like chaotic this whole situation is. I know you guys are aware, but it never ceases to amaze me that even to this point now, there's like it becomes more. It's getting more chaotic, right? It's not getting less chaotic. It's getting more chaotic. It's like, at what point does somebody with a fucking clear and level head at any level, at any stage in the government decide to step up? I'm not sure. Again, like I always say, your guess is as good as mine. But let's go on with a couple of these other ones here. This is the Kobisi letter, which we've been taking a look at recently just to get some insights. This was posted 4 hours ago, saying, breaking: Iran's IRGC issues a warning suggesting it could cut undersea internet cables and cloud infrastructure in the Persian Gulf. Again, another clear escalation. Another clear problem that the United States would have to contend with, and obviously different partners and people in the region that rely upon such internet cables and cloud infrastructure. And again, as we've been saying and warning about, we still haven't seen the Bab al-Mandeb Strait situation come to fruition. So again, the Iranians have recently been coming out with this rhetoric of, new plans that they have, whether it be different weaponry or just different plans geographically they have to put more hurt, more pain, more pressure on the world economy. So again, keeping our eyes, tightly locked in on the Houthis in Yemen, their proxies in the Bab al-Mandeb, but, just more, indications, more evidence here of how this could be further detrimental to the people in the region. And again, whoever relies on these internet cables, cloud infrastructure, obviously that's relied upon heavily in today's day and age, as you can see. But let's just see here if there was anything else reported. I'll do a quick refresh just to see so we can get all the latest and up-to-date information for you guys, so we're not behind on anything. I think that was it here. So, yeah, that looked like it was it on this one. This is talking about oil prices rise above $93 a barrel after Iran says they have no plans to attend peace talks with the U.S. on Friday. So, again, talk about the chaos. Look no further than the ridiculous rise and drop in the price of oil. Donald Trump says something like the war's over, the price fucking shoots down. The Iranians shoot, a vessel. They stop and close the Strait of Hormuz. They say they're not engaging in the peace talks. Next thing you know, the price of oil is fucking shooting through the roof. You know what I mean? It's like this whole thing. And again, one thing that a person that's not affiliated or associated or acquainted with the stock market knows, that instability, chaos, right? When you don't have that like kind of predictability in the stock market, not that it's predictable, but to a certain extent, you could say that it is. When you don't have that, that doesn't really draw in investors, right? That's not really when people start investing in the United States. That's not when people start, putting loads of money into the stock market or back into the economy, right? People start holding on to their money. People start clutching those dollars that they have because of the uncertainty, because of the unpredictability. We don't know. What if it does inevitably get to $200, $250 a barrel, right? What happens from here? We don't know. That's why, I always say that I recognize the financial position, the financial crunch that all of you viewers, everybody that watches podcasts and live streams like this, everybody's asking you to please donate here and contribute to this and buy this merch. And, I'm right here with those people, but I do feel like I'm one of the only people recognizing that you guys are spread thin and that not everybody can contribute, not everybody can participate in those things, and that I understand and appreciate that you guys support so many different channels, aren't so engaged that, a lot of times you're just not able to come out of pocket, which is why I don't charge, for content, right? You guys are never going to have to pay to see a live stream. You're never going to have to pay to see a short or video that I put out that is, deemed important by me, obviously enough to get in front of a camera and put it out there. You guys are just never going to have to pay for that. I appreciate and very much love all of the support that you guys show me, and it's very necessary to keep this show running. But that's only with like the benefit. If I give you some benefit during your daily life, some information on a certain subject that is beneficial to you. If you enjoy the chat and the community that we've built, like I want to be able to give you something for your support, right? I don't want to just make you guys continuously just like throw money at something because everybody keeps asking you to. It's just not the way I want to do things. So hopefully that's recognized. Let's see here. We'll move on, see if there's anything here. Here's MB Galabaf, another one that we've been kind of trying to follow as far as information coming out of the this is Speaker of the Islamic Republic of Iran's parliament. Again, just to get his official title down in case I haven't said that before. But doesn't look like he's been doing anything. Looks like 55 minutes, he said. A complete ceasefire only makes sense if it's not violated by the maritime blockade and the hostage-taking of the world's economy, and if the Zionist warmongering across all fronts is halted. Reopening the Strait of Hormuz is impossible with such a flagrant breach of the ceasefire. They did not achieve their goals through military aggression, nor will they through bullying. The only way forward is to recognize the rights of the Iranian nation. Again, just not showing me capitulation, not sending me a signal like they are ready to, again, engage in this talks that Donald Trump is trying to portray that they're ready to engage in. Here's another one. This is from Dolphin Iran. Let's see if there's anything that we could see here. Just kind of going back a few hours in the timeline and see if we can get up to current time. This is 1740, April 21. America has so far assaulted 2 Iranian ships. With the end of the ceasefire deadline, the military response to the maritime blockade will begin. This is a short time after that. Excuse me. As long as the naval blockade continues, negotiations will effectively remain stalled. Again, a talking point, a line in the sand, a red line that Iran has drawn and was sticking to that wasn't kind of, wasn't obliged by Donald Trump. So that's why we didn't have these talks. Strategic assessment here. The ceasefire will end around 3 a.m. on Wednesday, which we saw. The enemy's behavioral pattern indicates the strike will be delivered before this hour. Iran will respond to any strike with an unlimited retaliation. Again, showing you their willingness to retaliate. Let's see if there was anything else here. Strategic assessment. This was 1308. 2 ships were seized by the IRGC Navy and transferred to the Iranian coast. That was 7 hours ago. Goes on to say here, a Panama flag ship owned by the United States has been struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran considers all U.S. vessels legitimate targets. Goes on to say here, assessments. Oh, where'd it go? Assessments indicate that one of the main reasons for Trump's unilateral extension of the ceasefire is the severe shortage of ammunition for the United States and the regime, right? So they're even picking up on some of the reporting, on some of the rumors that have been floating around behind the scenes. Again, trying to jab Donald Trump in the side just a little bit to piss him off, even above and beyond the Lego videos, even above and beyond the AI videos. Now, basically showing that he's not only a coward, but he's also incompetent because he doesn't have the correct amount of munitions to continue the war, as suggested by that post. This says drone sightings continue in the skies over various regions of the country. The Israeli regime has instructed its internal agents to launch a major project aimed at creating discord and disseminating false information against various pillars of the Iran's governance. The regime's physical agents have been tasked with conducting field operations against the country's officials under various real and virtual cover identities. This operation will commence in the coming hours. And then the latest post here by this account says 3 minutes ago, Somalia has announced a ban on the passage of ships linked to the Israeli regime through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. What the fuck have I been saying? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Is this the beginning? But this is Somalia. So it's not even the proxy. It's not even the Houthis that are doing this. So Somalia has announced a ban on the passage of ships linked to the Israeli regime through the Bab al-Mandeb Strait. No. Trying to rack that in my head here. Maybe throw that in the old brain machine, see what I can calculate on that one. But again, like I said, it was only a matter of time before the Bab al-Mandeb Strait decided to rear its head, decided to become a player in this game. There's only a certain amount of geographical positions, geographical areas in which they can control in order to continue this, in order to have some sort of leverage in this, and that is one of them, right? So again, it was only a matter of time, but this again is Somalia, not the Houthis. Whether or not the Houthis are going to activate as a result of this, obviously something that we're going to have to keep our eyes on. So this was the Clash report reporting on the 2 ships that were seized. Iran seizes 2 ships despite U.S. attack pause. Iran seized 2 ships and fired on others after Trump halted attacks, but maintained a naval blockade. Mediation efforts by Pakistan have stalled amid persistent tension. We'll see here if there's anything else been reported. Trump tells the Post News of fresh off peace talks possible as soon as Friday with Iran, as Iran scrambles to come up with a unified plan. So we've also talked about reports that even if peace talks were to be engaged in, it could be as much as 6 to 9 months before a deal is actually settled. So again, we're looking at a pretty consistent theme of these prices being either erratic, chaotic, or consistently high for quite some time. Trump, good news about the second round of talks may come as soon as Friday. This is renewed possibility of peace talks within the next 36 to 72 hours. It's possible. So again, a little bit more market manipulation, a little bit more propagandizing by Donald Trump there, basically hoping to keep the market stable at least until Friday, until some sort of other announcement can be made. So he doesn't want to see the rise that we talked about. Let's see, what are oil prices up to at this point? Let's see. Take a quick look at oil prices for you guys. So right now, even a steep rise since we saw last night. So we were talking about this last night on the Zoom meetup. Once again, appreciate the patrons that are signed up there. Sign up at patreon.com/Boston Brian. Gets you access to the Zoom meetups that we have 4 times a month now, every single Monday. Different categories get to join in on certain days. So again, depending on what level you signed up there, make sure you check that one out. Obviously, get a discount to the merch if you sign up to the Patreon as well. Awesome perks that we've been trying to add new on there as well. So the WTI is 93.09. Brent crude up to 101 again, which is something that you can tell Donald Trump has seen, and which is why he's probably putting out these statements that he that he put out as far as like these peace talks are going to come soon. Everything's like, hey, okay, it's all hunky-dory. Don't worry about it. Keep your money in the stocks is pretty much what he's getting at there. But, you can see a steep rise. That was about 93, if I want to say, last night, guys. If you were in the Zoom meetup, let me know if you remember. I think it was about 93, 95 or something like that, and WTI was 89-ish, if I'm not mistaken. So you can see, obviously, they're plus 3.39%, plus 3.44% on Brent crude. But let's see if we throw this back on, see if there was anything else reported here by Clash Reports, who seemingly has been doing some good reporting as far as this situation is concerned, at least. But all right, that seems to be all that is there. And then we had this one to get into. This was just a quick live now update to see if we could get any more information on what was going on with those two ships going on in the Strait of Hormuz. So let's see if we can dive into a minute of this, see if we get any more insight.
Bringing us out to a live look at the radar system there at the Strait of Hormuz, courtesy of marine traffic. The Associated Press just coming down with this, that Iran's semi-official news agencies are now reporting that the paramilitary Revolutionary Guard has attacked a third ship in the Strait of Hormuz, throwing into question efforts to end the war.
I thought I heard that before I came on. I thought there was a third ship involved.
It's all reported the attack by the Guard on a vessel called the Euphoria. They said the vessel had become, quote, stranded on the Iranian coast without elaborating. The Guard has seized the other two ships that were attacked, according to Iranian state television, who separately reported that update. Also, U.S. forces have boarded an oil tanker previously sanctioned for smuggling Iranian crude oil in Asia, according to the Pentagon.
So again, as it's reported here, apparently a third ship involved. Just looking at the instability right now, right? Like the fake ceasefires that keep being announced, the fake extensions that keep being announced. Really nothing. What's changed, right? We still have both sides threatening escalation. We have Donald Trump on one side continuously threatening the eradication of an entire civilization. You got Pete Hegseth out there saying that we're locked and loaded, ready to go. Israel is picking out new target packages in Iran. So what comes of this, especially after these recent strikes in retaliation for Trump keeping the blockade in place, remains to be seen. But of course, we'll be sure to keep our eye on it. Unfortunately, we're rapidly running out of time in this. So let's see if we can go through a couple of these before we do. We'll probably have to save some of these for the late show tonight, but probably not a terrible thing because these are coming out, like I say, hot and heavy at this point. Not all of them are as good, I got to say. The OGs in this game, Persia Boy, there's a couple other ones. They know how to do it right. The other knockoffs here are good. They're good, but they ain't as good. So, but it's getting kind of tougher and tougher the more of these accounts that decide to come out with these. Here's one of the newer ones, United States of Israel, it's called. So we say if we can dive into this one real quick, and like I said, we might have to save a few of them for the late show. The hour went by so fucking quick. Again, when you're diving into nonsense, the time goes by so quick. But here's one of the latest drops, as you can see here. Bibi Netanyahu putting the Star of David around the neck of Donald Trump in the Oval Office with a Lego set. Let me get out of the way. You can see the Lego set just where I was being presented to Donald Trump by the Secret Service with the big Israeli symbol on the dome there. So let's see what we get into. Let's see what trouble we can get into in this one.
United States of Israel, that's your resume. Killing children every day. While you look away, United States of Israel. Netanyahu's pet, Trump is a pedophile. Don't you forget. 4 years of tweets at 3 a.m. unhinged and unwell. Bro, go to sleep. The Oval Office turned into a circus tent from hell. Your reliability wrapped in the spray tan and the tie. The tie, though, taped in the back. Even your suit is a lie.
He's covered in shit. He's just got a suit and a handful of shit. Pretty spot on, right? Again, no notes on this one. Probably smells how he looks in this. True, the same way.
You said I alone can fix it. Fixed what? The grift, sir. This is a Wendy's. Gave your whole family government jobs as a gift.
What? Sir, this is a Wendy's.
Mar-a-Lago mansion, classified docs on the floor. What was that? Box of secrets by the bathroom.
Oh, shit. They got the fucking... They even got the top secret documents, the classified documents in the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago. Wow. They're going deep here. They're going deep. Throwing Hail Marys. I like it. This one connected.
No. I'm really rich, said the man who begs for donations. LMAO. Selling Bibles and sneakers to a broke nation. Go play the toilet
Oh! Selling Bibles and sneakers to a broke nation. Damn.
Flush the truth is giving con man. Every indictment just more proof. You don't run a country, you run a brand. A broke one. 6 bankruptcy built on stolen land. The people who voted for you still can't afford their rent. Mega magic, baby. That's where all your promises went. United States of Israel. That's your resume. Killing children every day. Why you look away?
The BJ Queen. You see? Did you see his? Look at his pajamas. I might be in the way.
Children every day. Why you look away?
Look at. Hold on. Let me get out of the way. Look at his pajamas. BJ Queen. Jesus Christ. Bright pink too. Bright pink.
United States of Israel. Netanyahu's dead. Trump is a pedophile.
Trump is a pedophile with a brick wall saying Epstein Island on it. Fucking hammering away.
Don't you forget. You marketed fear and sold it to the working class. Facts. Promised them the world, gave them nothing but gas. Your voters lost their jobs, their health, their home. It's a stock market, though. Yeah, for people with portfolios and second homes and loans. BB pulled the strings and you perform the dance. Good boy. Guys are burning while you clap and chant. You call it peace deals. We call it what it is. Genocide shit. Blood on the hands of your whole administration's beers. From Iran, we're watching every move you make. See you. Every child killed is a lie. You'll never shake. You threaten us on Twitter like we tremble and fold. Nah, son, Iran don't get threatened. Iran just gets cold.
So, like I said, there's a ton of these coming out. There's this one as well. I don't know what this one's about. It says deal will be signed tonight. Maybe this is about the recent non-negotiations that were taking place. Just trying to fly through these. I know we're running out of time here.
You said tonight. Tick tock, tick tock. You said tonight. Wednesday's coming. Wednesday, there will be signed tonight. That's what he said. Posted on his phone, went straight to bed. Fox business cameras rolling big speech. Next morning, crickets, silence, out of reach. Then Monday came, nothing happened again. Tuesday arrived, same old pen and same old spin. Now Wednesday's knocking at the door. You box yourself in, there's no room for more.
Which on fake news.
Clock is ticking, red light flashing, whole world watching while you're busy crashing. JD Vance black and bags for Islamabad, trying to save something that you already had. Wednesday, you said the deal gets done. Wednesday, but you couldn't even make it to one. Wednesday, deadlines here and you're still talking. Wednesday, while the whole world's walking on eggshells, waiting, watching it stall. Wednesday hit and you got no deal at all.
Oh shit! With the Pulp Fiction, we got Pete Hegseth here reading from the scriptures of Pulp Fiction. Let's see what this one is. Like I said, we're kind of rapidly running out of time. Sorry, we can't give these the due diligence it deserves. What's this one all about? Let's check it out. Yeah, this is a Persia boy, right? This is a Persia boy. You can see your browser's lost connection. Damn. Hold on. Let me see. For some reason it lost connection. Doesn't want me to show you guys the videos here. What's the deal? YouTube's trying to crack down on these things? YouTube's trying to crack down on these or what? What's going on? Let me throw them back on the screen. We'll do it the odd way. There we go. Now again, this is one of the OGs. Okay, this is one of the OGs. This is Persia boy Hemet, right? At least this production agency has been the ones kind of putting out the bangers for real. So let's see if this one is in line with the rest of them. Let's see what this one is. It says Lego style music video from Persia boy. What's this one about? Track AI generated track takes aim at the U.S. naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz stalemate. Bright plastic figures. Yes, you don't have to explain to me what the figures are. I just wanted to know what the music video is. All right, here we go.
Yeah. They're waiting at the table, but we ain't showing up. What? Ghost in the empire. Trump waiting in Pakistan, but Iran said nah, retire. You want the deal, better learn some respect. We ain't rushing to the table while your blockade still flex. Ghost in the empire. You talk big on Truth Social, we just hit ignore. You seized our ship, now you want peace talk? Sit there and wait, we control the clock. You dropped 7 lies in 1 hour, got exposed quick. Khaled Bath called you out, every claim was bullshit. Now you rushing to Islamabad thinking we'll fold, but we ain't sending nobody while your Navy still bold. You seized the toast, recorded victory on TV. Now crying for talks like you really need me. We remember every broken deal, every lie you told. 1953 vibes, we ain't getting sold. Ghost in the empire. Trump waiting in Pakistan, but Iran said nah, retire. You want the deal, better learn some respect. We ain't rushing to the table while your blockade still. You say the Strait is open under American control. Funny, last time I checked, it's still under our patrol. You want uranium, keep dreaming it's never gonna happen. While your Navy sister blocking, we just keep on laughing. Ceasefire almost done. Tension getting higher, you thought we come running now. We ghost in the empire. IRGC on standby, Hormuz in our hand. You want a meeting, better change your whole plan.
Again, just not sound like a side that wants to capitulate, right? Not a side that says like, we're done with this, or we don't have the upper hand, or we're not going to continue fighting or anything like that. Just not the vibe that I'm getting. I don't know. Maybe you guys let me know in the chat if you're getting a different vibe from this. And I know they're coming from different sources, and it's, to a large extent, it's hard to tell which ones are actually coming from, Iranian sources and stuff like that. But the Persia boy ones typically are spot on, like we just saw, like, the lines in the sand, whether it's the uranium, whether it's the blockade, like these are things that we're actually seeing take place. Like that's actually why Iran retaliated in the way we saw them retaliate this morning, because Donald Trump, decided to keep this blockade on, like they said. So, a lot of these things, we might have to leave the rest of them. Like I said, we got about 5 minutes left in the old show timey today until we can get on top of these things on the late show. But probably leave some of these clips. I know we had one here from Jen and Pumps. We had this one. But again, I don't like rushing through. I like, taking the time with these clips. So we'll probably have to dive into these. This one with James O'Brien as well from LBC. And what else? So I think there was a couple more that I wanted to dive into as well. But what do you guys in the chat? Let me know what you guys in the chat think. Maybe that'll give us a good few minutes here to let me know, where do you guys think this is going? Where do you think this is going to end? Where do you think this, this distinct, escalation that we've seen at least today, where it's going to go? What's the response going to be from Trump? Let me know in the chat what you guys think. Maybe we'll have a little convo before we head out of here for the day, or at least till tonight, I should say. Let me know. Yeah, Turby in there. What's up, Yakov? What's going on, brother? How are you guys? Yeah, Tina says, I enjoy the Lego videos. A lot of people do. A lot of people dig them, even if you're not, a fan of rap or a fan of Legos. It's still, pretty up to date, up to speed on what's actually taking place, the rumors, the news reports, everything that goes into it. So, a lot of people, especially the way that they're attacking Trump on Epstein, the way that they've been going after Kash Patel, the way they've been going after Erica Kirk and fucking Melania. Like, nobody's safe. Nobody's safe at this point. So I'm curious what you guys think there. Chris says complete disaster. Again, hard to disagree with that by any stretch of the imagination from what we've seen here. Again, I always say, if there's any MAGAs in the chat, there's any Republicans in the chat, conservatives, whatever you want to call yourselves, that still support either Donald Trump or support this war, like, by what metric are we better off? I was talking on a debate last night on TikTok, and to somebody that I repeatedly asked the question, like, you're for this, you think this is going to be a beneficial outcome. What is that outcome? You know what I mean? And all the kid kept saying was Iran was going to be weaker. Okay, well, what does that mean strictly, right? Because right now I'm not seeing any benefit for the Iranian people. right? Because they have these same hardlined, militaristic, close associations with the IRGC, a younger Ayatollah, a younger leader, right? Somebody that's going to be there, for a much longer period of time, considering the age discrepancy between him and his father. People that, a person that has had family members killed, has watched schools been bombed, his city's continuously bombed, right? This is not presenting a picture of a side that's going to be more agreeable, right? That's going to be more likely to treat dissenters and people that oppose the regime nicely. We've already seen that the same way that we saw in Venezuela, right? This all goes back to, these idiot fucking Republicans. Take a look at all the people celebrating, right? Look at all the Iranians and how happy they are. Look at the people outside of Iran and how happy they are that the Ayatollah is dead. And it's like, okay, like I said in Venezuela, I will take absolutely nothing away from the people celebrating, the people that have been oppressed, right? The people that have been, exposed to reprisals, the people that have been threatened, the people that have had their lives changed and harmed irreparably. Like, absolutely not will I take any of their celebratory mood or anything away from them for a second. But I will just advise you to beware. Right, to beware, because like we say, the devil, sometimes the devil that you don't know is worse than the devil than you do know. You know what I mean? Like the person may be terrible, he may be awful, but that instability, that chaotic situation, and the person that comes in next may be much worse. So just like we saw in Venezuela with the same regime in place, right? The reprisals to the opposition, the reprisals to the Venezuelans that got in the streets and were celebrating the removal of Maduro started almost immediately. Same thing here in Iran, right? Not only that, but like at the same time, you get Donald Trump pushing them closer as a unit, closer together by talking about, eliminating them as a civilization, right? That doesn't have the effect of making the civilian population rise up against the government. If anything, it makes them, kind of closer, more aligned with the government that is, at least in rhetoric, trying to protect them, right? Trying to stop or mitigate the damages now being caused by the Israeli military or by the United States military. So it's one of those things. So I do appreciate you guys for watching. I thank everybody over on this space for everything that you guys do. Once again, I hope everything is okay with Matt. If anybody talks to him or sees him or has a conversation, let him know that Boston was thinking of him. Let him know. I hope hope everything's okay. So I appreciate you guys over on this space. Thank you to the mods over there. I'll kick it over to Jeff, my man, Jeff Waldorf, over on this space, I do believe. So I appreciate you, Jeff. Thank you so much to everybody over there, and I hope he kicks ass as he always does. Take it away, Jeffrey, my man. For everybody else, stay tuned over here on Blunt Politics so that we can thank everybody that sent in a Venmo, super chat, hit a milestone, anything like that as we do. So thanks to this space, and appreciate you, Jeff. Take it away, my man.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
U.S. and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Hey everybody, Jeff Waldorf here, and I am the Logical Leftist. Thanks for joining the stream this afternoon. Like always, I'm going to dig into the stories that the right-wing establishment hopes you'll ignore. And, well, there's a lot of that. And if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, the Logical Leftist, as well as this space where I am currently on, then what are you waiting for? I post new videos every single day, breaking down the Trump regime, MAGA, the oligarchy, and why the system is rigged against all of us and how we can fight back. So I keep it real here. That said, let's get logical. I love that. I love that. All right. Look, we got a lot of really interesting stories here. We've got MAGA chuds getting grifted by immigrants. You're going to love that story. It's going to be our opening story. Okay. We've got more impacts of immigration raids, of course. We have Valentina Gomez, an anti-immigrant immigrant who is going to attempt to, I mean, how do I explain this? You know what? You're just going to have to wait to get into the story because I don't know. I don't have a tease for this that is, I feel like it's going to not be able to do it justice. Okay. So you're just going to wait for that. That Valentina story is amazing. Okay. We've got more impacts, of course, of MAGA policies on average working class people. And so it's a mix. Oh, yeah. And we've got racism, of course, anti-Indian racism. And Indians are not happy with it. MAGA Indians specifically. Well, I mean, what did you think was going to happen, guys? What did you think was going to happen? That they were going to accept you because you were saying the right things? Yeah, obviously not. So, look, we got a lot of these great stories, so please like and share. And strap in, man. It's going to be a hell of a ride. All right, let's start out with the grift. When the cheat code for grifting MAGA voters is built directly into the AI, the grift isn't the bug, it's the feature. His name, well, his online pseudonym is Sam. He is 22 years old. He's studying to be an orthopedic surgeon in northern India. He's also broke, so his parents help out with the bills. You know, pretty much your average student, right? Most of his money actually goes to the licensing exams. And he is also saving up, and this, of course, is kind of important. He's saving up to immigrate to the United States. Interesting. So while he's doing that, Sam started looking for some side hustles. So he tried doing YouTube shorts. He sold study notes, but none of it really scaled, okay? So then he decided to open up Google's Gemini AI. And he asked it how to build a hot girl Instagram account that would make him money. Yeah. So here's what Gemini told him. It said, the conservative audience, especially older men in the US, have higher disposable income and are more loyal. Gemini's word for the strategy here was cheat code. That's the AI's word. Okay, not mine. Not mine. Even though it does fit. So in January, Sam created Emily Hart, a registered nurse, blonde bombshell, Jennifer Lawrence lookalike, You know, she got a Coors Light and she loves ice fishing, going to the rifle range. And she had captions in her profile. Like, for example, Christ is king, abortion is murder, and all illegals must be deported. None of which, of course, Sam believes in, obviously. None of which Sam is. But Emily is not real, and Sam isn't even an American. So let's get into the details, because, I love everything about the story. So Sam claims every reel that he posted on Emily's Instagram account was hitting about 3 million views, 5 million views, 10 million views. The algorithm loved her. Within 30 days, just a month, Emily Hart had over 10,000 Instagram followers and a paying fan view subscriber base. Sam's exact words here were, I was basically doing nothing, and I was just flooded with money. Flooded. But now, it wasn't just Sam, though. The Washington Post also documented Jessica Foster, a fake AI Army service member who picked up over 1 million followers in 4 months after posting a deep-faked selfie with Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Then pivoted to selling feet pics, because of course, right? Then there's Mayflower Mommy 13, whose profile said, if this American flag is your pride flag, I want to be friends. Now, the top comment, by the way, which is quoted in a Wired piece that I'm sourcing here, it said, not a Democrat living the world looks like this, folks. Young fellas, pay attention. The comment is real, but the woman is obviously not. Now, Sam told Wired on the record what the business model is. Quote, the MAGA crowd is made up of dumb people, like super dumb people, and they fall for it. Look, man, he ain't wrong. Okay, so we've got a 22-year-old Indian med student who built a fake American conservative woman to sell softcore AI porn to American conservative men, saying in a published interview that his marks are super dumb. I love everything about this. And then he said, I haven't seen any easier way to make money online. I've said it before, man. Grifting the right wing is so goddamn easy. It's a target-rich environment. Just marks everywhere. Okay, but what about the left? That's a good question. You see, it turns out that Sam also attempted to grift the left, grift liberals. So he built a short-lived liberal version of Emily to see if this model would work both ways. You know, grifting from both sides. Did it work? No. No, of course it didn't work. Now, his explanation, of course, is Democrats know that it's AI slop, so they don't engage as much. Now, what does that tell you here? Honestly. So now look, obviously the temptation here is to make this a story just about partisan gullibility. It's fun. Or about, how lonely right-wing men are online. Or about, like, maybe AI policies. All of those things are very real and important issues. But I actually want to talk about immigration. You see, this is what happens to the immigration debate when you strip off the rhetoric. What you get is a foreign worker, an Indian man, working with a Google product hosted on American social media platforms, getting bank from American consumers who, ironically, voted specifically to keep foreign workers like him out of the country. I mean, that's not exactly a contradiction here. That is how the system was actually built. You see, capital doesn't care about your immigration politics. The platforms don't care. Google's AI literally suggested the grift, and Meta let it run until it tripped a fraud filter. And FanView and this is the first I've heard of it, they actually exist specifically to monetize content that other platforms have rejected. This whole pipeline, AI generation, social distribution, payment rails, it all runs identically whether the worker is documented, undocumented, in Ohio, or in Uttar Pradesh. The MAGA voter who tipped Emily Hart $50 for a custom message wasn't really being scammed by an enemy of his country. He was being scammed by capitalism, doing what capitalism does. Again, the top commenter here. Not a Democrat living the world looks like this, folks. Young fellas, you better pay attention. Pay attention to what, sir? An AI-generated woman who doesn't actually exist, built by a man you literally voted to keep out of the country, selling you naked images generated by a chatbot that doesn't actually have a body? Look, this is a reality for the rank and file MAGA voter in 2026. Their movement, I mean, it's always been a scam. It's always been monetized. So it's been monetized beneath them, above them, around them, by the same global digital labor pool that they've been told by for 10 years or more is the enemy. Now, here's the FAFO. Sam is going to graduate. He's going to apply for a U.S. visa. He's going to use the money he made off MAGA voters to fund his immigration application. So the people who bought Christ is King, deport all legals merch are paying directly in dollars with their credit cards for the immigration of a man who wrote that sentence to mock specifically them. And of course, the best part is that he feels absolutely no guilt for this. He said, quote, "I don't feel like I was scamming people." You get that bag, Sam. Look, he was getting paid. They were happy with the product, obviously. That's really the only morality that the capitalist system recognizes. So there you go. Look, this isn't about online pornography. This isn't about AI chatbots. This isn't about a single med student in India. It's actually about a movement that has been turned into a target market by, ironically, the very people it claims to hate, using the tools built by the corporations that it claims to fear. As Adam Serwer famously put it, the cruelty is the point. Okay? But here, the cruelty is the business model. Because MAGA loves to be cruel. And they do it for a point, for a purpose. Okay? And I guess it's only fair that the people who built the cruelty machine are the very ones that are getting targeted by somebody who is able to monetize it for his own gain. And that business model, by the way, will continue to run as long as people keep on buying that product. I absolutely love that story. It's amazing. Okay. Let's move on, shall we? Oh, yes. Regino Rojas survived the pandemic, but he may not survive what Texas voted for. You see, Rojas owns Revolver Taco Lounge in Dallas. Like, he built it from nothing. And it became a destination for many folks looking for authentic Mexican food. So I'm going to give you a quote here from Rojas, what he said last week. He said, "I think this right now is actually worse than the pandemic. Worse than the pandemic." And he's talking about, of course, the economy. Again, in a state that handed Donald Trump 58% of its vote, even after said pandemic that Trump had kind of caused. Well, he didn't cause it, but he didn't make it any better. He didn't really do anything about it. In fact, a lot of his actions made it worse. Now, of course, he's not alone. The entire Texas restaurant industry is now saying the same thing. The conservative trade associations, the ones that have been aligned with the Republican Party for 30 years, are publicly breaking with this administration. That's not politics, man. That is a revolt in the base, in the money people. So let's get into it. For 18 years, Sam Lash has run a Texas wholesale company that connects local farmers with restaurant kitchens. He's watched the relationship between Texas agriculture, restaurant owners, and immigrant labor hold the entire food economy together. Now, here's what Lash told reporters on the record. Quote, there's been a really symbiotic relationship between Texas farmers, Texas restaurant owners, and immigrant labor for many generations. I've been doing this for 18 years. There's never been a time where it is more difficult to access consistent, reliable, skilled labor from immigrants. 18 years. Never worse than it is right now. So let me give you the receipts on what that actually looks like. The National Restaurant Association reports nearly 1 in 4 restaurant workers in this country is an immigrant. 55% of operators say current immigration policies have already hurt their businesses. 37% are watching traffic and sales drop like a rock. 18% have employees who simply stopped showing up to work, and not because they quit, but because they're afraid to leave their homes. Yeah, I guess they really don't want, ICE to come up and just snatch them, to kidnap them out of nowhere. I don't really blame them. Next, in Texas, 50% of restaurants reported that they were not profitable last year, up from 38% the year before. That's a 12-point collapse in 12 months. An absolute disaster. Emily Williams-Knight runs the Texas Restaurant Association. Now, she's been driving around the state, talking to other restaurant owners or franchisees. Here's what she said. Quote, there is a clear absence of people spending in restaurants because people are afraid to go out to eat. A lot of people who work in restaurants are also scared to show up. Sales are falling, but there's no room to take margin hits now. And that's why we're seeing more closures. We have to fix this yesterday. Now, that right there is a huge warning sign from one of the most conservative trade groups in one of the most reddest states in the country. Yeah. It's funny. It turns out that your politics don't matter as much as your personal finances. And that's what they're making these decisions based on now. So now the Texas Restaurant Association has launched a coalition called Seat the Table. That's 20 plus hospitality and agricultural groups, including the James Beard Foundation, which, okay. Apparently their demand is this: work permits for long-term vetted immigrants who have been in this country at least 5 years. Interesting. Now, Kelsey Erickson Strofert, the coalition spokesperson, said this, quote, we have to connect this to prices. We know voters across the political spectrum consider affordability to be their biggest issue. The data tells us sales and traffic are down, in part because of the impact current immigration policies are having on consumers and on the workforce. It's restricting restaurants' ability to make the math work. Look, the Texas restaurant economy was built on a math that included immigrant labor as a non-negotiable input. Trump has been removing that. And now, as a result, the math ain't mathin'. And no one should be surprised. No one should be Pikachu face about this. The reality is that the Texas restaurant economy was built on a foundation of immigrant labor. Immigrants worked, or they came to start businesses, while the owners, they built, and the customers, of course, they ate. And they had a good time. But what Trump did wasn't disrupt a broken economy. He actually broke a working economy. And that, of course, has disastrous impacts for everyone involved. But here's where it gets worse. You see, the FIFA World Cup is coming to the U.S. this summer. Texas is one of the host states. Okay? Dallas is on that list. The verified national projection is over $11 billion in economic impact. Regina Rojas told reporters on the record that he is counting on the World Cup to give his restaurant a lifeline. But who staffs the restaurants when the World Cup shows up? If the workforce that built Texas hospitality has been scattered, deported, or driven underground, then the World Cup revenue Rojas is banking on doesn't arrive. Sure, Donald Trump gets a stadium photo op. The small business owner who survived the pandemic, though, they get left with nothing. That's the reality for Regina Rojas. The jobs are not being filled by American workers, and the prices, they're not going down. The restaurants aren't stronger. They're closing up shop. And the people who voted to make this happen are now ironically organizing it against the very policy that they voted for. I mean, this isn't just about immigration. It's also about who gets sacrificed when the math that you sold the country doesn't work the way that you said it would. The base that was supposed to be protected from the fallout of these policies are now the very ones that are getting burned. How ironic. Oh, my goodness. But, it gets better. Here comes the mass hypocrisy. You're going to love this next story. Valentina Gomez built her career screaming about the boat people. The UK just banned her. So she announced that she will be going to the UK on a boat. No, you can't make this stuff up, okay? Not even if I tried. Now, before we get into how this happened, I do want you to hold on to a couple of numbers here. Okay. The first one, 162. Now, that's how many people have died attempting to cross the English Channel on small boats since 2019. International migration organizations, they track this. The bodies are real. The second number, 69. In this case, it's not nice, because that is how many of those deaths happened in 2024 alone. The deadliest year on record. 2 more people died on that water this month, fleeing something desperate enough that 21 miles of 48-degree open water in an inflatable raft looked like a better option. And in the same week those 2 people lost their lives, a Colombian-born MAGA influencer who has spent her entire political career demonizing migrants announced that she will make that exact same crossing with current and former U.S. soldiers, by the way, as a power move. So let's get into it. Now, here's who Valentina Gomez is, for anyone just arriving at this train wreck. And she's born in Colombia, immigrated to the United States. She went to Tulane Business School, class of 2020, collegiate swimmer. Oh, that'll help her. Now, at some point in her 20s, she made a calculation that the fastest lane to political relevance was to build a brand around opposing the exact thing that she had done, which is cross a border for a chance at a better life. She ran for Texas's 31st Congressional District twice. She was the one who burned a Quran on camera and told Muslim Americans to F off to any of the 57 Muslim nations. She lost her first Republican primary in 2024. She came back in March of this year, doubled down on every single losing position, and shockingly lost again by a wide margin. It wasn't even close. You see, the Republican voters of Texas were not exactly known for their progressive sensibilities. They looked at Valentina Gomez twice and said, oh, hell no. Gee, I wonder why. So when your own party will not put you on the ballot and your own country won't put you in office, where do you go? Well, you go international, of course. You attach your name to other people's movements. That's her origin story. So now let's get to the receipts here. But first, let's talk about Tommy Robinson, the British far-right provocateur with multiple criminal convictions. He had organized an event called Unite the Kingdom, scheduled for May 16th in London. Valentina Gomez was actually booked to speak there. So, of course, she applied for and received an electronic travel authorization, which is the visa equivalent for U.S. citizens who want to enter the U.K. However, UK Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood reviewed that authorization and then made a decision to withdraw it. On what legal grounds? That she is not conducive to the public good. Now, that phrase isn't new. That's actually the exact same legal standard that the British government applied when it banned Kanye. Yeah, after his whole public anti-Semitic meltdown and expressed admiration for the mustache man. So a formal government determination found that her presence in the UK actually posed a sufficient threat to public safety and social cohesion that she should not be allowed entry into the country. So now what did Gomez do as a result of this? Well, she didn't file a legal appeal. She didn't accept the decision either. No, she posted a video online, and in that video, she announced that her response to the ban would be to enter the UK illegally by a small boat, escorted by, once again, current and former U.S. service members. That's right. You got a Colombian-born immigrant who built a political career by demanding migrants stop crossing the borders illegally, announcing her intention to cross a border illegally. I know. Her brand is, oh, look at those people. They came in on small boats. How dare they? And now she's the one saying, I'm going to come in on a small boat. I mean, and is recruiting U.S. military personnel to commit a federal level immigration violation in a foreign country. And she's doing it on camera for like MAGA content. I mean, look, this is a great example where words stop mattering and actions matter more. And those actions will tell you exactly who this person is. But here's the thing. This isn't just about one influencer's rank hypocrisy. Remember, Valentina Gomez is actually not the first person. She's actually just the latest in a string of this happening. In January, France actually banned about 10 different British anti-immigrant activists from entering their country on those same legal grounds, by the way. The Dutch right-wing influencer, Eva Vlaardingenbroek, has been quietly shut out of multiple European events. So there's a documented pattern here across the entire transatlantic far-right ecosystem of professional anti-immigrant figures being formally barred from the borders they spent their careers demanding be sealed. Oh, how ironic. Again, they built the legal framework. They demanded this enforcement and then cheered when migrants got turned around. They posted the deportation videos with little laughing emojis. Oh, look at that. Oh, you stupid migrants. And now the same enforcement architecture they spent a decade glorifying is now being pointed back at them. Hey, turnabout is fair play, bitch. This is the reality for the professional anti-immigrant pundit class in 2026. I love it. The walls they wanted are now walls that they can't get through. The bans that they demanded are now bans on them. The borders they wanted militarized are now the same borders that turned them around. Hey, play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. And here's the part of the story that's going to land the hardest, because it's the part that Valentina Gomez is never going to address. 162 people. That is the documented death count on the channel route since 2019. 69 in 2024 alone. 2 more this month. Most of them, they're fleeing wars, persecution, or economic collapse, documented in their countries of origin. None of them did it for content. None of them had a Tulane business degree to fall back on. And none of them announced their crossing on Instagram with a soundtrack. Valentina Gomez is talking about a publicity stunt, about renting a boat, filming the crossing, about posing for the camera in, 48-degree water that killed 162 human beings in order to make a political point about how unfair it is that she got banned from a speaking gig. Well, the dead, they don't get a press release. The dead don't get a podcast tour. They don't get a Tommy Robinson rally to headline. Look, the British government read her record. They read her statements about Muslims. They watched her Quran burning video. And they looked at the social impact of letting her speak in London 12 days after the Manchester synagogue attack. And they said, oh, hell no. That's not censorship. That's a host country making a sovereign decision about who can walk through their door. It's the exact same sovereign decision that Valentina Gomez has spent her career demanding the United States make about migrants from Latin America. Look, this isn't just about her. This isn't just about one ban. This is actually about a pundit class that built their movement on a premise that some borders are sacred and some borders are just decoration. Sacred when they keep the brown people out. Decoration when they get in the way of a paid speaking engagement. Now, the UK government just told them which one their border is. The 2 people who died this month told them what the actual stakes of that border are. And the silence from the entire MAGA influencer class on those 2 deaths, while they crank out content defending Gomez's right to do a stunt crossing in the same water, that silence is their entire ideology in a single frame. The cruelty was always the point. The boats were always real. The bodies were always there. The only thing that changed is which side of the border these influencers are now standing on. So laws don't apply to them. Gico figure. 100%. 100%. Okay. To stay on the same topic of immigration and racism, we're going to go into talking about the Indian MAGA folks and how they've suddenly discovered that there's racism in this establishment. Yeah, who knew? Who'd have thunk it? The wealthiest immigrant group in America funded the movement that now wants them gone. And the people running that movement are not hiding their next move. You see, Vivek Ramaswamy built a $30 million campaign for the Republican presidential nomination. He raised millions more for Donald Trump. He went on every podcast in the conservative ecosystem. He delivered an Indian American MAGA voter base that was historically unreachable for the Republican Party. And he was rewarded with a co-leadership role at the non-department Department of Government Efficiency. Now, that was in December of 2024. By April of 2026, the same MAGA base that Vivek delivered is now publicly debating whether Indian Americans count as Americans at all. Now, this isn't a fringe story. This is the most powerful faction inside the Trump coalition openly negotiating who gets deported next. And the people that conversation, inside that conversation, they're not just politicians. They're the rank and file. They're Trump's kids. They're Tucker Carlson's audience. And they're winning this argument. So let's get into it. Now, the Groper movement, Nick Fuentes' America First operation, has spent years pushing one consistent demand inside the Republican Party to stop all immigration, not just from the southern border, but all of it. H-1B, family reunification, skilled worker visas, Indian tech workers, Chinese graduate students, the entire pipeline. For most of those years, the Republican donor class had treated the Groypers as just like a little embarrassment. Tolerable for the votes, obviously. Useful for the energy, the youthful energy, but not in the room when policy was made. You see, the room was for the H-1B friendly Silicon Valley folks. The room was for the Wall Street Journal editorial board. The room was for people like Vivek Ramaswamy. But that changed in late 2024. Vivek posted a now infamous tweet defending H-1B visas and arguing that American culture had a, quote, venerated mediocrity over excellence. The Groyper internet, within 72 hours, the conversation inside the MAGA coalition was no longer about whether Vivek was useful. It was about whether Vivek belonged in the country. Of course, Trump weighed in quietly, but unmistakably on the side of the Groypers. Vivek was out at Doge within weeks. Elon Musk took the visible role. Vivek was politely shuffled toward an Ohio gubernatorial run. And the donor class, they moved on. Now, that was a warning shot, but let's take a look at what is happening right now. You see, the H-1B fight is no longer a fight inside the GOP. It's actually settled. The Trump administration's Department of Labor has issued draft rulemaking that would dramatically restrict H-1B issuance, prioritize wage thresholds that exclude entry-level engineering positions, and accelerate denials of pending applications. The Groypers wrote that policy, and they're openly bragging about it. Now, the same coalition that is now openly discussing their next move. See, there's a sustained online campaign boosted by accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers, including names you might know from the cable news rotation, to revoke birthright citizenship for the kids of H-1B visa holders. That right there is a direct constitutional confrontation waiting to happen. And the people pushing it are no longer at the kids' table anymore. They're sitting at the policy table with the big boys. Now, the reaction inside the Indian American MAGA donor class is quiet panic. Multiple anonymous quotes in Wired's reporting from major Republican Indian America donors describing, in their own words, the realization that they are not, in fact, considered fully American by the very people that they helped elect. Shocker. And there's a realization. They were never going to accept you. You know that, right? That they hate you. They have always hated you. What don't you get about this? But now here's the thing, though. The temptation, and it's a strong one, is to make this a story about racism inside of MAGA, about bigotry, about hypocrisy. Those things are real, but they've also been done to death. And that's just the door, by the way. The room behind that door is huge. This is more of a story about how political coalitions actually work. The Indian American MAGA donor class believed that they were buying influence. They were not only influence, but protection. But what they actually ended up buying was just temporary protection. The people selling that protection were always going to renegotiate that price. Again, it's like Darth Vader renegotiating with Lando Calrissian in The Empire Strikes Back. And you know what he said about it? This deal is getting worse all the time. Exactly. By the way, every immigrant group in American history has been told the same thing. Don't worry, if you help us with the current enemy, then we're not going to come for you. You'll be one of the good ones. The Italians were told that. The Irish were told that. The Eastern European Jews, they were told that. And in every single case, that protection lasted only as long as the immigrant group was politically useful. and not a single day longer. Now, the Groypers, they do understand this. They're pretty explicit about it. Their entire ideology is that whiteness is the only stable category and that every other category is conditional. The Indian American donor who wrote $1 million check to Donald Trump or to a Trump-aligned PAC in 2024 wasn't buying a seat at the table. They were just renting it. And the Groypers just told the landlord to raise that rent. And now here's where the story, this becomes a story about every American, not just an Indian American MAGA folks, okay? The Groyper faction has policy power, not just influence, but power. They wrote the H-1B draft. They're writing the birthright citizenship campaign. They will write what comes after that. And what comes after H-1B and birthright citizenship is, by their own published roadmap, the targeting of legal permanent residents, the renegotiation of refugee admissions to 0, and the formal declaration that the United States is an ethno-state, a white ethno-state. That's not a slippery slope argument. That is their published platform. They wrote it down. They put it on Substack. They said it on their podcasts. And the only group inside the Trump coalition that was politically positioned to push back, the Silicon Valley H-1B friendly wing, anchored by Indian American donors, they're currently being purged. You're not white, man. You were never going to be white. We told you what this was. But I don't understand. I helped fund the campaign. I should be safe. And that exchange is the entire 2026 Republican Party in 2 lines. That's the reality for every immigrant who thought they were going to have a permanent seat at the MAGA table. Look, the Groypers are no longer on the fringes, folks. They're the staff. And they're helping to pick the next target. And the people who funded their rise are now finding out that the receipt for that funding might be their own deportation. At the end of the day, the cruelty was always the point. The racism was always the point. And the hierarchy was always the plan. The only thing that changed is who is now standing inside the wall and who's going to be left outside of it. Okay. Now we go from, Vivek Ramaswamy to Tucker Carlson and his apology. You're going to love that. Okay. On Monday, Tucker Carlson said that he was tormented. On Tuesday, the man he helped re-elect called him low IQ. Both things happen to be true, and neither is an accident. You see, Carlson sat down on his own podcast this week with his brother Buckley sitting across from him, and he said this: you and I and everyone else who supported him, you wrote speeches for him, I campaigned for him. I mean, we're implicated in this for sure. Again, he used the word tormented. He even apologized for misleading people and called for a moment to wrestle with our own consciousness. Conscience. Words are hard. That is the most powerful conservative media voice of the last, 15 years, asking the audience he built for absolution live on tape. Now, before we get into the receipts, I want you to hold on to this one fact. Tucker Carlson is not a victim of Donald Trump. He is a co-author of Trump. And I think we need to be pretty precise about that distinction, okay? Because the entire purpose of an apology like this one, like what I'm about to show you, is to blur it. So let's get into it. First, let's show you some of this confession.
It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind. or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. We'll be tormented by it for a long time. I will be. And I want to say I'm sorry for misleading people. It was not intentional. That's all I'll say.
So what that sounds like is a man who's been workshopping this apology in his head for weeks. And of course, here's the thing. The morning after Carlson released that segment, Trump went over to Truth Social and called him a low IQ person. Always easy to beat. Beat at what? He didn't run for office. Now, Trump then threatened to publish a list of MAGA supporters categorized as good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Oh, okay. He's doing like a ranking. Tucker Carlson was obviously put in the bad column. That did not take long for him to go from co-architect to being on the enemies list. So now the temptation here for some is to take that apology at face value. To say, oh, well, at least he said it. Man, at least somebody on that side is admitting that they made a mistake. Look, as a media figure myself, I get the appeal. I do. But at the end of the day, I am not buying it, and neither should you. Look, the question isn't whether Tucker Carlson feels bad. I don't really care about his feelings. What I care about, or I should say who I care about, are the folks who paid the price for him to be wrong on purpose. The teachers who got their curriculum gutted by the school board members Tucker Carlson radicalized. They paid. The trans kids whose families had to flee 3 states to be able to find a doctor. They paid. The election workers in Georgia who got death threats from people who watched Tucker's show. They paid. The migrant farm workers being pulled out of their homes by the ICE raids Tucker spent years demanding. They're paying right now. While Tucker Carlson made, by Forbes' last public estimate, over $35 million a year at Fox News at the peak of his Trump defense era. The audience he built, the fear he sold, the great replacement framing that he mainstreamed, every dollar of that contract was paid by these same advertisers whose products were placed inside the segments that radicalized the audience that voted for the policies that are now hurting real people. But Tucker is sorry now. Oh, boo-hoo. Cry me a river. Don't care. I don't care. I don't care. He could be sorry all day long. I'm not going to buy it. And I am certainly never, ever going to be on the side of Tucker frickin' Carlson. And neither should you. And by the way, any pundit who's on the left or, claims to be on the left, claims to be progressive, liberal, whatever, is like, well, Tucker Carlson, you should get credit for apologizing. No credit for you. No credit for people who stick up for Tucker. None at all. Tucker is a bad person. And one apology, one little mea culpa from him does not undo his legacy of racism and hatred. Now, that said, I've got some more quotes from Tucker, okay? In 2023, the Dominion voting systems lawsuit had forced Fox News to disclose internal text messages from its primetime hosts during the post-election fraud coverage. And among the documents, you had a private text from Tucker Carlson to a colleague. Here it is. I hate him passionately. I can't handle much more of this. We're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. He was talking about Donald Trump, saying that he hated him passionately and couldn't handle much more. That same Tucker Carlson then went out and campaigned for Trump in 2024. Literally spoke at the Republican National Convention, hosted Trump at his podcast for very friendly interviews, and endorsed a campaign that brought us to this exact moment in time. And now, in 2026. He says, I'm so sorry. It's not intentional. I was misled. Oh, you were misled, were you? You, the man who wrote, I hate him passionately 3 years before campaigning for him. You were misled. By whom, sir? Who? Yourself? By the Tucker Carlson who already knew all of this? Because the receipts say that you didn't mislead anyone. The receipts say that you knew exactly what he was. You said so in writing, but you supported his ass anyway. Look, that's not an apology. That's a confession dressed up as an apology. And you're hoping that your audience is too stupid to notice the difference. I mean, now here's the thing about the access economy, okay? Because that's what it's all about. Tucker Carlson built a $35 million career standing adjacent to power. Now, Fox News fired him in 2023, but he rebuilt by becoming a very Trump-aligned, supposedly independent voice. The 2024 election put him back in the room. And now, 15 months into a second Trump term that is purging anyone Trump perceives as insufficiently loyal, Tucker Carlson, he's positioning for what comes next. The apology that you heard is not for you. The apology is for his next platform deal, the next podcast network, the next book contract, the next phase of his illustrious career, which requires distance from a Trump administration that just put him on a public enemies list. Tucker Carlson isn't asking the audience he misled for forgiveness. He's asking the future audience he wants to monetize for permission. Those are very different transactions, and only one of them involves you. Now, look, I want to say something important here because I think that it matters. I've been doing this channel for a long time. I've never had to apologize to you for my coverage of Donald Trump. You know why? Because for the beginning, I've told you the truth about him. Not because I'm a better person than Tucker Carlson, although I probably am. No, it's because I wasn't making $35 million a year to lie to you. That's why. The economics of an independent YouTube channel and the economics of a Fox News primetime slot are not the same, obviously. And the reason you're watching this channel and not his is, I think, at least in part, because the math made honesty the only available business model. That's not a brag. That's just what it is. And I do think it's worth saying out loud. The once highest paid liar in cable news is asking his audience for absolution. But this isn't entirely all about Tucker Carlson. This isn't about a single apology. This is actually more about a media class that figured out somewhere around 2016 that demonizing other Americans for ratings happened to be the most lucrative business in the country. They built their mansions on it. They built networks on it. They built political careers on it. And now, as the policies they sold reach the people who can't afford to be sold, to anymore, well, they're pivoting to the apology phase. And you know what? That pays. The apology phase always pays. There's a memoir contract. There's a redemption tour. Maybe even a CNN reboot. There could be a Netflix documentary for all we know. The same media economy that paid them to lie is going to pay them to repent. And then when the next strongman appears, it'll pay them to do it all over again. Never sell out for access to power. That's the rule here. That's the whole bag. Tucker Carlson, he was always a sellout for access. He's not sorry that he sold out, though. He's just sorry that access is now gone. Okay. That's... I was going to do one last story, but I don't think I have the time for it. I'm about 3 minutes from handing it over to the next show. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, yep, it is. Yep, that's what I thought. All right, cool. But before I do, let me go and read some comments here. There we go. Tucker is and always will be a fascist. 100%. Not buying it. Wouldn't buy that for $1 or you know what, 2 cents. Not even worth 2 cents. And like Joe Rogan, he was only doing it for the money. Absolutely. Reference frame disagrees though. Rogan was already quite rich for years before 2024. He didn't endorse Trump for the money. I mean, that's a fair point. Actually, that's a pretty fair point, because the way that I look at it is Joe Rogan is kind of dumb. And I don't say that in necessarily a bad thing, which kind of like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You just called the man dumb. Yeah, he's dumb. He's meathead. Okay. The guy has always been a muscly meathead. So he's not very smart. But in a way, he's kind of representative of a good chunk of the American voter bloc, voter base. You know, the guy goes on air and just basically just talks about random stuff, conspiracy theories, and, you know, weird things that he's seen on the internet. Not a smart person. Not somebody that you should get your news from. All right. And he is that average kind of meathead. And so I don't know. Again, the point of him being rich already and not endorsing Trump for the money, I think kind of makes sense when you look at it from that framing. Okay. He's just a dumb person who endorses dumb people sometimes. We got to remember too that he did endorse Bernie Sanders at one point. And so, you know, you got to look at that and be like, interesting. So, you know, and under a Bernie Sanders presidency, Joe Rogan would have been taxed a lot more. And so, you know, you got to look at that. But anyway, I'm pretty much out of time. Okay. So look, if any of this resonated with you, then please hit like and subscribe. It obviously helps the algorithm push this to the people who actually need to hear it. Also, you can head over to our Patreon or become a member of my channel on YouTube if you want to support the work directly. Okay, every dollar you donate goes back into doing research and production and improving production and all that stuff. Now, you can find me over at my YouTube at The Logical Leftist, Instagram, Logical Leftist, Blue Sky, Jeff Waldorf at .bsky.social. You can follow for daily updates and video clips. Once again, I want to thank you for being here. Up next on this space, we have Andrea Rovenski. You see it. Signs up ahead. You know what it says? Welcome to Fuckville. Population, us.
Hello? Are we live? Testing. Testing. Are we live? Where's the producer? Please produce me. Live and audible. That is wonderful. I am in a new location. A new location. This is like my 15th location in the last couple of months, and this location has a positive benefit to this location, in that well, you already know the positive benefit, unless you're listening. If you're listening, well, then I don't like you. I'm holding the microphone today so that I sound close, so that when I wobble around, it's not but is if the microphone, does it sound okay? Microphone, I'm holding the microphone. Is there any sound? Is there a sound is there a sound on the microphone? Last week there was no Fville, unfortunately. I was spinning in the air at large speeds, and so I was unable to do a program. The data centers consumed the electrical, you know what I mean, my power went out. But anyway, so welcome to the show today. We've taken a week off, unplanned week off, but that's fine, because it allowed me to spend 2 weeks refreshing my material, and that's exactly what I did, of course. I saw over the last 2 weeks that Donald Trump finished the war. I saw that the war with the United States and Israel, and which is also, by the way, the pedophile capital of the world. I saw that the war was over the last few weeks. The Strait was open. And then the Strait was closed, and then the war was back on, but then it was over again, and then the Strait was then I saw that Donald Trump blockaded the blockade, and then all this stuff happens, and then apparently we're back to war now, so that's great. So the war is back on. I'm glad that the war is now back on, though, because then that gives me something to talk about. What am I supposed to talk about if there's no, bombs dropping on elementary schools, right? So I'm glad that this is all happening. The end of the world is upon us. So over the last few weeks, I have also been paying attention. There have been some elections and election-related news over the last few weeks. I saw that Virginia is voting, or they did vote on gerrymandering. So that's cool. I think it's getting more and more obvious that the democratic system. I'm just gonna put the microphone down. My arm hurts. I think it's getting more obvious, more and more, that this so-called democratic system doesn't really make a lot of sense. First of all, congressional districts are really stupid. Congressional districts have been stupid for their entire existence. Let's be clear. But if I remember correctly, any of those historians out there, other historians, I don't know. If I remember correctly, I believe it was in the 1930s. I don't know, where they put a cap on House districts. Was it the 1930s? Hold on. I gotta look this up so I'm not fucking stupid here. I think it was maybe it was like the 1890s. I don't fucking. Pretty sure it's maybe. Watch it be like 1929. I'm just gonna look this up. This is a live fact check that I'm doing for you all. When was this cap added? Fuck, it was 1929. God damn it. What? It's always 1929. In the 1920s, there was a law that went through Congress that basically said, we're kind of done making Congress a fair game. That was 100 years ago. Not even, actually. 1929 was not 100 years ago. It was less than 100 years ago. And as a result, our Congress has been basically fucked up since. Up until 1929, as the population grew in the United States, and the people, the humans, I should say, that are allowed to be called people, in the United States has grown, the number of congressional seats grew as well. And then 1929 happened, and they're like, let's just stop with the whole Congress thing. Let's just make it, it's kind of hard to keep track of all of this stuff. Let's just kind of stop it there. And that is why there are 435 House seats today. So gerrymandering is something that can really only exist when you factor in that congressional districts were not allowed to be added after 1929. So if you can't add any new congressional districts, even though the population is continuing to soar, well, then what the fuck are we supposed to be doing here? Well, I guess we have to gerrymander the districts, and we have to have the districts look like fucking spaghetti pasta noodle shapes that you've never even conceived of. Looking like, it's like you got sucked into a goddamn black hole or some shit, and then that's what the fucking district looks like, right? So our districts are really stupid. The whole thing about Congress is really dumb. I got a lot of problems with this country, but Congress is I think I dislike Congress more than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump would not exist if we had a Congress. Think about, well, maybe he would be alive, but he wouldn't be president right now if we had an actual Congress. Think about this. Think about an alternate timeline where instead of 435 House seats, we had, I don't know what the number would be right now. I don't know, actually. I maybe I should know. There's a group of people that track this stuff. I'm sure you can look up what the number is. But there might be 1,000, maybe even 1,500. I'm not sure exactly what the number is. But I know that there would be around 1,000 seats in the House of Representatives if this 1929 law was not actually passed. And so I want you to imagine a United States Republic since 1929, a United States Republic going through World War II. Imagine if we had a United States Congress with 500 or 600 members that were apportioned accurately based on the growing population, would we have gone into Korea? We're going all the way back to 1950 something. Was it 53 maybe? The Korean War. Would the Korean War have happened if this Congressional Apportionment Act was not passed? I'm not sure. The Korean War and the justification for the United States' illegal, unconstitutional entry into the Korean War is partially responsible for the fact that Donald Trump is parading around in Iran and blowing up children. With the Korean War, our president at that time, I want to say it was Truman. Truman basically said, we don't really care about Congress. Congress can die. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to go to war because the UN said so, I guess. I don't know. And then United States troops were sent to Korea unconstitutionally. Congress was not asked. Congress did not debate the Korean War. They did not authorize the Korean War. But yet, Americans flew over to Korea to kill innocent people for no goddamn fucking reason and got sent home in body bags. Isn't that interesting? And over the course of those last 70 so years up until now, the current world that we live in, we've been as slowly and steadily basically just tearing our republic to shreds because the citizens of this country are fucking stupid. We're talking about legendarily stupid, like a mythical almost lack of intelligence or even just basic historical knowledge on the countries that people in the United States happen to live in. If you are, let's say, not a citizen of the United States, maybe what I am saying does not apply to you, but if you have U.S. citizenship, chances are you're a fucking idiot. Let's just be honest about it. Most likely, if you're to just pick a random person with U.S. citizenship out of a hat, they're a fucking moron, okay? And again, one of the reasons why this country is so poor, and poor I mean on a moral level, and so disgusting, is because we don't know anything about how our country works. Again, think about if we had 1,000 or 1,100 or 1,200 congressional seats. Just imagine that world, right? That's the world the founders wanted us to live in. Now, I'm not here to suck the dick of a founder because they're all a bunch of fuckers anyway. But I should say that that is what they thought would happen as the U.S. would expand. They wanted there to be a lot of congressional representatives. That is why the Senate was motherfucking created. That's why we have a goddamn Senate. The Senate was the counter. Now, again, the founders, really stupid. Now, they're smart. I think the founders, on average, are smarter than the average American today, but they're really dumb. All right, let's be honest. They're really dumb. Right, they're very dim. But the whole reason with the Senate as a counterbalance to the House of Representatives is because the House of Representatives was designed to grow and meet the demands of the population. The Senate, now again, what is a republic? I don't know if I have to go back this far, but what is a republic? Let's just get it real quick, okay? A republic is a psychological operation that is done by the powers that be against the citizenship, the citizenry, I should say. The republic, the concept of a republic is a way to obfuscate, to hide your true intentions from the public, and also let the public feel that they are participating, right? So that is why you have a House of Representatives and you have a Senate. The House of Representatives was supposed to be the pressure release valve for the citizenry of the United States of America. The citizenry was the white landowning citizenry, white male landowning citizenry, was supposed to vent their frustration with the United States government by voting in congressional elections. And those congressional elections were pretty much all they had to do. Keep in mind, you could not vote for senators in the original constitutional formation of the United States Republic. Senatorial appointments were done by the governor of the state. So if you wanted to manipulate the U.S. Senate, you would have to start by voting for governor. Now, again, the whole purpose of a republic is to create a labyrinth in your mind. That is the purpose. That is why the Romans invented the republic. The Romans murdered their king, Tarquinius, right? A guy named Brutus, not that one, another one, murdered a king named Tarquinius. Then, what do? The king is gone. Okay, well, the rich people, they want to stay in control, but there's no more king to wave his big dick around and say that the senators are better just because of God or whatever the fuck. So how do we make it so that the poor citizens think that they have a little bit of power so that we can stay in charge? That's when they invented the Respublica. And the founders of our wonderfully terrible nation of the United States loved and worshipped Rome. In fact, they would text each other. They would pass notes in class in the form of the Federalist Papers. And when they would do so, they would use Roman-style nicknames. And I'll let you, for anyone who knows about the Roman counterparts and which founders chose which name, there's a lot of information you can glean there based on the mindsets of these people. It's very fun to look at, but that's not what my show is about. I don't know what my show is about, to be fair, but that's not what it is about today. But again, so the concept of a republic is a labyrinth constructed, a mental, psychological labyrinth that is constructed in the minds of the citizenry to prevent them from, I don't know, burning down the palace or whatever the fuck, getting their pitchforks and doing that kind of thing. Of course, there were lots of problems in the Roman Republic, but when the Republic of Rome, semi-officially, unofficially, whatever you want to call it, decomposed, what was left was a executive power situation where people did not really have any direct say in their governments, and that led to situations like the Roman population straight up murdering emperors. There were several, I don't know if you could say murder. Murder is a legal definition. Can you really murder an emperor? If the emperor is outside of the legal framework, they're not really a citizen, right? They're above or outside of the legal framework, so can't really murder them. But anyway, my point being is Romans would kill the emperors at one point. They were going to kill Nero, but he killed himself first. Little U-turn on that bitch. But anyway, that all goes to say the purpose of the Republic is to lie to and manipulate the minds of the citizenry, right? So again, that is where we are today. We are living in a labyrinth of their creation that you do navigate. You live and die by the code of the Republic, and yet it does not exist, right? So, however, that being said, multiple generations of rich cocksucker motherfucker bitches over time in the United States Republic decided, you know what? Maybe letting citizens have power is not so great. So what we're going to do is we're going to slowly, behind the scenes, we're going to limit the citizens' ability to have power. Now think about 1929. What was going on in 1929? Well, of course, black people were voting. Well, not really so much in 1929, but in 1870, black people were voting. And guess what happened? There were, black people were freed from slavery or whatever, they freed themselves, whatever. And then they start voting, right? And then there's all of these new states that keep getting added in the 1850s, the 1860s, 1870s. And black people, because they're on average a lot smarter than white people, and they knew the system that they were living under, decided, well, if we go to these new states, we'll have a larger say in the construction of these new states. We'll be able to, again, let's just ignore the fact that there were indigenous people there again. So that were murdered. And of course, let's just ignore that for now. Just bear with me. It's a large thing to ignore, but let's just try our darndest. If you can ignore the ongoing effects of COVID, I'm sure you can ignore the genocide of the indigenous people throughout the duration of my show for this momentary being. But the point being is black people started understanding the Republican system of governance. They literally were the spearhead of the Republican Party. Now, again, I know a lot of people living right now, you might not like the Republican Party. I don't like the Republican Party. I think that shit's a terror organization. But back then, black people were Republicans, and Republicans knew how the Republic worked. In fact, if I remember correctly, I cited this before, but what's his name? What's his fucking name? It's that fucking guy. There was a Republican who stole a presidential election in like 72, 76, whatever. He's a white guy, obviously. They wouldn't let black people at the top of the party. The Republican Party, they had their limitations. They'll let black people vote for them, but they're not going to give them leadership potential. But Republicans stole a presidential election in the 1870s, and as a part of that, they basically said we're going to end Reconstruction, right? But either way, the Republican system was still working against the rich white former slave owner class. So they would come up with ways to make it so black people couldn't vote. If you just shoot any black person who goes within 10 feet of a polling place, boom, you solved your voter problem with demographics. If you let black people vote and then just set the ballot box on fire, boom, you've solved your problem, right? But again, these are not really permanent solutions, right? Theoretically, these are solutions that could die out if they're not codified. And this is why I go to the 1929 Reapportionment Act, or whatever it is, the House thing that basically fucked up the Congress and created the hell that we live in currently. All right. 1929 was like peak Jim Crow, right? These, well, I don't, there's maybe other historians out there that would differ, but either way, the 1920s is where they were really trying to solidify these anti-black laws and these pro-rich ways of life, and that's why they capped the Congress, because they knew that if unfavorable, undesirable populations were to continue to expand in size in the United States Republic, that they would have more voting power in the Congress. There would be more black members of the House of Representatives. And that's the thing about these fat, and I say fat in the monetary sense, these fat cat cocksuckers in the 1920s. Would anyone like to tell me what was also going on in 1929? Does anyone know? I mean, doesn't take a historian, maybe you're not a historian. Does anyone know what else was going around in 1929? Does anyone, maybe it's familiar to anybody? But again, in the 1920s, these motherfuckers, they had like this futuristic technology. They would hook up they had pantsuits, they had like sealed, vacuum sealed, pipes that would connect their anus to their nose, their nostrils. And they had these advanced technological fart sniffing machines where they would sniff their own farts in the 1920s. And one of the things that they did to our country was to destroy the House of Representatives, because that's the thing. They just did not want to see or hear from poor people or black people, right? So imagine if we had 1,000 House seats in the year 20. I don't know what the number would be. It's maybe 800, maybe 900. I don't fucking know. Someone who does the math can figure that out. Then you would not have just like one AOC. You would have 20, 30, 100 AOCs. Now, again, wouldn't matter much voting-wise. They would never have the power when it comes to a block of voters. But you have to keep in mind, these people, if you can even call them that, were fucking fucked up in the head, and they didn't even want to see a poor person, let alone a black person. They can maybe tolerate looking at a poor white guy, but a black person, doesn't matter how much money they have. I don't want to be in a 5-foot radius, a 20-mile radius of a black person. Don't take that out of context, is what they were saying in the 1920s. And that's why they passed this disgusting, very stupid law that we are still fucking dealing with. We're still dealing with it. And again, that is one of the reasons why the House of Representatives, I didn't necessarily plan on spending half of my show talking about the Reapportionment Act or whatever the fuck. But again, so this is in the 1920s, okay? This is the 1920s. So now let's fast forward a little bit back to Korea. I mentioned Korea. So Korea is an example of the Congress just basically saying, we'll sit this one out when it comes to war powers. We're just going to sit this one out. Whatever, who cares? The Constitution tells us we have to act. But I'm going to call in sick. The entire Congress in 1952 or 3 or whatever the fuck. I wasn't alive back then, motherfucker. But they were like, all right, we're just going to, I don't know, not do anything. Does that sound familiar? Think about when it comes to what just happened with this religious pedophile cult holy war against Iran, right? This, the Democrats knew Donald Trump was going to go to war, and then they went on recess. They went on recess, motherfucker. Right? They went on fucking recess. We don't want to vote for any war. We don't want to talk about it. We're just going to let it happen, and then maybe later on we'll cast our virtue signaling. All right. So now we're in the 1950s. Congress is basically paralyzed. Congress will never be an effective body. The House of Representatives basically no longer exists as an adequate pressure release valve. And now the United States government, is it a republic? I don't really know what it is. Some people would say the birth of the U.S. empire would have happened after the creation of the United Nations and the end of World War II. I don't know. I think we're still technically a republic in the 1950s, albeit a very, very, very bad one. But anyway, basically, then you get Vietnam. Now, Vietnam is basically Korea on crack cocaine, okay? And I mentioned that it's crack cocaine because crack cocaine carries a much heavier sentence than cocaine. You might be wondering why it's the same thing. Well, because, I don't know, something about black people, I guess. So, crack cocaine, right, really bad, as opposed to cocaine, which is good, I guess, or not as bad. I don't know, whatever. I don't make those rules. But anyway, so Vietnam is when this country really, we're going way off the motherfucking rails when it comes to Vietnam. That's when this country's like, oh, okay, it worked so well with fucking Korea. Yeah, that worked so well. Now we got a fucking goddamn communist dictatorship in North Korea. Oh my God. Which, by the way, would not exist. If you don't like North Korea, hey, you know what? I gotta say, there's a lot about North Korea I find personally very interesting. I find it to be very interesting. A little bit about it. However, probably not the best country in the world. But either way, if you don't like North Korea, thank Harry Truman for that motherfucking thing. So then the United States, right? Then the United States decides, well, it worked so well in Korea, let's do it again with Vietnam. Now, Vietnam was probably the biggest disaster in this country's history up in the 20th century, I think. Maybe the Great Depression. I don't know, but whatever. I don't want to be too America-centric here. Right, but Vietnam is a big deal. And again, these excuses for the war is like, oh, what if Russia gets a foothold in fucking Korea or whatever? What if, motherfucker, who gives a fuck, right? What if Russia takes over fucking Vietnam? That's why we got to go in there illegally and send your grandchild to go die in a fucking village or whatever. I don't fucking know. Because Russia or some fucking shit, okay? But whatever. So again, this country wasn't so good in the 19th century, but in the 20th century, it was the really where it kind of metamorphosized from a run-of-the-mill standard republic into kind of an imperialist death cult. And so in the 2000 election, not to speed run over too much, but in the 2000 election, Republicans just straight up stole the election. Again, going back to the 1870s, Republicans love stealing elections. But they stole the election in 2000. And then you have the things like, the authorization of use of military force that lets the president basically do whatever he wants. And Congress just officially just gave up. Congress is like, we don't exist anymore. We're gonzo. Right. So this leads us all back to what I started the show on, that I was reading the news over the last few weeks about gerrymandering. Fucking gerrymandering, right? This whole gerrymandering thing would not exist if we still had the House system that existed in 1928 or 1828 or 1788. If we still had that House system, we would have no need for gerrymandering whatsoever. We would probably have never gotten into this mess, but we certainly, like, the term gerrymandering would never have existed because it would have been worthless, because there would have been 1,000 House districts and you can't really divvy it up that much when there's that many, right? Let's just be honest about it, right? But again, over time, this country has basically gone from a republic to an empire run by a pedophile nuclear rape cult, all right? Now, again, what is a republic? It is a labyrinth of psychological proportions. It is a way to convince you that what you live in is a fair society and that you can effectuate change, but you can't actually effectuate change. It's not really a possible thing. That's why a republic is an illusion, right? Again, it's it's genjutsu. They made it up, okay? Hold on here. But anyway, so now we're in hell. We're in Fuckville. Okay, so we got us back to Fuckville. How do you get out of Fuckville, right? I would say we need a new republic. That's my opinion. The citizens of this country have a very, 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 and some people would say it no longer exists, and that's fair, right? But I'm gonna snuff the hopium. I got an IV drip hooked up of the hopium. But American citizens, if the word citizen carries any weight anymore, have a very, very small window of time to be able to save this country in any realistic fashion. And saving the country requires the complete and total dissolution of the federal government of the United States and to replace it with an actual functioning government. Now, should we even have a republic? Hey, I don't know, man. We can all decide what the fuck we do here afterwards. A new republic, just a parliamentary system, whatever, dude. We can come up with a new government. But my point being is we need, in order to go forward, we need a complete and total dissolution of the federal government of the United States because it has been taken over in a coup d'etat by pedophile rape cult nuclear annihilationists, okay? And this was allowed to happen because of over a century of the degradation in the sole purpose of a republic, which is to be a political pressure relief valve to give the population just enough pretend involvement so that they don't burn down the palace and destroy the Azor, right? So I don't know, man. I feel like the Americans are just about ready to burn down the palace and get rid of the Azor. You saw over the last few weeks, I saw that there was this guy who like burned down, like, what was it, like a fucking paper towel company or some fucking shit, just burned down a warehouse worth like millions of dollars. And then he was bragging. He was like live streaming himself doing it. He's live streaming himself doing it. He's like, hey guys, look at me. I'm burning down my fucking warehouse that I work minimum wage at. Shout out to that fucking guy or whatever. And then I read this and then he's like pleading not guilty. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be spewing misinformation. But then I saw he's pleading not guilty, which in my opinion is the correct plea. I don't know if people know about jury nullification, but our Congress says that the jury has an ultimate say to decide whether or not someone is guilty of a crime. And it's based on what the fucking jury says. Now, again, this is a crack in our Constitution. You would imagine the jury is going to listen to evidence. But this guy is basically saying, you know what? I think there's going to be at least one guy on the jury who's going to say not guilty just because. And what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it when the jury gets hung? Right? You can't do fucking shit about it because our fucking country is kind of a fake country. It doesn't really matter. Right? So, again, people are starting to really figure out the cracks in the seams here. But the problem is that these rich, fat cat cocksucker motherfuckers figured this shit out 150 years ago, and they're running laps on our bitch asses. That's the problem. Again, these motherfuckers figured out the rules of the game in somewhere around 1865. Correct my memory. Somewhere around 1865, they're like, you know what? We don't actually need guns to take over the United States. We don't need guns. We just need pens and we need money. And they took over the United States. The Civil War was won by the Confederate side. The Confederates won the Civil War. My opinion is that it is an undeniable fact that the Republicans or that the Confederates won the Civil War. Again, in the 1870s, the Republicans basically stole an election, and for the Democrats to allow them to steal it without running a fuss, they basically said, hey, we'll let you just do whatever you want in the South. Reconstruction's over. We'll let you do whatever you fucking want in the South. Was it 76? 1876? Someone out there maybe knows, right? So again, maybe you could argue, right, in 1866, the Confederates had lost or were losing. But by 1886, the Confederates had won the Civil War and then did laps around, okay? And by this point, right, people are really starting to figure out, hey, our country's a little bit fucked up. But it's a little bit too late. It's a little bit too late to really kind of, I don't know, tweak that shit around the edges, all right? You really can't. Think about it. How would you fix the current American, let's just pretend it's still a republic, how would you fix that fucking shit? Think about it, right? Like, do you need to write like a 9,000 page book? Like a legal fucking tome, and you get it fucking fact checked by a fucking think tank of fucking legal scholars? How would you fix this fucking mess? You know, there's something that I have learned as an artist over my years. Sometimes you have an art project and you just kind of, you don't really know what the fuck you're doing. You're just kind of drawing shit all over the place. And then you kind of zoom out a little bit and you realize what the fuck's going on here. You throw that shit out and you start over. All right. Because at a certain point, it gets harder and it's more difficult and more frustrating to fix the problems. Like, you know, I can't erase ink, for example, right? So sometimes it's just more difficult to actually fix the thing than it is to just fucking tear that fucking bitch down and start over. Look at an old decaying house. Look at a house that's fallen the fuck apart, right? The house is falling the fuck apart. The pipes don't work. The foundation is fucked. You could try to maybe, I don't know, get some steel beams in there to fix it, or you can just bulldoze that bitch and start the fuck over, okay? That's what I believe we must do in this country, because we don't live in a republic anymore. We live in an empire controlled by a nuclear pedophile rape cult. That's what it is. And so until this country gets its shit together and realizes that there is no such thing as law and order, and again, I think this country's starting to understand that motherfucker burned down a warehouse live on stream and then said, I didn't do it. You know, so I think this country is starting to figure it out. But again, there is no such thing as law and order. It is a psychological operation from them to you. They're doing some mind control. It's some hypnotism. They have hypnotizing you. They are hypnotizing you into believing that there is such a thing as law and order. Right. So let's rewind a little bit, just a little bit. Okay. So in the 20th century, we're going back. You got shit like Vietnam. Terrible. What the fuck? Right. You got like the Gulf War. What the fuck's going on? Right. Then you got the collapse of the Soviet Union. Right. So the Soviet Union was the only thing that was keeping the United States Republic from going fucking crazy mode on the entire planet. Think about what happened. Within 10 years of the Soviet Union's collapse, right? You've got the fucking AUMF. You've got a forever war brewing in Iraq. You've got them trying to fucking, you know, they got that fake fucking test tube or whatever they're showing at the UN and fucking, you know, they're passing the surveillance state or whatever the fuck. They're putting cameras in your fucking everywhere. You know, they're tracking your every movement with Wi-Fi and all this fucking shit. You know, maybe that's 20 years after the collapse of the USSR. But my point being is, if you look at that, if you look at 1991 to 2001 or 1991 to 2005 or whatever the fuck, the one thing that was kind of, and not really, let's be honest, like the USSR, like they kind of were dropping the ball, like around the 70s and 80s. They really started dropping the ball. Let's just be honest, okay? The ball was falling all over the fucking place, all right? They didn't really do, you know, we'll save that for another day, okay? But anyway, once the Soviet Union collapsed, then the United States is the sole superpower. Now, isn't that fucking great? We're the sole goddamn superpower. And our first order of business as the sole superpower is to just, I don't know, start killing kids, you know, start fucking dropping bombs on fucking innocent countries, start fucking, you know, building military bases all over a fucking, you know, fucking like 10,000 miles away. As soon as the USSR kind of went bye-bye, then the United States was like, hey, now we can do whatever the fuck we want. And guess what? Nobody stopped us while we were revving that shit up for the last 100 years. That I'm talking about in 1991. No one fucking stopped us. So let's just keep going. And then 9 years later, the Republican Party steals an election. Now, I want to really harp. I love harping on this, but I'm going to actually harp on it a little bit more than I typically do. The Republican Party stole the 2000 election. This is not a debate. This is not up in the air. They stole the 2000 election. Al Gore, like him or hate him, all right? Hey, I'm not saying he would have been the best. I'm not saying he would have been Jesus Christ incarnate, like, you know, fusing with fucking, I don't know, Santa Claus. But fucking Al Gore won the 2000 motherfucking goddamn election. And yet, look where we are, right? So the Republicans realized, like, what happens? But let's just think about this. What happens when there's an election that's stolen in another country, right? That's not the United States. What happens? Let's look at Brazil. Let's look at Venezuela. Let's look at Chile for examples, right? These are examples where people did not even steal the election, right? But there were enough people claiming that they stole the election that we had these so-called peacekeepers go in there and basically dismantle governments, because just the appearance of election tampering was enough to get some motherfuckers marching in there to fucking dismantle a government, send a president to jail, just because someone out there maybe said somewhere at some point maybe they stole an election. Now, again, that didn't really ever happen in Brazil, as an example. But again, in other countries, if you steal an election, you get some UN peacekeepers, just like Korea, for example, to march on in there and kill your bitch ass, right? But in the United States, what happens if you steal an election? Well, theoretically, if you stole an election, when the USSR exists, maybe the USSR would kind of say something about it. Did they say anything in 1980? Maybe a little bit, right? But again, they realized there's really kind of nobody, right, that's going to stop us. So let's just kind of like steal the election. Who cares, right? Like, fuck it. And then they stole the election in 2000, and now we're in hell. Now, again, am I going to sit here and tell you if Al Gore won or was allowed, he did win, but if Al Gore was allowed to assume the office, even though he won, would we be living in La La Land and would there be rainbows and unicorns everywhere? Probably not. Okay. Probably we would still be in some version of hell, but we wouldn't be in this version of hell. Right. And again, this just goes to show that since 2000, this country is not in any way, shape, or form even close to a Republican style of government. And a lot of people would say it's a democracy, but those people don't know what the word means, right? So it is neither of those things. It is not a republic. It is not a democracy. It is an empire operated by a pedophile rape cult that allows the middle class to wear their togas and walk around the Senate floor and pretend like they're important. Because that's really what the Senate, that's what the House of Representatives really is. It's the middle class. And when I say middle class, I mean like people that have like 10 million in their bank account. That's what I mean by middle class. You've got the ultra rich, the billionaires. You've got everyone else. And then you've got some people that are pretty wealthy, but they're not the billionaires. They're not wealthy enough to control everything, but they're wealthy enough to be allowed to wear their toga and march around the Senate and, talk into a microphone. And that's where we are. The House of Representatives was paralyzed and stopped existing basically in 1929. The Senate, like, what the fuck? The Senate filibuster? What the fuck is that? That's not a thing. There is no fucking filibuster. Yeah, the filibuster means that we can just fucking not vote on anything ever. What the fuck? Right? But it also means that we get to go on C-SPAN and we get to talk about how, there's a snowball that's not melting in my air-conditioned office building, and that's proof that climate change isn't real. That kind of fucking shit. So the middle class is allowed to wear their togas and dance around on television like a bunch of fucking monkeys, right? But guess what? They're not actually doing fucking anything. They're not fucking doing anything at all. They're just there to make the lower class feel entertained. Maybe, just maybe, you can get a Cory Bush in there, but not for too long. Not for too long. Get her in there for a couple years and then tear that bitch away because she was a little bit too scary for the middle class. AOC maybe a little less scary. We'll see if she if we'll see what comes out of that. That might be an interesting thing. AOC, the campaign that may or may not occur. We'll see how that goes. All right. Now let's talk about the transfer of power. What is today's show topic? I don't know. I don't have any signs behind me to keep me on track, okay? But let's talk about the transfer of power. The transfer of power is how the pedophile rape cult can legitimize their gains, right? So let's look at 2008. So 2008, 2001, or 2000, they steal an election. 2004. Now, 2004, let's not get into 2004, okay? If you know about 2004, you know, whatever. Let's not get into 2004. But we're in 2008 now. All right, people have had enough of the Republicans, right? So what do we do if we're a bunch of fat cats and we're planning, you know, our pedophile rape cult resurgence? What do? Well, we'll allow a transfer of power, but only under very specific circumstances. Do you think Barack Obama, you know, chose? Hold on, I got something in my eyeball. Okay. Do you think Barack Obama chose to barely not be able to get anything passed? You know, like healthcare. Like, do you think he chose, you know, all of these things? I don't think so. I think Barack Obama was probably approached by some fat cat cocksucker and was told, hey, we'll let you in there, but we won't let you do really much else, right? And he took that and he accepted it. He expanded the surveillance state. He fucking passed through not a healthcare plan, but a mafia, legalized mafia plan, right? Again, what was going on in 2008? People were mad about healthcare. People were mad about the fucking war, right? People were mad about a lot of stuff. So you give them fake healthcare. You give them, you can't discriminate with pre-existing conditions, but we can discriminate, but it has to be like in a different legalistic fashion, right? So we'll tell everyone pre-existing conditions don't matter anymore, but really behind the scenes, they matter a lot. And then they reconfigure the entirety of the behind the scenes to make it so that pre-existing conditions actually matter quite a bit, but we're not going to tell you any of that kind of stuff, right? Now, again, there were like over 65 Democrats in the Senate at one point when Barack Obama was in there. Now, again, Democrats don't automatically mean that they're useful. There's always a couple Democrats that are there to make sure that Democrats, they're the handlers. They're the handlers of the Democratic Party to make sure that Democrats don't get too crazy. Now, our current handlers are John Fetterman. We are really doing well in the handler department. We got John fucking Fetterman here. But either way, okay, Barack Obama goes in there and legitimizes everything that George Bush did. Right, and then relieves the pressure by pretending to pass healthcare reform, right? The healthcare reform was garbage, all right? You know it's garbage. I know it's garbage. But you're just supposed to say, oh, thank you, Barack. Thank you, Barack Obama Jr. He's number 2, by the way. His father had the same fucking name. Like, a family of losers can't even figure out, oh, maybe we should name our son something. Oh, let's just go with the same name that I use. It works for me. Joe Biden also is a junior. It's a fucking whole administration of juniors. I don't know. Maybe that does something to the psychology. But either way, so Barack Obama, everyone's begging him to do something. He gives you a right-wing healthcare plan. But because, now again, this all goes back to Americans are motherfucking stupid. Americans are dumb as fuck. Now, there are at least minimum 100 million Americans that think politics is optional. They just think, oh, I don't need to pay attention. They think politics is fucking optional. I want to share a story about ancient Athens. Often referred to as the inventor of democracy, although that is highly disputed. However, what is not disputed is that they are the apex ratio of most historically still existing sources, source-wise. We can look at stuff from ancient Athens, and the most democratic. So we've got the most information, and it's the most democratic. Did they invent democracy? Probably not, but whatever. In ancient Athens, right, participation in government affairs was compulsory. And I'm not talking about Australia, where if you fucking sleep in on election day, they give you like a $30 fine or something. We're talking about compulsory. If you don't participate, that is to say, if you are a man and you are also a citizen that is also not a slave. If you are a citizen and you are a man in ancient Athens, is it really democracy if only such a small slice, but whatever. If you are a citizen and a man in ancient Athens and you don't participate in the civic matters, guess what? You get exiled. You get fucking thrown out. They will throw your bitch ass out and steal all of your belongings. They will destroy your fucking house. They will throw you out of Athens and they'll say, I don't know, go wander the wilderness or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Because when they had a democracy, they meant that fucking shit. Or at least, you know, for the slave-owning rich ancient Greeks, they meant that for them, not the slaves, not the women, of course. But, you know, that's the mindset that I think we need to introduce to America. We have over 100 million Americans that are useless, disgusting, grotesque, parasitic morons, at least, right? They walk around consuming without ever giving anything fucking back to this country. If I am going to call any demographic a useless eater, it is a citizen that refuses to vote, a citizen that refuses to study politics, a citizen that doesn't know that Al Gore won the 2000 election, a citizen that doesn't know, that the Vietnam War was illegal or that the Korean War was illegal. A citizen that doesn't know all of these things is a useless, disgusting pile of shit. If you are an American that does not participate in the political system, you are garbage. You are the reason why we are in this mess. The lack of care from the citizenry because they were allowed to listen to MP3s. They were allowed to burn a mixtape. They were allowed to drive their car to Mickey D's at 2:38 in the morning, right? That population that was allowed such a bare minimum of treats, right? They were so, like, I don't know, paralyzed or there's another word there that I could probably use. They were consumed by the opiates, if you will, of the treats that they just decided, hey, this is working for me. I no longer give a fuck. 100 million dumb, shit for brains morons that don't give a fuck about anybody. How do you even have a country where 100 million people have citizenship rights, but they don't care? They don't fucking care about their citizenship. How does that fucking happen? They don't give a fuck about their own citizenship? That is self-selection, right? These are people that choose to become second-class citizens. These are people that yearn for the plantation. These are people that yearn for the cage. 100 million stupid, comfortable, useless eaters in this country. And I'm not talking about people that are, let's say, accused of a felony and now they can't vote anymore because the government stripped their citizenship participation away. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about these eligible voters that don't even bother fucking voting. I'm talking about these people you see on the internet, or maybe you know them in your family, that go, oh, I don't really pay attention to politics. Oh, I don't really know. Oh, we're at war. Oh, is that why gas is so expensive? I'm talking about these motherfuckers, the lemmings, the morons, the people that decided they would rather be a slave than pick up a fucking book and read a single goddamn sentence. The same demographic that's using ChatGPT to make their grocery fucking list, right? These are worthless, beyond fucking worthless. And these people are what gives the fat fucking cats all of their power, because the fat fucking cats can wave that little swirly black and white circular object in front of the faces of 100 million minimum dumb motherfuckers. Yes, Taylor Swift is going to be in your town very soon. Taylor Swift just released the same song on the 9th fucking piece of plastic. Yes, COVID is over. You must must go back outside. Yes, don't vote. Don't vote in the primaries. Don't vote in anything. Just pay your taxes and consume. Right? That's 100 million useless motherfuckers that are taking up goddamn space. All right? Again, I am not talking about people that have had their rights to participate stripped from them. I am talking about the people that by every stretch of every imagination can and should participate, but they're too lazy and stupid to do so. All right? And they were designed to be lazy and stupid. Think tanks have existed for over 100 years to create such a perfect demographic of stupid, selfish, consumeristic cock fucking suckers, because they knew that once you have a population that is just anesthetized by what you're giving them, that you can do literally whatever. Think about it. Think about how many people in the United fucking States even know what's going on. Right? Think of, like, and I'm harping on non-voters, but like our voters are really stupid too. Okay, our voters are dumb as fuck. All right, I'm harping on non-voters because I hate them so much, but I also hate the fucking voters. Right? Look at our voters, for fucking Christ's sake. I know I've only got like 3 minutes here left, but look at our fucking voters. Oh my god! How many like Americans actually kind of even have an inkling of what's going on? Like a couple 100,000, maybe a million, maybe 3 million out of the 340 million Americans that even have a clue, that are even slightly tuned in. Right? I saw a poll recently that said half of this country would call what Israel has done to Gaza a genocide. Half. Some people would look at that and go, well, yeah, half the country knows what's going on. I look at that and I think, half the country? They see what's happening. They're scrolling past the dead babies and they're going like, oh, maybe it's like, not a genocide. Really? Really? And these people vote. They vote. They fucking vote. Things I would have liked to talk about were the transition of power from Obama to Trump and Trump to Biden. I ran out of time. I apologize. Other things I would have liked to talk about are probably a lot of other stuff. The war in specific. But today I just wanted to rant about how our country is not a country, but it is a psychological experiment. And we are all falling for it. Just again, think about how many people, like most leftists, are dumb as fuck. Right? So let alone Democrats, let alone Republicans, let alone the non-voters. A lot of lefties are dumb as hell. So, again, like how many people are actually adequately informed? Not many. But either way, I ran out of time. Coming up next is Left of the Box. Stay tuned.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh.
Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee. Welcome, 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 everyone. Hopefully my audio and visual are all doing okay. I guess my audio is still being worked out as in my throat. Been dealing with some health issues lately, just, getting colds and apparently asthma induced from the colds. So I have to deal with that for a little while anyway, until that is all literally cleared up. Anyway, been a busy few weeks in the world, hasn't it? I have something I do want to talk about. I just don't know if I can put all my thoughts in order, and I'm really hoping to because I don't want to script this out. I feel like it's important for me to talk about, and I was thinking of just scripting it out, posting it to my channel, Left of the Box, which you should all go check it out. But I'm going to attempt to just present it to you raw here, what I want to talk about. But also, please go check out my other YouTube channel, Sandee Lovas. That's this is my name there, for art, writing, and all things creative. I'm still getting around to adding things on it because I've been super busy. I'm working on some new paintings. Actually, I'll go show you one. I'm hoping to be in a vendor market soon, so I've been working on some paintings. Here you go. There's the trans flag with a pansexual heart. And the trans flag with a bisexual heart. I'm also going to be making one with a lesbian heart and a gay man heart. So I've been working on doing a lot of paintings and stuff because I'm hoping to be in some vending markets over the summer, so I need to get that done. So I have to specifically set aside time to work on it so that I can get enough painting done by the time the vending markets come around. Oh, and the TYT essay is just, it's absolutely killing me. It is killing me. Let's check. Okay. Yeah, I've been working really hard on that. I'm getting close to finishing the initial draft of the script, which is, it's long. It is super long. I'm just working on a segment because, like, here's the thing. When you're a writer, such as myself, as you're working on it, suddenly your brain will kind of like, oh, well, this isn't their dot to connect, or this isn't their direction to go. And so segments that I wasn't necessarily putting in or meant to be as long suddenly are. So I'm working on a segment right now specifically about Anna Kasparian. Because I had a bunch of clips about her that I wanted to add in, and so now it's just become an entire segment about her. So that will be interesting. Just a little compare and contrast. You know, when Cenk loves to say that they've been consistent, you can go back over 10 years just to see how consistent they are. Guess what? I did. And I didn't even need to go back 10 years for a lot of the inconsistencies. And as part of my TYT essay every now, well, I try to at least click on the live TYT show every day so that I have it in my history in case I need to go back and watch it for whatever reason. And it's just, it's so annoying when you just randomly click on it and it's like, okay, there goes the left right under the bus. Like, it's there. It's just there. Like, boom, under the bus you go. And yeah. When I tuned in yesterday, they were doing an entire freaking long segment. And if you look at the name of the live show yesterday, it's ridiculous. The amount of like Carlson Tucker taint they like is ridiculous. But they were just like, they were going to bat for Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and I think someone else being like, oh, they apologize for Trump. Therefore, all bygones be bygones. It's like, yeah, you know, their philosophy wants people like me erased from society. Black and brown people, you know, they want out of the country. Even Candace Owens, you know, says very racist things. They are anti-Semitic just because, you know, they are going after Israel because of the genocide they're doing. It's not because of, you know, they care about Muslims. It's just a way to attack Israel for them. Like, there's all these things. It's just, oh. And then it's like, okay, so now I have to like rearrange something in my script. And it's just, I cannot wait to get it done. I really can't. I really, really can't. Anyway, the thing I wanted to talk about. I gotta remember that if I put something up in the screen in front of me, it's not going to interfere with anything. Because you aren't, yeah, I'm not doing a screen grab here because I have notes on it to try to make sure I actually say all the things I was hoping to say on this. I'm going to squish that down so I can still see things that are going on in case I need to. So yeah, I do kind of have something prepared for everyone today that I did want to go over. And yeah, I'm hoping I don't have to script this out because it takes me forever. So let's go. Let's go. We're going to try. We're going to try. I'm going to talk about something. This is not typically what I cover. It is not necessarily in my lane, as in something that is very, very, very strictly American politics. Yep, I'm going to be talking about something American, you know, because for those of you who don't know, I am very much a Canadian. And I try to focus on Canadian politics or the Canadian angle on things when I'm talking about international politics and all that sort of stuff. But this has no real Canadian angle to it. But there's been a lot of discourse about it, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it for reasons of being somebody who is female presenting and being criticized and scrutinized and trying to get into office myself. And I see a lot of people online giving their thoughts on this. And I think a lot of them are missing some points. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think I said that wrong. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. AOC. I'm talking about AOC. And I'm seeing a lot of people give their thoughts on her presidential run that she has not actually declared. And it really got me thinking, you know, when I look at Americans, you know, I look at America from the outside. And so there's some things that us Canadians can see that you guys in the States don't necessarily see, like how gun culture is literally part of your identity. But there's something else that is part of your identity that I don't think a lot of people really pay that much attention to, and that is your incessant election cycles. You're constantly in election season for whatever reason. Could be midterms. It could be, you know, the presidential election before the next, you know, right after the presidential election is declared, you're talking about the next one. It is literally part of the American identity at this point. The way that you all cover politics, it's built into the system. You have, I don't see the equivalent here in Canada. It's not to say that it doesn't exist. I haven't seen it. Like, I don't see restaurants that are catering to Maple Mega, you know, or I don't see people going around with pictures of Pierre Poilievre on their trucks. You know, we got a bit of it during the trucker convoy with flags and stuff like that, but I don't seeing it as an integral part of anyone's identity so much. Like, you know, you can go to Alberta and their oil, the oil industry is part of their identity. So it's hard to combat with that. But, you know, politics aren't the same up here because we have election seasons and they are, you know, kind of few and far in between. And outside of that, unfortunately, a lot of Canadians do not pay attention to politics at all, which is frustrating. There needs to be like a middle ground between like American political culture and Canadian political culture when it comes to paying attention to elections. And so I see a lot of people investing in a potential run from AOC in a way I don't think is healthy. Not for her, not for them. So I keep on seeing different leftist commentators saying it's a no-brainer for her to run for president, that It only makes sense. And a lot of them are already talking like she is absolutely going to run. And if she doesn't, it's almost like there's something wrong with her, because she of course is going to be a candidate, and she'll be the best candidate. And therefore she needs to run. But does she want to? Like, where are the people stopping to ask, is this something she wants to do? Because, there's been a lot of presidential candidates over the years, and it seems like a lot of people do it as like a throwaway campaign. They're trying to get attention to something else, but it's also a big deal. And it would put the spotlight on her in, a way that she might not be comfortable with. Like, does she want to have a family? How would that interfere with the family? Does she want to have kids? Would she want kids to be brought up in that type of atmosphere where she is being scrutinized for every single little thing she does? Does she feel like she can maybe make a bigger difference in a different role? That another role is more apt to suit her, that she can do more stuff in those particular roles? But nobody is really stopping and asking her. They're just saying she should be. When it's not them who has to run, when it's not them who will even be part of her campaign. And I saw a video that the Humanist Report was covering about AOC, and I felt something in it that I think a lot of people are missing. And so I am going to bring that up. I have to do the whole share screen thing, don't I? So I gotta make that big first, and then share screen. And so this is about her refusal to endorse another candidate.
Yeah, I think for me overall, it's more about, I'm trying to think about the role that I am trying to play more broadly in these things. We've got 435 seats in Congress, right? And there is this kind of moment where it's like, and not just with this race, but with any race, once you go in, then it's like, what about this? What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, a pretty amazing, crack, but also lean team.
And that's where I saw something. Just go back.
What about this? What about this one? And I'm one person with, a pretty amazing, crack, but also lean team. And so we're thinking about kind of like how much of myself I'm pouring into this, and how much of myself we want to make sure that we're, pouring into the task at hand.
Okay. So what I saw there with my autistic brain and reading micro expressions that may or may not be there, but this is what I saw. Anxiety, massive amounts of anxiety, and a little bit of insecurity. Like, she was afraid to say the wrong thing. And she was really trying to think about what is the best way to do this. And you see, I bring that up because if I go back to my notes here, she is under immense pressure. And especially for the men who are commentating on her, there's something that they don't get. And that is how much women in general are already criticized for every little thing they do. You don't smile enough. Maybe you need to whiten your teeth. The way you do your hair is wrong. The way you're sitting is wrong. You don't present well. You shouldn't have said that word. You sent out a tweet, but you bolded this word and you shouldn't have bolded that word. Like, every single microtransaction is being scrutinized and criticized by people. And that's just being a public-facing woman. I've never had it done to that extent, but I've had things in my life that you never see the equivalent of men undergoing that same type of criticism. And this is her before she runs for president. This is her just in her regular life. Not knowing what to say, not knowing how to say it, all of that sort of stuff. And what we're asking her to do is multiply that by 100 million. We're asking her to put herself to be scrutinized on those expressions, what she's saying, how she's saying it, how she's dressing, who she has on her team. Like every single little detail is going to be criticized and scrutinized by 100 million people. That is anxiety inducing. Constantly being on stage, never having any private public life. Like if she goes out in public and she does something that is completely human, suddenly it's going to be attacked. If she says something that isn't quite right, she's going to be attacked. And I've seen this already. Like, oh, we didn't like her answer on this. We didn't like her answer on that. How she said this was wrong. She wasn't clear enough on this. She should be throwing her support behind this candidate already because that's something I would do. So therefore she should as a leftist. Like all of this stuff. And I don't see this with the male candidates. I hate to break it to everyone, but there's a lot of sexism going on here. It's just, there's misogyny and sexism built into the system. It's just the way it is. And we are telling her to justify every single little thing she does, to her reasoning behind everything. And even in that video at the end, Mike kind of offhandedly says, look, she doesn't owe us anything. But between the lines, yeah, she kind of does. Like he doesn't say that, but that's kind of the implication. Like, of course she doesn't owe us anything, but she is a leader. She chose this. She's doing this. Again, we don't know if she's going to run for president. With this type of pressure, it's pretty big. But we are going after her and we're telling her what she should be doing and wanting her to justify every action. And she doesn't need to justify every action to every person who demands it. Again, she is a public figure. There are thousands of people wanting her to justify why she did blank to them specifically. And this is where, she doesn't owe a single segment, a justification over another segment of people, all of that sort of stuff. Unless you're a constituent of her area. But there's people from all over the United States that are demanding she justify every little action she's doing right now. And we keep on saying, like when I say we, I mean like people on the left, broadly speaking, people on the left who say, well, she should be more like this. She should do all of this. She's not playing the political game right. Maybe that's not her. Maybe that's not who she is. Maybe, yeah, she just doesn't know how to play that political game. But we're also criticizing her on this political game. But unless you've run for office, you don't necessarily know what's going into all of this. You don't know the game board she is playing with, but you're still telling her how to play it. You don't know what all the pieces are. You don't know what is in play. You don't know all the other influences are. You don't know what she's seeing. You don't know what information she has. You don't see her Twitter feed from her perspective. You don't see all the different angles of all the different people who are trying to tell her how to do this. And maybe it's just not her personality. Not everyone is very personable. And not everyone is good on stage. And if you want to be president, yes, that is something you have to learn to do. But Again, does she want to be with all of this pressure? Like, really, people need to check their parasocial relationship with her, because a lot of these people who are criticizing her, wanting all these explanations and stuff, she doesn't know who you are. You know, she's not sitting, I seriously doubt she's sitting on YouTube watching all the leftist content creators and taking to heart their criticism. And so we might think that as we leftist commentators, we speak for large segments of the left and all that sort of stuff, and she doesn't know that we exist. Also, she is getting advice from 12, 20, 50 people she knows who all have her best interests in mind, and some of them will have their own interests in mind, but she trusts them, she knows them, she likes them, and they're all giving her different advice. How does she know which of that advice is good? So, like, I might give her some advice that I think is good. Mike might give her advice that he thinks is good. The Vanguard might give her advice that they think are good. TYT. No, Jenk and Anna just shit on her. How does she know who's right in this? Because she also has people who are career political advisors, career people who know the industry, insiders, all of that sort of stuff, that know the system, knows how it works. They know who she needs to get cozy with. They know what fund, because she has to do a lot of fundraising. So how does she go about that? They know all of this stuff. So who does she actually listen to in all of that when she's getting all of that advice from so many different people? And I get why a lot of people on the left are so frustrated. It's because they want her to be the one, the savior of sorts. We are so starved for real wins. Like, yes, we had Zoran Mandami. He won, and it's great. And he's doing a great impact on things, and he's really showing people what it is to be a leftist and progressive and things of that sort. But we are so starved for a win that would actually benefit people on the whole. Like, have legislation passed federally. And I'm talking about here in Canada too. We haven't had any progressive legislation passed here in Canada in God knows how long. Probably since marijuana. That would probably since then. And we are just so starved for it that we're too eager. We see someone who is close and we're too eager and we're pushing her into it, even though, again, she might not want to. And it's important that, yes, we should criticize our leaders. We should call them out when we don't agree with what they do, even if they are on our side. I'm not against doing that. But we need to do it in a way that encourages, not discourages. We need to let her know that we have her back. We need to let certain things slide that don't matter. Like, I remember when she went to one of those, what is it? Galas. She went to a gala with a dress on that said, like, tax the rich or something like that. And then people were criticizing her for even showing up at the gala and stuff. And she needs to feel safe enough to try bold things like that, to try to get the message out in different, unique ways, ones that may or may not work. We're asking all of these things of her, yet we won't be part of her support group. We won't be part of her campaign. We won't be part of her inner circle. We won't be there for her when she's feeling all of this pressure, all this immense pressure from every single direction. And so it's easy for us to say, this is what you should be doing. It's easy for us to say, well, you just need to buck up and do this, when we're not going to suffer the backlash that she endures. We're not going to have the hateful messages. We don't need security, to keep us safe. So when we ask this of her, we have to do it in a way to let her know that we've got her, that if she stumbles, that's okay. That is being human. That we're not going to criticize her for how she wears her fucking hair. Or if she does a stunt like wearing a dress that says tax the rich. The things that don't matter, don't matter. And the things that matter, we need to help and support her with. Because if you want her to run for president, you have to let her know that you will be there for her should she fuck up, because she will. She absolutely will. And, she doesn't necessarily know how to play the political game. She doesn't necessarily know how to present. She doesn't necessarily know what the exact right answer is to everything. She might get caught off guard with certain questions that she doesn't know the answer to, but she still wants to look competent in answering, and all of these different things. And we might sit here and say, well, this is how you should have answered it. Me saying this after I've had time to sit down and think about the question, and I'm not being scrutinized by 100 million people, but this is how you should have done it. So I think it's important to just keep those things in mind when you're going after her. Does the fact that she didn't vote one way on one bill rule her out forever? When she's, when we're talking about being, speaking out about what's happening in Gaza, when she's done it in so many other ways, but then she didn't vote on one bill the way that you wanted. It will be impossible for her to magically know every right move going forward. And if you want to see it, you have to support her. And then you also have to, defend her against other people who claim to be on the left, who are just attacking her for the sake of attacking her. And I'm talking about TYT specifically. They have been absolutely brutal to her while propping up people like Tucker Carlson and stuff like that. I have no doubt in my mind that if it's a competition between Tucker Carlson and AOC, Cenk and Anna will support Tucker Carlson. I have no doubt of that in my mind at all. So that's just my thoughts on something that I will never have any influence over, and something that doesn't directly affect me. And I say doesn't directly affect me because American politics indirectly affects Canadians all the fucking time. We get it. We get the way American politics works. Yeah, we're constantly having to live some consequences that we never had a say in voting for. So, and Wanda here, yeah. Oh, no. That's just her saying hi to Jet because I clicked and it moved. I think this is the one I want. Yeah. Wanda saying AOC has only one constituency currently, and that's New York District 14. She's not obligated to endorse anyone. Yeah. Would it help? Maybe, maybe not. How she helps? What other factors are going into play that we don't know about? We don't know what her day-to-day reality is. We don't know all the other background information. It's yes, we need to see lots of leftists supporting other leftists, lots of progressives supporting other progressives. If we want to succeed, we need to see that. But again, we don't know all the pieces she's playing with. If she has plans to support this particular person in a different way, what that entails, like if she actually says, yes, I endorse this candidate, then what does that entail? Does she have to take time out of what she's doing as her role in government to go and campaign? Like what's the word? Stump. Yeah, stump for him and all this sort of stuff. Then what about this other candidate? And what about that candidate? And this one in Texas and that one in California and this candidate and that candidate and on and on and on and on. You're asking her to know the backstory of like 100 different people as to whether they are progressive enough for her to endorse. And she might not know the people. She might. I don't know if she knows this particular person that the video was kind of made about and her refusal to support. But it's not just about that one person, because it's that slippery slope thing of once she's endorsed one, then everyone's going to expect it who's a progressive. And to do that amount of research, that's like on my channel. I'm more than happy to interview any candidate for a provincial or federal seat. But when it comes to municipal elections, I'm not, I won't be, unless I know them somehow, I won't be interviewing them, because there's too many. There's just too many to go over. And then some of them won't even have web pages set up properly. And then I'd have to do research to find out more about them as to what kind of questions I should ask them and all that sort of stuff. So it's a lot more work and onus is put on me to actually vet this particular person. And so, yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on it. So I'm going to check Subspace a little bit to see if there's any other thoughts that trigger a thought to me. Any comments in Subspace? Because I do know, like, some people are saying, oh, well, she should go on Joe Rogan and she should do this and that and the other thing. And it's like, she just might be playing, you know, she might be having to take into consideration, what if she goes on and she completely fucks up? Is the risk of her fucking up greater than the chance that she is going to blow everyone away? Is that something that she can risk right now? And it's also learning how to debate people who are insincere and all of that sort of stuff. It's challenging because she's going to be, you know, trained in different debate styles and all that sort of stuff. Which one is the right one in the right moment? Not everyone naturally has that talent. Like, we look at Zoran Mandami and we say, well, he knows it. He did this, he did that. He's great at that. And that's him. Not everyone is going to be Zoran. Not everyone is going to be that smooth and be able to say things just so quickly on the spot like that. We're asking her to be someone she's not, and then criticizing her when she's not that vision of who we think she should be. That's a lot of pressure, and it would be so anxiety inducing to be under that microscope all that time. Okay, just checking some comments in Subspace. I do have some other stuff that I can go over. Mr. Webb says, I love Canada. Toronto is like London. Quebec is like Paris. Except, you see, in Ontario, we do have a London and a Paris. Because, yeah, if Europe disappears, we'll always have Canada. And, yeah, there's so many, like, European city named in Ontario and stuff. It's ridiculous. So, no, it can't be the London and Paris, because we have a London and Paris in Ontario. And Paris is quite a nice, small little town, actually. It's a nice little tourist spot, but nowhere near what Paris is. Not even close. Donald James does endorse me giving resources. Actually, Sam talked about it a bit today on the Majority Report, where he says that normally with this type of endorsement, Like if somebody endorses, then it does require a certain amount of resources to go into that person and stuff. And there's, yeah, got to pick and choose your battles. Silas, true Sandee, I can't really imagine the pressure AOC is under. Yeah. And maybe she thinks that it's not the right role for her. And then how many people are going to get mad at her if she chooses not to? She's in a no-win situation because she might feel like it's in her best interest not to run for her, her family. She might feel she'll be more effective somewhere else. And then people will get mad at her. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. Hello, Pork Chops Express. Welcome to subspace. That's what I call the chat when I'm on this space. It's like subspace because, you know, in Star Trek, that's how they communicate, through subspace. So I figure if you're going to chat to me on this space, it's through subspace, like on Star Trek. Saying AOC is being attacked by TYT and door types, yeah. And those channels get far more views and attention than good faith leftist channels for the most part. You know, I think Kyle and Crystal probably get equivalent type views, but Kyle hasn't exactly been nice to her either. And again, it's almost like this demand that you perform the way that I want you to. And it's criticizing without encouraging. Like it is like, I know it's good faith criticism, but I also know if I was on the receiving end of it, especially again, as someone who presents female, as someone who's been criticized for every little single fucking thing I've done in my life, I know the type of criticism that they're giving her would come across as harsh and negative and would make me not want to interact even more with them. Basically, I wouldn't feel like I could trust them. I wouldn't feel like I'd be safe with them. Like safe as in they're there to help and support me. Because again, she doesn't know people inside and out. She doesn't know any individual commentator all that great, all that well. She doesn't know what their ultimate goals and agenda will be. And I can see some of the criticism that she's going under. And I know if it was directed towards me, I would not necessarily take it as good faith, even though I watch these creators. And since I watch these creators, I know them enough to know that that's what they're trying to do. They're just doing it wrong, you know? Like I'm criticizing how they criticize. It's kind of like when I was in my early 20s in particular. And I was my mental health was untreated and completely going bonkers and stuff like that. And my mom, she would try to do like the tough love stuff. And some of the things that she said to me, some of the things that she tried were so horrible. They hurt so much. But I know she was trying to help. She just didn't know how. And, you know, we don't know AOC well enough to know how to talk to her in a way that would resonate with her. And so you can try doing something from a place of good faith. You can try doing criticism from a place of good faith, but you don't know how that's going to be interpreted the way that you present it. Because I can look back now and I know what my mom was trying to do. It's just, given my mental state and stuff like that, it was just like some of the worst things that she could be doing at the time. So it's, I'm really just asking people to have a hell of a lot more empathy And I know that's in short supply with everything that's going on in the world, and it's draining and it's overwhelming because we see all the hurt and the pain. And if you're an empathetic person, you feel like shit most of the time because damn this world. But you really, really need to start looking at it from her perspective a little bit more, or at least try to, because again, we don't know all the game pieces that she's playing with. Let's see what people are saying in subspace. Donald James, AOC doesn't have a perfect voting record, but she also has many good votes. Has she done more harm than good type thing? There's always like, it's not purity testing to have lines, you know, to have hard nose on certain things. That's not purity testing, but has she done more harm than good? The things that she didn't vote in line with, would they have passed anyway? Were there reasons behind the scenes that we're unaware of as to why she voted that way? Again, you don't know. Unless you've been in office, you don't know a lot of the pressure that she's been under and what the different angles are and trying to play the game. You know, she could be doing her best to try to play the game. And so she thinks, okay, based on my calculations, I should make this move. And then a whole bunch of people over in the stands watching are like, that's the wrong move. But she was trying to calculate something that, again, she just might not be naturally good at the political game. And so she's going to have a lot of fuck ups along the way. You're welcome, Wanda M, for my commentary on AOC. Yeah. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it because that little video snippet that I showed you, it really, my autistic brain just picked up all these micro expressions and stuff that said that she was extremely anxious about being put on the spot, about being asked that question, unsure of herself, worried about how she would come across, worried about saying the wrong thing, a little bit of insecurity going on. And those are things that we're going to demand that she can't have should she run for president. You can't just will that away. You can't just not be anxious. I wish I'm on a fuck ton of medication for that and it still doesn't work. You know, the insecurities that she's feeling and everything of that sort, she can't just will them away. She's going to need people's support to get through all of this. Let's see. It's getting really bad, John Davis. I had to ask Hank to help me find a video clip. And I hate when it's like, why didn't I record this at the time when I knew I would probably use it? I was looking for a video clip and it was driving me fucking insane. Because it's like, oh, it's so perfect for the Anna montage that I'm doing right now. Oh, I need this. I need it. Luckily, Hank helped me out. He knew what I was talking about and was able to help me find that clip. Yeah, I do notice how the male YouTubers tend to scrutinize her in ways that they don't tend to scrutinize male politicians. Jet says Sandee is better than Doug Ford. That's not a high bar. Oh, I would love to be premier, but I can't. I can't. For those of you Americans who don't know how it works up here in Canada, you can't just say, I'm going to run for prime minister or premier of the province. you have to first be vetted by a party, be accepted by that party, and run in that party. And then the party itself then has to vote for you to be the leader. And then there has to be an election in which you win the majority of seats as the party in order to become a leader. So you can't just say, I'm going to run. I'm going to run. As an independent, you can't. You cannot be leader of anything. And way back when, the NDP made it very clear I was not welcome. I don't know. I want to talk to Avi Lewis to see if things might change now, although there's no way in hell I'd be able to run for provincial or federal office now with my YouTube channel and some of the shit that I've been saying on it. Not a chance. And just checking subspace. Yeah. I'm just trying to yeah, my brain's been fried because I have like all these things on the go. I'm doing, like I said, I'm doing the paintings. Just got these ones done. I'm still working on some trans flags and stuff. Let me know what you think. I'm not necessarily entirely happy with this one. I think the white paint under the heart was still a little bit tacky, which made it a little bit blotchy. But let me know if you like the kind of blotchy look on that. And that's for the bisexual trans heart. That's for the pansexual trans heart. There's also going to be a lesbian trans heart and a gay man trans heart. And I also have a whole bunch of Pride Canada flags that I'm going to be doing. And yeah, got lots and lots of painting to do, which is nice. It's work, but it's nice work. You see, working on the TYT essay, that's work and it feels like work. It's not nice work. But working on the paintings, it's work, but it's nice work, you know. It's that. Let's see, reference frame saying, but if that's true of all politicians and they are all under pressure, it comes with a job. It's not an excuse or justification for bad decisions. Yeah, all politicians, but again, it'll be different. It'll be different. Men get away with making mistakes and they're still very loudly supported by other male politicians in their party. And they're allowed to get away with so much more, especially white cis men, white heterosexual or pretending to be heterosexual cis men. They're allowed to make mistakes. Person of color, a woman, someone who's queer, not allowed to make mistakes. So it's not the same pressure depending on who you are within these parties. And it also depends. Are you a Republican or Democrat? Because if you're a Democrat and you say that you're pro-Palestinian, you're going to be attacked by other Democrats, even censured for saying that there's a genocide in Gaza and all that sort of stuff. But you're a Republican, what can't you do? There are PDF files and rapists and fraudsters and all of this sort of stuff. Donald James says, I agree, Sandee, your senses are right about this. She was anxious to be put on the spot because she knew that online personalities would attack her. Silas likes the pansexual trans heart. Yeah, I did it in the style of this one here, which is one that I'm keeping because I'm non-binary with a pansexual heart. I'm not necessarily smooth at it right now, making the heart look a little bit rounded. But it's acrylic paints, and acrylic paints, it's hard to blend. But I do think it looks nice. Let me know if you like the blotchy on the bisexual heart. Because it has its own, like sometimes I don't plan on things and it still has its own thing. Still has its own thing. Oh, I'm at the bottom of subspace. Oh, so let's see. Oh, I have less than 10 minutes left. Huh. Okay. Well then, I'll bug some of you who, if you were watching my last Sunday show, will know. And this is a nice little break from politics and stuff like that. So, in my book, I always want to talk about my book. I figured out the naming conventions for the vampires, which means I now also have to think of their names, because they have more than one name. Although in this book, it's not necessarily implied that they have more than one name, because the way she's telling the story, and anyway, blah, blah, blah. So they have naming conventions, and I know they're not themed names, Jet. Basically, when a vampire is found as a child before they become a vampire, the vampire who finds them gives them a name. So that is their given name. And when they hit puberty and the white streak appears in their hair and they're turning into a vampire, they have a chosen name, a name that they choose. Plus, they take on the given name of their mentor. And their mentor is kind of like their parent. So they have the given name of their parent, their given name, and their chosen name. Sometimes they won't have the given name of their mentor for reasons. So some of them will only have two names. But anyway, Minuet's second name, her given name, I'm working on. John is thinking that the other one looks a little blotchy and kind of rough. Yeah, I'm thinking about fixing it. Let's see. Now that the white paint under it is definitely dry. So Minuet's second name, I need help with. It's almost the exact same, but put a 1 in subspace if you like the first one better than the second one. So put a 1 if you like Minluna Lai. Put a 2 if you like Minlun Lai. It's almost the same thing, it's just minus a syllable. So put a 1 if you like Minluna Lai. Put a 2 if you like Minlun Lai. And what that means in Vampirish is the brightest moment of the full moon. That's her name. So Minuet Minluna Lai or Minuet Minlun Lai. Reference frame will die on the hill of 1. Solis is 1. Jed is 2. John Davis is 1. Yeah, so I need to start thinking of Vampirish names for all my characters. Oh, God. And I've already finally, on my last couple walks, been able to figure out exactly how the vampires were created. So there's the elders and then the vampires, but then what was before the elders, what led into the elders type thing. So I actually know the full lore as into how they were created. Oh, it's going to be a world. It's a world that I need to work on. Can't wait. Can't wait. As soon as the TYT essay is done and I get all these paintings done, then I can start working more on that. I just know the instant I go back to that book, the books, that's all I'm going to be about. I won't be able to finish the TYT essay and stuff. And considering how much work I've already put into it, like, oh my God, it's been 1.5 years, pretty much, almost 1.5 years that I've been working on it. And it's become such a bigger monster than I ever anticipated. But there's just so much. Like, if anyone is able to sit through all my video essays and still say that they can be a fan of Cenk and Anna, and I don't care what your political background or ideology is, then you're not smart enough to be watching political commentary on YouTube, because it's not just like, you might agree with Cenk and Anna's turn towards favoring Tucker. You might agree with their centrist or right-wing's views on things, but it's not just about that. It's also about the fact that they're not good faith, that they lie, that the information that they present to you isn't necessarily accurate. And so regardless of what your political leaning is, do you want to put your faith, your resources, your money into people that won't be straight with you? Because I definitely have lots of evidence of all that bullshit going on there. Yeah. So the next time you'll be able to see me, most likely will be on Sunday on Left of the Box for my political, my news live stream featuring Canadian shenanigans. I'm also going to try to get a couple more videos put up onto my art channel. That is Sandee Lovas. I haven't been working that much on it because, again, I'm just kind of overwhelmed with everything else because I still have all the painting and stuff to do. So please go subscribe to both of those if you are not on them. But chances are, if you're watching this right now, you already know. You know me. Like I know you. I had a whole bunch of other things that we could have gone over today, but I'm a bit long-winded. Well, I hope you're feeling better now, Jet. Seeing that they were bedridden, but they're on Sunday. Yeah. I am just trying to clear up some. I think it's just temporary asthma. I went to the doctor and they said that they couldn't hear anything in my lungs. So that rules out an infection because I was worried that it was like full-fledged infection, the way that I was breathing and stuff. Yeah. Silas, there should not be any diehard fans of Jake and Anna by the time if they watch my video essay. There should be no such thing. They must exist, but there should be no such thing. Yeah, I'm on an inhaler now, and hopefully I am able to take deeper breaths without coughing my lungs out. So there's that. But I do hope that you're feeling, Jed is feeling better. Yeah. I hope to get it completely cleared up so that next week I can start going back to the gym because, ever since I've been determined to go back to the gym, I've probably spent more weeks away from it than going because of health issues, catching a cold, pulling muscle, that sort of thing. But never because I just didn't feel like it. It's always been because of something, concrete, like I'm sick or I've pulled a muscle and I can't work it out. Those are the only reasons that I haven't been to the gym. So I'm hoping to start going back next week. Okay. Yes, buy my book. I didn't sell any last month. Anyway, I don't need to ramble anymore. So now would be a horrible time for somebody to put like a question in subspace about my book and me end up in another 15-minute rant and making Nicholas be like, oh my God. But everyone, please say thank you to Nicholas for being the producer at this space. Puts in a lot of work, puts up with a lot. This is a collaborative on this channel, so lots of people involved. And everyone here is important. And after this, I need to do some work on the TYT essays before I get back to my painting. I want to get back to the painting. But I just need to do some recording. I'm not going to be doing any splicing or anything, just recording of a couple scenes for my TYT essays. Anyway, it's 5 o'clock. So thank you everyone for coming out. Hope to see you all again. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that
Cocaína.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X run. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. Not transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed. This that I got realness, I just push cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got dark, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who. Want you to comply.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just fine. You sound great, actually.
Thank you. How are you doing? You sound great as well.
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I actually had a very funny past hour of I'm not sure if this is really online. So if you're not familiar with any part of this, feel free to be like, Lance, get help. But there's a right-wing mid-tier culture warrior type content producer called Smash JT, who basically makes like anti-woke video game content. You know the types, like the quartering
That
style
sounds
stuff.
familiar. Yeah, that does sound familiar to me.
And he has been going after Alyssa Mercante for a very long time. And she eventually sued him because he wouldn't stop saying that, like, she sucks dick for money. Like, he's got, like, hundreds and hundreds of hours, of clips of him be like, she sucks cock for money. She loves to suck dick for money. She's a prostitute, like all this stuff. So she eventually sued him. That's the funny part of the story. Part of that lawsuit just revealed discovery of his leaked ChatGPT logs, who he apparently has been using as his legal counsel / creative team behind his own tweets, posts, videos, and etc. And he has been like for years apparently arguing with ChatGPT so much for it to be like, stop saying that like DEI is a myth and white people aren't oppressed. Like, I need you to tell the truth about the wokes. Like, and like now it's all been leaked for the public to laugh at. And that's what I spent the last hour doing, was laughing at it. It was like, the shit was so funny.
That sounds amazing.
I'm really happy the public has this. It's maybe a good video for you down the road because of like, it really goes to the core of the people who effectively are, I hate women in video games, or representation that features like, women in the writing staff, or gay characters or trans characters, or a black Jedi or stuff like that. Like, that's beyond the pale, that kind of stuff. All those types. He doesn't even really care enough about the shit that he spews to make his own content. Like, he was getting ChatGPT to make outrage videos and write them for him. Like, explain why the new like Indiana Jones is anti-woke DEI, Sweet Baby Inc. And then like ChatGPT will be like, that makes no sense. I don't understand. And then he'll like, do a parody where it says that it's like anti-woke, blah, blah. And then I'm like, oh, okay. And then it spits out like all of his points and facts that he would put into his videos. Like, it's all there now for public record. They got exposed.
That is so embarrassing for him. How big is this person? Is he like 100K subs, 200K subs, or like how big are we talking?
Like,
you said mid-tier, so
yeah, 120, I think. Smash GT.
That's pretty big. That's pretty damn big.
131,000.
Okay. Wow, yeah, that's big. And he is not producing his own content. He's having an algorithm think for him.
Some of it. I'm just looking at his website now, and there's so many videos on the quartering, which is also funny. If you haven't heard, the quartering got exposed this past week as well for his own scandal.
Oh no, I haven't heard this either.
Okay, Mike, I'm so curious.
I'm so excited, Lance. You said that like I have to tell you to seek help if it's too online for me. I'm eating this shit up. Okay.
All right. I'm so curious. For Jeremy Hambley, aka the quartering, do you think the scandal is A?
Oh, a test.
Something involving potential closeted bisexuality, pansexuality, or homosexuality? B, a possible partnership or cuckoldry involving a wife? C, the exposure online of him holding down another man's head in a sexual position as part of cuckoldry?
Well, that's a lot to consider. Okay. So I'm doing my gaydar scan and it's all coming up straight for me. So I have to go with the latter two options. I'm going to say that given the shit that he talks about, he's probably got some really out there kinks that the right would not be necessarily open to. So I'd have to go with the holding down the man's head. That would be my guess for cuckoldry. Is that correct?
Partially. The answer was all of the above.
Oh, whoa. Okay. I did not see that curveball. Well played, Lance.
There you have it, internet. Happy Thursday. Hope you're all doing well.
Wow. So
yeah.
First of all, I have to say I'm appalled at any homosexual men engaging in intercourse with this individual on any level. Shame on them.
Okay, so that one is tough because like that's why I'm like I put all three into the same category because it could be still straight, right? Like I agree with you. Straight you know, the straight read off the charts, right? Like if I was to clock the quarter, it'd be like mostly straight guy, right? Like almost entirely straight. But the cuckoldry acts involve potential bisexual acts, right? Like if you are involved in sexual acts with the other man, I don't know at what point, I guess, do the straights draw the line is kind of, that's the thing I was thinking of. With this whole thing. Like, is it gay to like jerk off with another dude? And it's like, no, bro, fucking that's not gay at all. Fucking this heterosexual is fucking, you know, anything. It's like, okay, well then, is it gay to hold another man while he has sex with your wife? Is that gay? No, bro, that's just fucking party on, you know. Like, all right, is it gay if that other man brags online about how much fun it was to have his head held down by you as like you know, that kind of stuff? I don't know. It could be experimentation. You know, I agree with you. I think the straights are not all right, and I don't know if this 100%. I think the sex worker involved in the alleged scandal is bisexual or pansexual, or that's a part of the cuckoldry act itself. That I'm not totally sure. Yeah.
I will say the cuckoldry bit isn't necessarily surprising to me because there's already been so many conservatives who were pretty open actually about being cucks. I know that Sneeko was one of them, right? I think that's kind of what catapulted him into this whole reactionary politics. There's another one too. I can't remember who the other cuckold was. Was it Kanye? Kanye, right?
Was Kanye? Yeah. Well, that was the name of his last album. I think it was Kanye.
Really? God.
The one that has the titular Hitler song on it. Yeah, that I think.
Okay. I was not aware of that.
I don't know if that literally. I mean, Diddy was both a cuckold and someone who engaged in a variety of different activities.
I have to assume that they're all cuckolds because they are the ones that really popularized that term, and so every accusation is a confession, right? You know, that's kind of how you base your estimate as to what they are into. So
I totally agree. And I mean, like, he does use the term as a pejorative all the time, right? He's always like, that person's cucked, he's a soy cuck, he sits in the cuck chair, he wears the cuck cage, that kind of stuff. So
wow.
I think that this was probably, an inevitability. I think, like, if you don't know the story, the only funny thing about the quartering scandal is that I don't think anyone on the left would have known about it because it's Chud on Chud violence. It was like this Chud channel that did a whole special on the quartering having a quote bull, and they found out about the bull. Who is actually a legal sex worker who may have committed crimes as well, and they had receipts from the bull and the bull having posted online about, like, you know, enjoying the pleasure of the quartering, holding his head and things like that. And so they made a live stream where they posted the receipts, and then the quartering went to war and took the live stream down, and that's how everyone else found out about it, like myself. All of a sudden, one. Exactly, right? Then Streisand effect. All of a sudden, I'm like, wait, why did the stream get taken down? Apparently, he was like going to war, calling up like someone who works for Kiwi Farms or something, telling him like, you know, like I don't want anything to be leaked. They've gone too far. They're coming after my family. This is off bounds. You know, like everything's fair game, but you can't go after the wife. You know, all these kind of things. So yeah, that's how the world found out, and it's apparently hit his channel really badly too, because that's the one thing you can't be on the anti-right is you can't be a cuck. You can't be a cuckold or be involved in cuckoldry or like have any man hold power over like your partner or your wife is like, that's like,
it's emasculating. Their whole thing is like, you know, hyper masculine. We're the alphas, and that doesn't surprise me. I would have suspected. I mean, cuckoldry not surprising, as I was saying about the quartering, but I don't know. I guess that if I had to guess, I would have thought something else, like in the from Matt Walsh. We don't know what that is. There's the whole diaper baby in the background, right? So
yeah, and the licking of the condoms. I think he's a sadomasochist.
Wait, licking of the condoms? I don't even know about this one.
Oh, so like all the shock jock shit he was doing back in the day. One of them is he films one of like the interns near a dumpster, and they see a used condom, and then he makes him lick the inside of the dumpster beside the used condom on camera. Yeah, well, like you can hear Matt Walsh audibly in the video being like, "Oh, hey, that's so well, bro, okay, bro," you know, all that kind of shit, right? Like, yeah, like Jackass.
So he was getting his raw fox, or his did I say that right? His rocks off. Yeah,
rocks.
Yeah.
Rocks, yes, rocks off.
He was getting hard to that. Disgusting. Like Matt Walsh, I don't even want to know what his search history looks like. He has got the craziest fucking kinks that would shock everyone, even the no kink shame crowd, which I'm part of that crowd. I would have to be like, whoa, I'm gonna have to revise my position because this is too much.
Pushing the limits of kink shaming to its extremes.
Yeah, I mean, the Brian Gnome one almost broke me. I actually crossed the line, probably, arguably, but like it's just hard not to pounce.
The bimbofication stuff. I mean, no, I saw your video on that. You were calling out the rank hypocrisy of it all more than anything. It wasn't at all that, like, you know, anyone should feel ashamed for cross-dressing. Right. Exploring bimbofication, which that was a fetish I didn't even know about. I knew about expansion and porn, but I didn't know specifically the bimbofication, like that genre, right, was like a hyper specific niche. But yeah, it's the fact that Gnome and him are like, you know, anti-LGBTQ plus bigots who say that like drag queens are a danger to kids. Like, meanwhile, you're just like, you know, the fucking what is it? Pay me more, slop daddy, as I slurp my fucking whatever loon juice he was saying to the. I can't remember what the recordings were, but it was wild. How the fuck does someone get? I'm just okay. So between that and who's the other piece of shit, Swalwell. All these people, I'm astonished that they have skeletons like that in their closets, and they still have the confidence to get out there and do these shows or these programs, or like run in politics or like become was there no background? Was there not a single, like, this seems like a very easy, we did a light background check on you. Some stuff came up. There's a couple women who have accusations. What do you say? Is this stuff that we can get past? Should we admit to it now? That kind of stuff. Like, instead, just straight up like, so confident.
I think they think that they're never going to get caught, or they just don't think that they did anything wrong. Like with Swalwell, maybe he genuinely believes that what he did was not criminal, which is crazy because, like, if you have a big secret like that hanging over your head, it really affects every single thing that you do. I mean, like my being in the closet is not comparable to what they did. Those are criminals, obviously, but like I would think about everything. Like, should I go bowling? Because like, what if I throw the ball too gay? Or roll the ball together, you know what I mean? Like things like that. Like it's over your head, and so like the fact that they're just like so confident, and his wife is, Brian Noem's wife is just going out there, signing these laws, banning gender affirming care. You would think that they would want to be less conspicuous, but they don't, I guess they don't think about these things. They're not smart enough to consider that. And they probably just don't think they're ever going to get caught. It's crazy to me because Brian Noem's not a criminal, but Eric Swalwell, I'm glad that he resigned, but he should be in fucking prison for the allegations that came out. I think that needs to be a priority for Democrats and Republicans, to be fair. Anyone who commits crimes like this, it's time to start locking them in jail, because very clearly, the Me Too movement was great in that it gave a lot of people the confidence to come out and share their stories. But there were just a couple of individuals who were held accountable out of that, Harvey Weinstein and whatnot. You had Louis C.K. canceled, but he still has a career. But we need to start putting these people in jail.
Bill Cosby got out of jail.
Right, yeah.
Louis C.K. won a Grammy afterwards. He's fine. Yeah. You're right. I think Harvey Weinstein is the only extreme example. And even in that case, Candace Owens is trying to get him freed right now. I don't think he will be, but I think there's still an effort or at least a pushback of people being Me Too went too far or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're going through pedo Me Too, right? Where it's all these pedophiles and pedophile adjacent or pedophile protectors coming forward. And that's just happening every single day. America's not doing
no rest. no, we have straight up pedophile culture in this country, and I guess we're all just fine with that. We're just going on about our business while the pedophiles continue to run the government. It's really crazy to me, but I'm not surprised because it's America. But still, I wish that we all had higher standards.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I figured before people arrive today, I don't know if there's been any revelations, but Ashley St. Clair was apparently going to drop huge receipts on Benny Johnson. She just hasn't done it yet, I think, unless there has been the drop yet. But she stated that she had very, very big revelations to share with the world.
I have your video on Twitter that you shared, and I am anxiously awaiting this, but at the same time, it's kind of we already got spoilers. Still, right. I'm excited.
Yeah.
If she comes out and she's like, Benny Johnson is gay, it's we know, but
yeah.
Tell us more.
No. You need something new. You need a new receipt to make this worth the amount of hype you're trying to build behind this release.
Right. Because we need to actually see pictures or chat logs to get me excited, I think. So she has to deliver. But this is the video in question where she teases it.
This is a message for Benny Johnson. Since I came forward about my experience with that predator, Madison Cawthorn, I had mentioned in my video that Benny Johnson, I had disclosed to him that I had experienced this behavior with Madison Cawthorn. And that
the Madison Cawthorn thing, I don't actually. I think I would assume she's referring to the original Madison Cawthorn expose, right? Unless there's something new with regard to Madison Cawthorn. Which is weird because he exposed members of Congress saying that they were offering him, or inviting him to cocaine parties and whatnot, and then he got exposed. So they all are accusing each other of these things, and I think that there's truth to all of it, but then they also have skeletons in their closet, and I think that they believe by exposing other people, it'll make them less suspicious. But I think at this point, we just have to assume that every single conservative, at a minimum, is a little bit of a sexual deviant, and that's being really charitable.
Yeah.
to platform this awful human being. However, I'm not a consumer of Benny Johnson content because I value my IQ and I'm not one of his cerebral speed bump boomer followers. Unfortunately, I've watched his content in the last 24 hours because it's been sent to me. And before yesterday, I was unaware of the content that Benny Johnson had been putting out about me on his show, including about my family and my children, and that I should lose my child, that I am not a sane parent, that I am a narcissist, making up lies about my finances and my family situation. So, Benny, I have been sitting on the receipts of you for far too long. You and your sociopathic behavior and the way you operate your businesses and your grift. So you want to go, Benny? You want to talk about my children and make this personal? Let's go. Because I have been sitting on this for far too long. And guess what? A lot of people have been sitting on things about you for far too long. And I will remind you that if you live in a glass house, stop throwing stones for your little Facebook dollars. TTFN, you're next.
Okay, I've got to give her a 10 out of 10 for the delivery and the performance. I want to get excited for this, but I'm not, because I feel like she's just going to say he's gay.
Right.
But
without any nuances kind of thing. Yeah, no, I'm very excited. I'm with you. I don't know if there's going to be anything that extreme.
Right.
There's some rumors that people have suggested that he is married to a beard, as in his wife is aware of the relationship and they have an arrangement kind of idea. She might be able to provide information proving that. Yeah.
Did you see his wife's tweets about him?
The old ones, I maybe should pull them up if it's the one I'm thinking of. I saw him. It's like I was looking at the one he posted today about him proving that he's straight. He's like, I am duty bound to protect my family's honor, and and he still hasn't responded. That's like going on 2 months that he said he's duty bound to prove his heterosexuality. And I was wondering how. I was like, what is the pledge one must make? Like. I love missionary position and 4% IPAs, and I hated 9/11.
What was that test that they used to do on gay people? Or maybe it was like a study, I don't remember, where they like basically monitored their arousal and they made them watch like gay porn.
And they electrocuted them? Wasn't it like a torture study?
Oh, was it? I can't remember, because there's been multiple studies. Some of them were torturous, but
okay.
Maybe there's a way to gauge his heterosexuality, alleged heterosexuality scientifically.
Like you're saying, like the Kinsey scale, but instead of volunteer information, they were kind of clockworks oranging people, or just maybe not forcing them to watch, but just being like, does this arouse you? It's up to the
right, like gauging, like going through different types of orientations and seeing what gets the most like response physiologically. The heart racing, the dick popping. So in terms of his wife, so she went on a tweet spree, which this was the worst idea ever. So she basically was insisting that her husband was not gay. What is this? Oh, an ad. So
I love how they always use the gayest photos of him too. You can't take a straight picture of that man.
He can't. I mean, even the pictures with his wife, he looks like a GBF. Like, so okay. There was this one. Oh my god, there's so much ads on this website. I'm sorry, I need to get an ad blocker that works. Okay, so they shared this picture about date night, right? And so this person chimes in saying, somehow I'm not surprised date night pics are rare. And then they shared the screenshot of Saeed Jones, former BuzzFeed coworker.
Seen it. All right. Okay, we'll read that out. Yeah, read that out to people.
That's the thing that's crazy, is now she's acknowledging that at a minimum, people suspect that, her husband is homosexual. And she says, having 4 kids, 5 and younger, makes it difficult to have out of the house date nights. Hope that helps. So she officially has seen this. Okay. Which, I mean, you could not waterboard this shit out of me if I was in her position. But she responds to more pics where, she posts this, and again, very like,
wow, what is that photo?
Yeah, it's giving very beard vibes. Like, I don't know how else to describe it, right? My biggest flex in life is being married to him. Happy Valentine's Day. You are the best of men. Somebody says, being a beard isn't exactly a great flex, which is just so ruthless.
And she saw that too.
She saw that too and said, what is it like being a moron? So I know for a fact, I cannot prove this, but I know for a fact she at least Googled what a beard is.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah, she knows. She knows.
So, okay, I don't know if that was it.
That's so funny.
Like, if I'm remembering correctly, there was something else that she responded to, but like, long story short, she acknowledged these accusations, which I think is the worst idea imaginable. One, because as you saw, there was like, there's an article about it that was one of many, and people are talking about it. So I don't know. I am anxiously awaiting Ashley St. Clair's revelations, though. She's got to deliver, because Syed Jones had the best tea.
I completely agree. And I'm also awaiting his proof that he is in fact heterosexual. He is duty bound. He is honor and duty bound, apparently, to provide it, and still has not. So
it's interesting, though, right, that he hasn't sued Milo Yiannopoulos, because discovery would just prove how straight he is, I'm sure.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, you definitely have. There's ways to prove, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure. Oh, somebody's asking what a beard is. A beard is the wife of a gay man. Basically, she's the beard to make it appear as though he's straight, when in actuality, he is gay, and she's just acting as like,
well, I should also add in gay history, it's also not just women who were in loveless marriages by accident. There's also relationships that were formed when it was like obviously not only a taboo but illegal to be homosexual in society. Relationships where women sometimes would marry men full well knowing that they were gay, and this was a way for them to both survive. Sometimes lesbians would marry gay men and they would act as their parents for each other. That kind of stuff was capable of happening.
Is that called lavender marriages, when a gay man and a lesbian marry each other? So. I can't remember correctly, but
lavender marriage.
Yeah, I'm outdated on my lingo. I think it's lavender marriage.
A male to female mixed orientation marriage undertaken as a marriage of convenience to conceal socially stigmatized sexual orientation of one or both partners. Well done. Correct.
Okay. I'm glad I remembered that. You don't see those too often these days, unless it's on the right.
It's true. By our gay powers combined. Exactly. Yeah. It's actually, it's kind of cute. In a horrifying repression way.
Yeah, it's like it's a gay marriage, technically.
Yeah, it's technically a gay marriage. The first gay marriage. It's the original. Yeah, the OG gay marriage was lavender.
That's true. So I wanted to share. Okay, this is a weird topic, and we'll get to the substantive stuff in a second, everybody. But I wanted to get some silly stuff in the agenda before it gets too dark. But so there was another story about RFK Jr. I'm pulling up the video from TMZ, and I don't know where this came out. There's either in a book or some shit, but long story short, he chopped off the dick of a raccoon. And
that's why everyone's talking about. I thought people were just being silly on the internet today, because I saw okay, that's what it's about. I'm caught up.
He said that he wanted to study it, right? And this is in addition to the bear cub body. There was something else that he put on
the whale carcass.
It was a whale, right? That's the one that he strapped on the car.
He strapped it to a car, and the whale juice was like going into his children's mouths, so they had to put bags on the side windows or something to collect the whale juice.
Well, people have questions about the raccoon penis. Kyle Kalinske tweeted, "Did he suck it off?" TMZ caught up with him and asked him a question about the raccoon penis.
This is real life. Oh my god!
This is American politics in 2026.
This is the health secretary.
I love that TMZ is doing this. Exclusive: Robert F. Kennedy Jr. mum on being the Bobbit of roadkill.
The Bobbit of roadkill. Oh my god.
Secretary, what did you do with the raccoon's dead penis? Where is it now?
Just another day.
Sentence, Secretary, what did you do with the dead raccoon's penis? It's just, that's a banger.
And what's great is that was not a random sentence to him that he didn't understand. He processed it, understood the assignment, and then laughed a little bit. All right.
Right. I genuinely do want to know, because he keeps doing this. He very clearly has a history of taking animal carcasses, and this is not normal behavior by any stretch of the imagination. There's something seriously wrong with this man.
That's not a regional thing. It's not a like.
Believe it or not,
where's he from originally? Jersey? Is that a Jersey thing?
I mean, I've never heard of this. If it is a Jersey thing, maybe people from Jersey can chime in the chat because you're kind of under attack right now. So
yeah, I gotta be careful. I'm gonna have so many people be like, "Wait, what the fuck? He's not from Jersey. That's not a Jersey thing. We don't collect whales." All right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so weird. This is honestly serial killer shit. I guess they torture live animals, but still, like this fascination with carcasses is so.
He was born in
creepy.
DC. He's from Washington D.C. He was born to be in politics.
Yeah. He's on. By the way, in addition to all of the animal carcass stuff, he's in the Epstein files. He flew on the Epstein jet. Volunteered that information on Fox News.
Mm-hmm. He also went on dinosaur bone hunting expeditions with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell after he was a convicted pedophile. After the fact. Yeah. So, he's well over the Epstein files. It's not great. Did you, Mike, if you haven't seen it, show the clip of him getting roasted today. Did you watch the one where someone's holding up a sign of one of his own quotes about black children being like addicted to Adderall and shit, and they should be separated from their families and thrown in, like white farms? And
Yeah,
stuff
I'll
like
pull that up.
Oh man, it's so good. I was just like, not only is it wild that he said that, he doesn't, it's like, it's so fucked up that he doesn't believe his own quote. He's like, I never said that. And I'm like, no, you very clearly did. Like, this is like, and he's like, I don't know what that means. And then the woman's like, no one knows what it means. It's like neo-phrenology.
I don't remember. It was one of the it was Linda Sanchez who was questioning him, and I just love the quote from her. I'm gonna read it real quick. You're spending taxpayer dollars to drink milk shirtless in a hot tub with Kid Rock. Somehow you think that's a better public health message than informing the public about the benefits of vaccines. Really?
Oh man, that's good.
It's so weird. Okay, let me see if I could find that particular moment because it was.
He said autistic people won't pay taxes. Yeah, he said so many wild things. He thinks microplastics cause trans people. He thinks COVID was bioengineered to spare Ashkenazi Jews specifically. Like it's stuff the likes of which you wouldn't expect. Like he's basically Alex Jones in a position of extreme authority.
Right?
Entrenched within the medical system of the United States.
It's truly. It's not just embarrassing. It's so horrifying. But this is that particular moment.
Mr. Secretary, you've made a number of outlandish and frankly disturbing comments both before and during your tenure as Secretary of Health and Human Services. I want to draw your attention to one of those times. In a 2024 podcast interview, you suggested that Black children on ADHD medication should be reparented. You said
the slow pan is incredible.
Yeah.
That quote is insane.
We have to I just want to pause to read that. That is fucking crazy. Every Black kid is now just standard put on Adderall, SSRIs, benzos, which are known to induce violence. This is so insane and racist. And those kids are going to have a chance to go to somewhere and get reparented. The fact that he said this in 2024, like you would read this and think, man, this is like some fucking like Jim Crow era politician shit.
Yeah.
Like,
and because he says that he never said that and it's fake, I looked it up and it's 100% real. In context, it's worse. In context,
oh my God,
he's saying that Black kids should be put onto like white farms so that like the natural life of like farm servitude can help clear them of their potential like addictions to subscription drugs. To like let's be clear, like some of the stuff that has been prescribed, like SSRIs, that could be for very severe depression, right?
Right.
Or someone who has like a very severe ADHD where they're unable to actually process information without the use of Adderall. Like you can't just discount that's being given to induce violence. Like that's where like, oh man, he's just going, he's like fucking, he's in the skull measuring territory right now.
Yeah, he's out there. I'm wondering, do you know, did he say this when he also said the thing about sending people on SSRIs to forced labor camps, essentially? Because he was saying that if you send them to farms and you make them do manual labor, that is going to help their mental well-being. I don't remember the exact quote, but essentially, like, the takeaway was that we should send people on SSRIs, people with mental health issues, to labor camps. And so it sounds similar, what you're describing, to what he said there. I don't know if he said this multiple times or...
But this is where we're at. He might not be saying it in those terms, not using that direct verbatim language, but that's exactly what he's suggesting here. And in this one, he wants them to be racially segregated. He wants black kids with depression, mental health issues to be taken from their families, put into farms, and be forced to do manual labor to cure them of their disease. Like, that's wild, you know? Like,
fucking insane.
Straight out of the eugenics movement, like straight up, right out of the eugenics movement shit. And he's the Health and Human Secretary. Oh my god.
Oh my god. And he denies this. That's not surprising. All right, I'll play the rest of this. This is wild.
Reduce violence, and that those children are going to have to go somewhere to get reparented. There is a lot to unpack in that comment. I know that you've already answered several of the questions I was going to ask, and so I'm just going to rephrase them. Mr. Secretary, you've already admitted that you are not board certified physician, and you've already admitted that you did not go to medical school. Have you ever reparented, or parented, I should say, a black child?
I don't even know what that phrase means, and I doubt that.
No answer.
I doubt that I said that phrase. No,
Absolutely
I'm not going to answer something that I didn't say.
You absolutely said it.
Oh, I'd like to hear the rest.
Oh my god.
It's such a fair question, too.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
By the way,
so to be clear, you're not a doctor, you have no medical degree, and you have no formal medical training. You have never parented a black child.
24 of the 26 HHS secretaries have not had medical
It's as loud as we can make it, I think.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. It's really soft.
I reclaim my time. So you are not a doctor, have no formal medical training, and you've never parented a black child, and yet you are suggesting that the federal government should take black children away from their families and reparent them and send them off to some wellness farm instead of providing them with evidence-based.
You're just making stuff up.
I am absolutely not making this up.
Oh my god.
Mr. Secretary, in your opinion, what factors should the federal government consider when reparenting a black child who has been on ADHD or ADD?
I don't even know what you're talking about, Congressman. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what reparenting means.
I don't either, but you said that.
I did not say
Mr. Secretary.
Wow. I mean, imagine if a black politician said that about white kids, right? Like,
no, it would be a perpetual fucking cycle. You'd never hear the end of it. Just over, replay.
It's white genocide.
Yeah.
But he says that, and no, I didn't say that actually. It's crazy that he would deny that because, like, these boomer ass politicians, they know how to use the internet. They know that the internet is permanent. Anything you say on the internet, it's going to be there forever. And I guess that he said something so absurd that even he doesn't believe he said it. I think he's just probably lying if I had to guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that, or like, this is why I hate AI so much, is that, like, it's gotten us to a point now where he can say that, and for a little while people can be like, oh wait, was it fake? Was it real? Did he actually say that? I think they probably, like, I think it's good to have that just as a prop, because it just looks obscenely ridiculous to see your own words, like, put before you like that. But I think they should have had the clip on hand too, just to be able to drop it, because then it's undeniable.
Yeah, he can't run away from it that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Did you see a clip from his dumbass podcast that he launched? First of all, I love that everybody was saying, bold choice to use an audio format with that fucking voice. But there was a clip that the one of the Krasenstein brothers had shared of his podcast.
No, I haven't heard it.
So it was just really quick. It was RFK Jr. talking to some white dude, and the dude he was talking to, the caption from Brian Krasenstein was, he says that we need to explore alternative things and push this and that and dog meat. And then and then the caption was, and RFK Jr. says nothing when he brings up dog meat. And then I listened to it, and he did not say dog meat. He said dark meat. But it's fucking hilarious that like you'd be listening to that and you wouldn't think twice. Oh yeah, dog. Of course he would talk about dog meat because he was accused of eating a dog. So
yeah, it turned out to be a goat.
Oh, it was a goat. Okay.
Yeah, him and Cheryl Hines are like in front of a barbecue, and it's like a fully barbecued goat, but it looks like a dog carcass or something. It looks disgusting.
Oh, yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I just don't know what to do with these people aside from throw them into permanent re-education camps. It's just exhausting. it's so exhausting.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible.
Yeah, just a complete imbecile and a total embarrassment. I wanted to bring up or maybe we should save this from Mike when he gets here, because I wanted to talk about the vote on the War Powers resolution. Maybe we'll save that for when Mike gets here. But we should probably also address the current situation. I know some of you already know Matt hasn't made like a statement about this publicly yet, but Sam on Majority Report said that Matt's father unfortunately did pass away earlier this week. We have not talked to Binder since that happened. We talked to him before it happened, and a lot of people are asking like what they can do to help Matt. He isn't necessarily said, but I would highly, highly encourage you to send super chats his way. We're streaming on his channel, so you can do that. And also, if you really want to support him, go to patreon.com/MattBinder. We don't know the particular situation. We don't know if there's going to be funeral expenses or medical expenses. I can tell you, aside from this, Matt is going through a hell of a time. Just life has been a motherfucker to Matt. Just things out of his family's control. So he could really use that support right now if you're able to. So yeah, I'd say if you want to really help, just go to patreon.com/MattBinder if you're able to, because that's the only thing I could think of. I think right now he probably just needs some time, because that is really difficult to process. I mean, a lot of you probably remember Alan, Matt's daddy, was in the chat every single week. Just the kindest soul. So really, really, we feel for Matt right now, and we love Matt. So I can't think of anything else that would be helpful right now. So yeah, if you can support him, that would be really appreciative. He won't be able to read the super chats. I'll read them later that you send to him. Don't send to me. Send them to Matt Bender tonight. I'll read all of the super chats.
And send all of them to Matt Bender. And you know what? Maybe say that they were intended for David Doel to make it extra sweet. Just so Matt knows.
There you go.
That you were, accidentally donating to him instead of David Doel, so he can have a little extra joy with each donation.
He would really appreciate that. For sure. Yeah, definitely.
But genuinely, everything that Mike said is really true. Go if you have $1 to spare, go to his Patreon, help him out. It would mean a lot.
Yeah. This is not easy. Like, I lost my dad in 2020, and it was terrible. The difference is that I had years to prepare. My dad was sick for a really long time. This was really sudden. So, there's no easy way or more difficult way. Death is death. It's just really difficult to process. So, I know Binder is probably just, I can't imagine how he's feeling right now. So yeah, just any way that you can, he's probably not thinking about like support or the next step. He's just, he's needing some time. But yeah, I would say go support him on Patreon if you can. That would be a really generous thing to do. If you can't, you can't. But if you can, that would be wonderful. But I wanted to also, so I wanted to talk about, I know you talked about this yourself, Lance, but I had to talk about the Dave Chappelle, like, pseudo mea culpa.
Yeah.
That really pissed me off. I mean, in a way, it's like, I kind of feel smug because I'm thinking we all told you so, but I do not buy his excuse. I don't know if you feel the same way. I think that he knows what he was doing. And we'll get to what he said specifically, but I think that Dave Chappelle is playing stupid because he doesn't want to admit there's this cognitive dissonance that you can sense that he is not able to fight through. He was explicitly transphobic, and he courted an audience knowingly so. And then when he really saw the people that he made a bed with, he thought, "Oh, this is gross. I don't want to be associated with these people, with Lauren Boebert, with these fucking freaks who obsess over trans people's genitalia." But I mean, like, if you go back to his specials, it was explicit transphobia, and it wasn't clever. It was the laziest hack transphobia imaginable. The same shit that the same jokes conservatives have been making for years. It's the, "Oh, well, can I identify as Chinese?" Like, he actually fucking said this. And in the second special, I believe, he tried to like use his former trans friend as like a shield when the situation that he shared was extremely fucked up. I don't remember the specifics, but like he outed himself. And aside from that, he exposed himself as a fucking NIMBY as well to his city council, talking about not wanting affordable housing, threatening to yank his funding.
Like, can't be more explicit than that, right? I'm Team Turf. I'm
Team Turf. Yeah, I mean, he has no plausible deniability. So I think that he is completely full of shit. He knows what he's doing. So I'll play I think this is the actual, bring it in, the clip from the NPR interview. He also commented on the Riyadh Comedy Festival, and again, super duper disingenuous. I think that Dave Chappelle knows better. Also, Bill Burr knows better. Some comedians, I think that they're high on their own supply and they're stupid. Dave Chappelle is not a stupid person. Dave Chappelle knows exactly what he's doing. So I'll play the clip from the NPR interview where he said that he didn't like that Republicans started to like him because he was transphobic.
But what about people who feel like you're punching down? Like you are not a trans person. And there are people who feel like it's different when you are part of the group that has been attacked, hurt, demeaned, etc. And then if you're outside of the group and you're having commentary about it, it causes feelings. And what do you say to people who feel that in some occasions you're punching down?
Well, okay, this is a conversation that
you're bored by, sick of.
Nah, yeah, I'm not sick of it. I don't want to be dismissive to that sentiment, but I don't know. That's a tough one for me because so much of that was a media phenomenon. What was happening in actual life versus how the media was reporting on my show. And I feel like the way they reported on that show was rage baiting to some degree. And there's so many different branches to talk about it. But I would say that, not everything is for everybody. I don't tell country artists what to sing about if I'm not going to go see a country show. If they bought tickets ever, maybe I'd listen. I don't know. They're just never there. I don't even know who's telling them I say these things. Do
you feel like your jokes are misrepresented or you think they're misrepresented? For a purpose, which is to.
It's almost some reporting was as if they almost reported on it as if I was doing something other than a comedy show.
Okay, that is such a bad excuse that comedians have to stop using, because I mean,
the truth tellers.
Yeah, we're the truth tellers. It's comedy. Don't get offended by comedy. That is such cope because you don't get to use comedy as a fucking shield. You are, if you're going to be a truth teller, then, you can't, first of all, you're not a truth teller. You're fucking full of shit. But, you're sitting, where am I going with this? I was going to say that, oh my God, I lost my train of thought. Never mind. It was a great point, and he was going to cry when he heard it.
Well, I can say this because I'm actually someone who's like a monstrously huge Dave Chappelle fan most of my life. Like he's was one of my biggest heroes. He's the guy who got me into stand-up comedy, getting into comedy history. Like he basically is one of the reasons why I'm like an entertainer today. So I had nothing but praises to sing about this guy. And to people who don't know his career, I don't think everyone knows what happened with the Chappelle show specifically, because to people who didn't know at the time, Chappelle show at its peak, it was like the biggest TV show. It was like it didn't matter where you were in North America, you were quoting the lines from that show, and like black people, white people, like everyone was watching and quoting that show. And by the time the third season rolls around, he's doing a sketch, and he realizes the people in the room filming the sketch, white folk, are exacerbating the stereotypes and laughing at the stereotypes that he's doing rather than learning from them or what he was trying to do, right? Like his comedy was very intelligent, right? Like it wasn't just like laugh at this racist stereotype. It was like laugh at the idea of what if like a Klansman was black, right? Like if you wrapped your head around the idea of racism and race and just the like, there's more to it than simply just like, low hanging fruit. So he's doing a sketch, and the white people behind the cameras are just basically laughing at the stereotypes instead of laughing at him mocking the stereotypes, which is the more important part. And so he leaves the show. Obviously, it fucks over everyone else, the cast, the crew, but he leaves and disappears for a while. And because he didn't want to be part of something that wasn't effectively helping actually bring on change or educate people or even like, maybe make them more aware of what the world is around them. Instead, he saw it just reinforcing negative stereotypes that was going to eventually oppress in totality, black people through the reinforcement of the stuff, right? The exact same shit that in a lot of ways he's doing to the trans community years later, where he's got that first special. The jokes are shit. The overall special itself. I actually really like parts of that special. The Care Bears routine, I think, is so cute and funny, and I loved him talking about just love emanating from the bodies, all that stuff. But the stuff on trans people, it's just low hanging stereotypes and fruit. Like he essentially says, what is it? Like, she whipped her dick and threw it out on the table. That's the punchline, right? Just that, like, I care about trans rights and I care about, LGBTQ plus stuff. But then he gets into that part. By the time he's doing the second special, it's like that now is like 30 minutes of the set. And it's about him being off about people's response to his jokes and being, and like what really sucks about all that is that as that moment, he was actually starting to explore things I think needed to be talked about, like the racism of white gay men or white women who are lesbians in the queer community who talk over black people who have to, suffer multiple vectors of oppression. Like all of that is brilliant. Someone should bring it up. You should do a routine on racist white gay men, and that needs to be talked about, right? But instead, it's like we're once again going back to this transphobic shit where we're just rehashing stereotypes. And the thing I've never understood is that you can make those like transphobic jokes. That's your freedom of speech. Don't we have freedom of speech to say you're a hack? Like this shit sucks. It's not funny. It's like 1990s gay stereotypes rehashed as trans bigotry. We're just doing the same shit again, right? Are you a man or are you a woman? Is a man gay for liking a woman? Is it real pussy or is it beyond beef burger pussy? Like that was this whole routine in the second special, right? Like all this dehumanization stuff. You can say that it's like, it's not the same as committing like a hate crime. It's not the same as going out and doing violence towards a trans person, but you are like reinforcing the same atmosphere that makes that violence possible by dehumanizing trans people to a point where like your audience and your fans are like, yeah, they're less than human. They don't have real pussies. They have beyond beef burger pussies, right? Like that shit. You're talking about a human being, and you're talking about them in the sense that they're literal trash or food or a dog or a cockroach, like whatever you're doing there. That shit. Well, now you're watching MAGA do that with state enforcement, with actual policies and laws, and now shit gets real. Now it's like, oh, this stuff is scary as fuck. Like, look, there are people in the streets. Like, there are, what is it, I think over 100,000 or maybe 200,000 trans people in the US have had to relocate and go to other states and shit like that. Like, shit is actually getting very real for trans people who are being exterminated and persecuted and rounded up on all this kind of shit. So now it's like, oh, MAGA is doing what I did, but more extreme.
Right.
Or it's not a joke to them.
And I think that, tell me if you agree, I think that part of it is that he was basically crashing out because he interpreted the backlash as, oh my God, they're trying to cancel me. I'm just a comedian. You couldn't take me too seriously. And he thought that people were basically saying you can't tell jokes about trans people, when it wasn't that he was telling jokes about trans people. It's that they were the punchline. He was punching them down. Like there are people who make trans jokes, but they're not the punchlines. Like they're inherently supportive of trans people. Trans people tell hilarious jokes, but it's always about humanizing them. Yeah, very, and it's edgy. Like it's not like tame. Like it's fucking, it's jokes that aren't at their expense. So at a time when they're being basically persecuted by most states in the country, he was like the wind in the sails of the Republicans who felt like, oh, okay, well, if Dave Chappelle says it, this is like a liberal icon. He's a comedian, legendary comedian. So if he says that this is okay, then we're onto it. He's normalizing it. So, he refuses to understand that what he did was indeed punching down. Like, I think that if you're a comedian, and I don't want to get into the heads of comedians, but they think that if they just are an equal opportunity offender, then it's fine. Everything is copacetic, right? But no, it's about what you say, though. That's the thing. Yeah. Like what you say matters. If you are dehumanizing people,
society. We're not living in an equal society, so you can't be an equal opportunity offender. That doesn't apply, right?
Right.
That's not the world.
It's just he doesn't understand that he is a very influential person with a lot of power, and he legitimized a lot of the dehumanizing attacks against trans people. It doesn't matter that the context was he was joking. It doesn't matter what his intent was. What matters is the outcome, and the outcome was objectively harmful, and he didn't listen to trans people. There were protests on Netflix because they were very clearly hurt by what he said, and you can disagree with the individuals who worked in Netflix that wanted to deplatform him. This isn't a debate about deplatforming. It's just if he actually cared about trans people, he would have taken their concerns seriously, but he doubled down and tripled down because he felt like he had to be proven right. And it's the same thing that Bill Burr is doing with the whole Riyadh Comedy Festival thing. He is pretending like, oh, these people are just he's trying to like wokeify the scandal, and Dave Chappelle does that to an extent too, where it's like, oh, you just think that this society doesn't deserve comedy, when it's like nobody would.
Whitney Cummings said the same thing. She's like,
she said the same thing. Wow.
She said, you're all racists. You're being racist towards Saudi Arabia. And then obviously everyone's like, what do you mean being racist towards Saudi Arabia? It's like, what? We can't perform there. We're not allowed to go perform a show. It's like, no. If you want to go to Saudi Arabia and go play at some independent comedy club there, that is fucking badass.
Right.
That's brave of you to go do that. And honestly, go do that. And then talk about the plight of the people, what it was like, what your journey was like. Was it dangerous? Were you ever worried about the supervision of state censors and stuff like that? This is not that. You went to a state sponsored normalization tour, right?
Yeah.
It's like the UFC at the White House. Like everyone who participates in that is doing propaganda to normalize Trump's fascist regime. Doesn't matter if you're like, oh, I'm apolitical, I don't care, I fight for fucking fighting's sake. It's like, yeah, but like you're now part of a propaganda form of entertainment, a propagandistic form of entertainment, and that's what you all did.
Yeah, it's who wrote his check. Like, as you said, Lance, nobody would have given a shit if he performed at a small comedy club in Saudi Arabia. It was the Saudi government that cut the check. So they compare it. It's this false equivalence with like, I perform in America all the time. Right, but the American government is not writing your check. If you took a check from the genocidal American government, people would have an issue with that, which is why people had an issue with a lot of artists performing at Trump's inauguration, because that is where you are legitimizing the actual government. So we're not talking about people. So they're trying to have a different conversation than the one that everybody else is having, and they don't want to engage in good faith with the criticisms. And I would buy this shit from all the other comedians. I don't buy it from Bill Burr, and I don't buy it from Dave Chappelle. But this is what he said about the Saudi Arabian comedy tour backlash.
I didn't feel wrong being up there.
Yeah, I know you're talking about the Comedy Festival 2025. You did get a lot of fall. You did get a lot of, I don't know what your pushback or criticism for going among other people.
Yeah.
Okay. The intelligence, U.S.
Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I'm the Devil's Advocate. I talk about movies. I talk about TV. I talk about video games. I talk about music. I talk about whatever I want to talk about on this channel, on my channel, on Twitch and YouTube, and anywhere I want, really. And politics over here on this space. Folks, let people know that we're here. Let people know that this stream exists, that we are live Tuesdays through Thursdays every single week. Mondays through Thursdays. Live programming Tuesdays through Thursdays. Doesn't matter. We're live Mondays through fucking Thursdays. How about that? 4 days a week. Now, folks, I have another 2 hours to get another double dose of Devil's Advocate today. Second hour, we'll be joined by Deter McBizness for his show, American Wasp. But I am here. What's up, Jet? What's up, Johnny? We got such a good team here. Nick in the background, of course. Andrea, Matt, Ben, everyone. We got a good coalition here. We got a good collective going. And I wanted to begin today's show with I got a couple topics, and one of them is definitely going to be clickbaity for sure when we clip this out. It's ContraPoints and Hassan. Spoilers. So again, get those tweets going. Spread the fucking word. We're talking about this shit. I didn't get to watch the entire 3-hour thing, but anyways, I want to begin this hour, talk a little bit about AI art, okay? Because AI and art, because I'm not saying AI can make art. It cannot. It can regurgitate programs. It's a programming language. Instead of typing in, I heard it described very well, instead of typing in zeros and ones and typing in binary code, or instead of CSS, where you can type the slash dot, hyphen, whatever the hell language that is, computer language that is, now you can literally say it in English. It's just using English as a programming language. It's using our language as a programming language. That's all this language learning model thing is. It's not actual artificial intelligence, okay? It cannot actually create art. But what it can do is be sold to companies that think they'll be able to do this, think they'll be able to replace their workforces, like the Marvel Studios visual development team. This is Andy Park. I think I saw Andy Park actually get interviewed on one of Kevin Smith's podcasts. I love Kevin Smith, big Kevin Smith fan. Fat Man on Batman, talking about how he, comes out with characters and test drawings for Avengers costumes and stuff like that. End of an era. I was there at the start of a team that broke the mold. 16 years, 40 plus films, and 15 films led as director of visual development. I couldn't be prouder of my history we made. My journey continues. That's all he said, because he wants to leave on good terms, even though he was fired and a lot of the team was fired. Your work and achievements were awesome. All the best. Meeting you, blah, blah, blah. And this is the stuff he did. Literally the visual language of what the MCU looks like is due to him. This is billions of dollars of marketing. You know what I mean? This is his shit. And they fired him. Because they go, okay, we got enough. Now we can just feed your shit into an AI and it'll just shit it out. If we want to come up with what new character that we're introducing looks like, we'll just say, okay, take Jean Grey from the X-Men, run it through the Andy Park visual effects team, 10 plus years of work, AI algorithm, and it'll fart out what it assumes Andy Park would make Jean Grey look like, or a couple different ideas, and then you can pick and choose and tweak, and that's it. They're firing all these people. That's what AI can do. This is Marvel. This is over here at Disney, a company renowned for its animation. Another company renowned for its animation, is Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers, who was bought by David Zaslav just a couple years ago. David Zaslav, head of Discovery Channel, which shows, true crime now instead of like nature documentaries, because it's about selling ads. It's going to be a big theme, selling ads. Okay. He also is right-leaning, and CNN comes in that Warner Brothers package. So, hey, win-win. I get this movie studio, and most importantly to me, probably, my guess, is I get CNN, and I can change the direction or how we talk on CNN, the kind of questions that are being asked, the kind of people who host shows or on panels on shows. I'm looking at you, Scott Jennings. I don't know where you came from. I don't know why you have such prominence now, but it's recent. It's recent. Warner Brothers shelved several projects a couple of years ago due to tax reasons. They claimed like basically to save themselves money on taxes. And one of them was Batgirl, and one of them was a Scooby-Doo movie. I think it was called Scoob. That might have gotten made eventually, but it wasn't Warner Brothers who put it out. And yet another one was something I made a reaction to early today. So wait, am I promoting my channel, folks? Coyote versus Acme. Now, the actual trailer, what this movie is, like, this is our first look at it, and it actually looks really funny. Like, that's why my thumbnail is what it is, because it is maybe a little bit Coyote versus capitalism. There's definitely some critiques of Warner Brothers right in the trailer. They're mad, of course. All these people worked so hard on this, animated this with their fucking hands, typing on the computers and moving mouses around and drawing. You know how much work goes into fucking animation, dude? It's one of my favorite art forms ever. Okay? It takes a lot of work. That's why this AI bullshit, it's not animation. These Lego things that fucking Iran is putting out against Trump, it's funny. It works as a meme. But even seeding that ground, I'm like, look, I made a meme of ContraPoints that I'm going to talk about in a bit. I just did a screen grab. But me choosing that moment to do a screen grab with the caption that's on the screen, go to my Twitter and my Blue Sky if you want to see what it is. That's a human mind choosing this moment is going to be funny. This moment is going to be fun, and a machine cannot replicate that. A machine cannot replicate that. Now, again, this Coyote versus Acme movie, it's like a legal case. So Coyote, as Jet says, always had the worst luck with Acme products. And now he's going to sue them and say, hey, maybe it's your products that are faulty. They're always faulty. And there's a lot in that trailer. I encourage you to watch it. That is about Foghorn Leghorn's the lawyer for the Acme company. John Cena's like the CEO. It looks very funny and silly. Will Forte is Coyote's lawyer. Love Will Forte. He's fucking hilarious. But this is, again, I feel like a mood in the country, in a lot of these artists. Remember, it was only a year or two ago, all the writers and actors and animation people as well went on strike for almost a year because of this wave of AI. Now, what the fuck were those deals? Because it doesn't look like it stopped. You got people like Sandra Bullock and Reese Witherspoon being like, embrace AI, embrace your tech overlords. It's over. They're coming for acting. And it's like, bitch, what do you do? You're an actor. Why are you doing this? The fuck? So that's check out my reaction to Coyote versus Acme. And they dropped another trailer, Warner Brothers did, Clayface, which I'm very excited about. Batman villain. It's going to be in the universe of Matt Reeves, the Batman. And it's going to be a horror movie written by Mike Flanagan, who has made some of my favorite horror stuff in recent years. Haunting of Hill House, Haunting of Bly Manor, and House of Usher. So I'm very excited. It looks very creepy and body horror-esque, very substance-esque. But yes, check out that video as well. But I'm saying, all in all, this AI shit, it cannot replace just good old-fashioned human ingenuity. It can't. Not yet. Not yet. And to cap this off, this I came across this website. This was posted by Onion Person, who is a big like Twitter profile, and now they I think they she uses she pronouns, works for the Onion, and she has a podcast called Kill the Computer. I've not had time to listen to it, but I want to. But then she made this website. She and someone else made this website, and I think it's pretty great. And she posted on like, hey, don't you miss going on websites? And in my era coming up was like Homestar Runner and Newgrounds and E-Bombs World. And yeah, going on the internet was just an activity. It was like, what do you want to do? Play with the action figures, play a video game, watch a TV show, go on the internet, play around on websites, whatever, go outside, play soccer. Like, yes, I was a kid, but it's still thought of as an activity. My generation, Gen Y, did you replace our name from Gen Y to Gen Millennials? We still remember a time before the internet was part of your identity. Like who you are as a person also includes how you present on the internet. It's fucking weird. Now, this website, killthecomputer.com, it has links to all their podcast episodes. It's got clips, like what is this? Blue Sky. Okay.
Combined, we are one.
Hey,
see, that's the one thing that Twitter.
That's cool. And it looks like old computer language, but it functions like a modern website. You can even type in on the bottom if you want. But there's games. They have a little game. How do I do this? Game A. Boom. Look at that. A little game pops up. And I love video games. Can I make this bigger? I don't know. Start. 3, 2, 1. All right. WSD to move. I think those are enemies. Oh, I can jump. Oh, what's this? Oh, those are computers. And I go over here and I touch the box. And it turns into a tank and it kills the computers. Hilarious. Exit? Can I get to the exit? I don't know. But yes, that is human ingenuity creating an artistic project that AI would not think to do, because AI doesn't know. It knows maybe that we're nostalgic for an aesthetic, for a surface level thing, but it doesn't understand that we're nostalgic for a mood, for a feeling. Hey, I just want to go on this website and fuck around for a bit. I'm at work. Instead of going on like crazygames.com, yes, I do that, and fucking play pool or, a ripoff of Rocket League or whatever it is, I go on this. I go on Homestar Runner. I go on Newgrounds. There's other things to do besides live on social media. There's other things to do. Let's now switch over to this topic that I wanted to talk about, which is just touching on Israel and the temperature in the country on that subject. This is a clip show I keep seeing. I think it's like on TikTok, Subway Takes. And it's this guy just talking to people on the subway. Julian Casablancas is, I believe, the lead singer of The Strokes. Thank you very much to my off-screen wife. His father owns the record company. She is quick to point out as a true punk. I got more punk shit to talk about later in this episode, a little bit. How they say right wing is the new punk and blah, blah, blah. I know. But anyways, he did something pretty cool. Did you see this about at Coachella? Where
first of all, why is he at Coachella? Second of all,
it's the Strokes.
Yeah, of course.
But like they played like, hey, the CIA overthrew this government. Yeah, I know, it's cheesy as shit.
No, it's not. It's not just cheesy. It's performative.
It's performative.
He's an industry plant.
He's an industry plant. She says. I mean, he is. If his dad owns the record company, but what he did say, which I thought was interesting, and again, just a temperature taker. If his dad owns the record company, I don't know if they can even hear you on the mic. It doesn't matter. I don't care. I know. But if his dad owns the record company, it's still big balls for him to come out and be like, American Zionists get the benefit of white privileged people, but they talk like black people during slavery.
He didn't already make his money in 2006.
He made his money in 2006. He wouldn't. I know. He's comfortable. But again, people who are comfortable risk losing that comfortability.
Not him.
Maybe not him. Maybe not him. But like, yeah, the other record execs could be like, fuck your dad. I don't give a shit.
He doesn't need them.
Well, I'm saying it's interesting he said it. That's all I'm saying.
It's interesting. That's as deep as it goes.
That's as deep as it goes. Again, I'm not going to play this music because it's copywritten, but like this is the performance at Coachella. All right. He's got I don't know what this is, like Taj Mahal, whatever behind him, but he's got these giant screens showing people and movements that the CIA overthrew or killed throughout history. Or, Prime Minister of the Congo, overthrown in 1961 by the CIA and Belgian government. Like, yes. Is it performative? Sure. It's literally at a performance. It's at Coachella. And he doesn't risk anything. Maybe he's comfortable enough to not have to, like, he's not going to get in trouble. Like a week ago, I played a clip of a millionaire being interviewed from More Perfect Union, talking about like, please tax me. Please tax me. Like, I'm not going to feel it. I have plenty of money. It can help so much more people. Please tax me. And I'm getting the feeling, hell, I even want to jump ahead to this clip. This is another billionaire. This woman is just reacting to this clip down here. What is this?
And I fundamentally believe that
one billionaire talking to two others and a several hundred millionaire.
And I fundamentally believe that much of the unrest, the civil unrest, and ultimately this divide in this country is driven by the fact that de-dollarization, because of excess government spending, ultimately leads a majority of people in this country to feeling oppressed and left behind because they're seeing a few people in the country accelerate their net worth, like all of us here, and there's no way for them to catch up because they don't actually own assets. So I'll be honest with you guys and make a confession. I was at the gym this morning on the treadmill.
You were at the gym?
Yeah. And while I was there, I was actually thinking about the wealth tax stuff that's going on in California. And I wonder if it may be an inevitability in order to keep the United States from going into civil war.
Right. So again, even billionaires and millionaires who don't want to do this, they are competing with each other. They're not competing with you. They're not trying. They want more points than the other guy. Again, I watched Succession. I watched The Wire. I watched any gangster movie. They are just, it's personal. They just want more than that guy. And maybe it takes to be a trillionaire for them to have more than that guy. Or to be able to hurt their enemies that they hate because they're fucking evil and have enough money to do it, to call out hits and not ever get in trouble for it. Like Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump and all these lunatics. You know what I mean? But again, we're kind of straying off the topic here of Israel. More and more people are feeling comfortable talking shit and coming out. And more people who have taken Israel lobby money. And again, maybe people who are comfortable and like, I can't get in trouble. My dad's the record exec, or I'm a billionaire. Like, it's fine if I say this. Other billionaires can't take my money away. Like, I'm retired. It's over. I'm not in competition anymore. I can take the mask off. And yes, we really are competing with each other. Yes, we are screwing you all over. You can tax us more. We're not going to feel it. Any threats of we're going to leave the city is bullshit, or leave the country is bullshit. Same way, these people, this is the third AIPAC endorsed representative to resign since last week. AIPAC's, I like how AIPAC Tracker says, AIPAC's representative, Sheila Trifulis McCormick of Florida 20 has resigned from Congress. It's getting more and more unpopular. And it doesn't have to be popular or not, right? Because that's the big argument of the civil rights movement. That wouldn't have happened if you went on polling, because people didn't care enough. But things like this just spark it in people's minds. And this is going to lead into my next topic, which is the big one. Robin Eustace confronts the MAGA backlash to his Sesame Street episode. If you didn't see, actor and comedian Rami Youssef was on Sesame Street teaching Elmo how to say the word Habibi, which featured Elmo learning Arabic words such as Habibi, and got accused of forcing Arabic immersion onto children. Here's a lesson. Anyone who's listening, here's a lesson. If someone's attacking Sesame Street, they're the bad guy, no matter what it is. Meanwhile, Dave Chappelle is the king of Yellow Springs. Yes, I agree. Exactly. They want to be right. They want to be cool. They want to be celebrated. Don't criticize me. Don't worry about how much I have money. Don't worry about the capitalism. We're going to get to that point. Exactly. Actually, a little bit later. But yeah, if you're attacking Sesame Street, you're the bad guy. It's got to be tough and so Rami was asked about this. It's got to be tough because I think they're supporters of the president. So imagine your president on Easter is tweeting praise be to Allah, and now Elmo was saying Habibi feels threatening. He's making fun of them because yes, Trump did tweet out praise be to Allah on Easter. It's seemingly sincerely. There's been a lot of languages on Sesame Street. There's been no backlash to those. Blah blah blah. Exactly right. Like they're just being racist and. Again, right wingers coming after him for sure, but I bet a lot of the like right wingers, conservatives, they are right wingers. They are conservatives. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. That's the part that people can't separate, right? Just like Israeli and Jew. Israeli is someone from Israel, right? Or really, someone from European descent who then ancestors in the 70 years ago moved to Israel, is part of the Zionist project. That's Israeli. Judaism is a religion. Anybody can be Jewish. You can be Jewish right now if you just say, hey, I'm Jewish. There you go. Just like you could be Christian or fucking Muslim or believe in Zeus or believe in Odin, believe in Vishnu, be Hindu, be Buddhist. Their ideas, their personal choices. It shouldn't be laws around these fucking things. You shouldn't get tax exemption because you're designated as a church instead of like a meeting gathering area. Like it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Israel is losing the information war. And it's really not gonna work. It's not gonna work. They cannot claw back their popularity. They cannot, and they're not trying to even anymore. Like, where are the hostages, bro? Where are the fucking hostages? Did you save all the hostages? Are they in Iran now? How are you fighting terror? This is just Israel going, we want our own war on terror. We had America do it in the early 2000s because y'all got attacked on 9/11, right? You wanted to come in here, fuck up Iraq and Afghanistan, get oil, whatever the fuck, and not even get oil, just do regime change so that they would then sell you the oil cheaper or whatever it was. However many steps removed, that was Cheney's plan. And here comes Donald Trump, who's been saying, why don't you just take the fucking oil? Just take it. Who cares? Which is what he's doing now with Venezuela. We see his plan. Just do piracy. You know what I mean? But yeah, Israel wants their own fucking war on terror, their land grabby war. That's what they want. And that's what they're doing. And Trump's helping them. I mean, hell, this is what they want, right? They're mad at Rami Youssef for going on Sesame Street, but in Texas now, Texas require public schools to display the 10 Commandments in classrooms. This is literally in the law forcing religion in front of people. Children, who you always want to protect, right? That's what I'm talking about. It's never sincere. It's always bullshit. Never take it as sincerity. Always take it as bullshit. Always take it as bullshit. Recognize and explain to your friends and family. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing, and this is why it's bull. This is why. Just look at what they're doing. Where's the hostages? The pretense of all of this for the last 2 years, 3 years going on now. The best pirate ships are social democracies. That's great. So yeah, folks, I wanted to talk about those two things before I got into the meat of what I want to talk about today. Before Deter gets here, because I got some stuff I want to talk about with Deter as well. Maybe some of this will carry over, but I don't know if you know about ContraPoints, and I'm sure you do know about Hassan Piker. But ContraPoints is a lefty YouTuber. She's been around for, I don't know, 10, going on more than a decade probably. I didn't personal story. I didn't start watching YouTube until 2017, late 2017, and it was mostly for video game stuff. I didn't start paying attention to politics till 2012. The first election I voted in was 2021. I'm just putting that up front. Okay. I also want to preface this whole thing with this term. I want you to keep this in the back of your mind. Brandolini's law. Okay. Brandolini's law, or the bullshit asymmetry principle, is an internet adage coined in 2013 by Italian programmer Alberto Brandolini. It compares the considerable effort of debunking misinformation to the relative ease of creating it in the first place. Okay, so I think ContraPoints, if you don't know, has had a couple moments in recent weeks where she's like kind of sniped at Hassan a little bit, Hassan Piker. And again, I do not enjoy talking about Hassan Piker. I find it embarrassing that someone of my age even knows who he is. Quite frankly, someone of my age is even talking into the internet about this motherfucker or her. Quite frankly, embarrassing. But here I am for clicks, for the views, for the fucking spreading of information. And I think a bridge that can be built. Maybe. This is one of the things she said about Hassan, right? This is the clip that she's talking about, and he's reacting to he goes off on a Vietnamese refugee who is basically doing propaganda, right?
Because as Vietnamese refugee, we have endured suffering under the communist regime, and we believe that.
Okay, fuck you, dude. I mean, seriously, fuck you, old lady. Shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking idiotic old lady with your stupid fucking gamer headset. Who has fucked you harder, America or fucking Ho Chi Minh? Suck my dick, old lady. God damn, dude. Yo, fuck this refugee, okay? Seriously, fuck this South Vietnamese motherfucking whatever, like Christian supremacist psychotic fucking refugee living in America now and able to talk that shit Why don't you go back and live in fucking South Vietnam in the same conditions, if that's your perspective?
Okay, so this is the clip. It's very vitriolic. First of all, what up, Boston Brian? What's going on, brother? Thank you again for having me on your show last week. Folks, if you missed that, check it out. It's on his channel. It's fantastic conversation. I had a blast. I'd love to have you on here one day. If you are available, of course. We'll figure it out. But this is the clip, and it's very funny to me that it's RNC Research that has put it out, because this is some shit that like Tucker Carlson would say, or Nick Fuentes, or like, you know what I mean, right? But they're removing the context that she's a propagandist. She's a right-wing propagandist against communism, against socialism, against funding for social safety net programs. That's why he's so vitriolic. That's why he jokingly is saying, get the fuck out of here, you fucking immigrant. Not get out of here, but like, shut up, you fucking immigrant, as a slur, because it's the way what right-winger would use it, and it's ironic that he's using it. I'm explaining fucking satire. Natalie ContraPoint says, belligerent misogynists who want to yell at a woman are like 30% of the electorate. Wife beaters, live streamers, that whole genre of guy. Maybe he really can help Democrats, right? So she's saying it in a snarky way. She is perfectly allowed to be annoyed by Hassan Piker. She can be annoyed. She can be annoyed in the way he talks, the way he does things. Fine. Right? I think a lot of people are going, don't break ranks. Don't talk about this in public. Oh no, it looks like leftist infighting. And so the Brandolini's law, right? It's much easier to create a conspiracy than it is to debunk it. And we know that by the evidence of Alex Jones, right? And I mean, I talked about it yesterday about InfoWars and getting bought by The Onion, and why Ben Collins decided to do it, so that, you know, they can stop at least this spout of water or spout of sludge, really, that's spewing into the ecosystem. And at least we can close this pipeline. This pipeline's closed now. It's ours. And anyone seeking it out will find a satire of it. We're going to kill it. That's why they bought it. And so I think, in part, that's why ContraPoints decided to do a sit-down 3.5-hour long interview on the Doom Scroll podcast, which I don't know about. And I've only seen one episode of, and it's the one that Emma Vigeland was on. But I have a couple time codes here, and I want to talk about this. So the first one is right at the beginning. Thankfully, they talk about some of this right at the beginning.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy.
Because I also want to, like, she has done a lot in the trenches fighting with the video essays in the early 2010s, when a lot of people on the, like, we're like still ignoring the internet. Like, yeah, Facebook helped Obama win, but we should still like kind of ignore it for the most part. It's just full of trolls. It's not valuable an effort to like do battle there. And she was like, no, there's like real shit happening here. There's pipelines being built that are funneling apolitical, like, young people towards the right, and we need counter messaging. She's one of that counter messages. So yeah, right here in the beginning is let's in the beginning.
The West has fallen. Why? Because of like degeneracy. And the evidence of that is often like suggest, like, look at modern architecture compared to a cathedral.
Right.
You know, how did this happen, Western man? Right? Ridiculous meme posts. We used to be a proper country. Like, and the image attached to that caption is a 7-Eleven ad from the 1970s. So it's like,
really?
Yeah. It's
Wow.
like, look at this advertising image from 3 decades ago.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be better if we were still like that?
Welcome to Doom Scroll. I'm your host, Joshua Citarella. My guest is Natalie Wynn, a video essayist and content creator. I have to talk at the EU Parliament later this month.
Really?
About
Sorry, this is actually where I wanted to start. My bad.
how the left can compete with the online right. What should I tell them?
One of the reasons I have a difficult time answering this question is that a lot of the reasons why the online right has the reach it does are things we would not want to emulate. For example, a lot of online right commentators are frankly backed by money.
Yep.
Like not like crowdfunding money,
Yep.
like institutional money.
Yeah.
And
Big money, deep pockets.
Yeah, exactly. So sometimes it's like, do we want that? I think that for a lot of people on the left, the idea of having like oligarchs backing you would be kind of defeat the purpose.
Well, the
right?
NGOs,
Yeah.
those
No, that's
exist,
true.
liberal
That's true.
NGOs.
That's true. For a couple years now, people have been talking about like, what if we had a leftist Joe Rogan? Like, wouldn't like, do we want?
Indeed. Welcome to my clown show where I break down this ContraPoints Hassan shit for real. Wiggles, thank you, Wiggles, for joining the stream. Yeah, leftist Joe Rogan. Like a lot of this is subtweeting Hassan. I did not watch this entire 3-hour thing yet. I don't know if they actually even mentioned Hassan Piker yet at all. But she's talking around it right here.
Yeah, I've never heard that one before.
Do we want a leftist Joe Rogan? I don't know. Like, I don't. But would it be useful to have one? Maybe. I'm sure I would hate it. But so what? I mean, I think the reality, you know, like if I will lecture men for not wanting to be in a coalition with their mother. Well, I also think I'm going to have to deal with being in a coalition with some kind of leftist manosphere.
Right.
And I'm prepared to just deal with that.
Right.
Like I
think
that.
I think here in the beginning, she's kind of ceding the ground of like, I don't get to choose. I don't get to choose. Later in this, they talk about like, not everyone needs to read Karl Marx or all these intellectuals and have the theory behind them and know all this shit, unless you want to, and unless you want to like debate on those grounds, like philosophical debates on how societies are put together, stuff that Deter does a lot. Like he needs to, like Wiggles. I understand. Yes, they do. Some people do. Someone like me, no, I don't. No, the fuck I don't. I can promise you this. I will not read the fucking Communist Manifesto. I will not read Karl Marx books or theory books. Just it doesn't fucking interest me. Maybe if Letterhack turns them into a comic book, I'll do it. Okay, I'll read a comic book, Karl Marx, for sure. But a real book, hell no. I make this. I want to listen to music and make a video about it. I want to watch a movie and make a video about it. I want to play video games and stream it on Twitch and make a video about it. I just found out there's a new update for Ball X Pit coming on Monday. You better believe I'm going to be streaming on Monday. Ball X Pit. This is what I want to do. But I know I don't need to read Marx. I know that I know from Superman. I know from Luke Skywalker. I know good guys and bad guys. And someone like her can put that feeling into language for me to explain or try to explain my feelings. But I don't need to. And I think that's a big part of this conversation as well, is like the reason people want a Joe Rogan, they even mentioned this, is that he can ask the dumb questions. That's why I used to like watching Rogan when he talked to Neil deGrasse Tyson or scientists. He would ask questions that I might ask because I'm not a scientist, and they can explain it to a layman and I can absorb that information and have cool factoids. Okay. And I think that's the utility of it. I think she's even agreeing here. I might not like it, but it might help. But I want to jump ahead a little bit here to 12:39. Forgive me if an ad plays at any point. I will get rid of the screen. But this is them talking about trans issues and what she thinks about trans issues and how they're talked about.
Characterizing her as this sort of priggish moralist who is obsessed with what other people are doing in bed.
Right. So here she's talking about Anita Bryant, who is an anti-gay activist in the 70s, and how she was defeated was pointing at her and laughing and saying, "You're weird for wanting to know what people are doing in bed." And maybe that's the way it should go.
Right. I mean, I think that the way, here's a more positive and likable way I can say my point. Like, I think that one mistake that I genuinely think that trans people have made in our political messaging is that it's always better to, especially in America, where the national character is kind of averse to being told what to do. Like, there's this kind of individualist cowboy thing where it's like we resent the government saying how to live our lives. So I think that the posture of the trans activist should be, don't tell me what I can do. Don't tell me what hormones I'm allowed to take. Don't tell me, the mistake that goes the other direction is to lecture everyone about how they need to put pronouns in their email. Because now you're not telling them not to tell you what to do. You're telling them what to do. People don't like being told what to do.
Right.
So don't tell them what to do. Don't tell them what to say. Tell them to leave you alone. Right. And I think that's the kind of more convincing line.
I think that's not even a bad suggestion. I think it goes in line with what was working with the Kamala Harris campaign. The call them weird. Just like, why are you obsessed with this shit? Let people make private medical decisions with their private doctor on an individual. Use the language of individualism for those things. Exactly. Freedom. Dude, the certain language, thank you for bringing that up, Wiggles. I appreciate that, Wiggles, because sometimes, like, some language has been taken. The right colonizes shit. All right, we're gonna get into it in a minute, but like, the right colonizes shit, like language. The word freedom has been fucking colonized by the right since 2001 at the least. At least. Freedom, individualism, don't tread on me is one of the greatest lie the devil ever told was to convince people he didn't exist. The greatest lie Republicans ever told is don't tread on me is a conservative value. Fuck out of here. You're the boot. Like Tim Pool wants to declare, I'm the boot. I'm the one treading on you, even though he's getting treaded by the people above him, because that's what fascism does. If you ever watch fucking Star Wars or Andor, you'd fucking understand this. That's why I talk about media and shit. I get it through that. You understand me? Yeah, you're the boot, Tim. You want to tread on people. You are a fucking bootlicker. You love the boot treading on the snake, on the Gadsden flag. Exactly. So I'm going to jump all the way ahead because, again, I did not watch all of this, but I did skip to this time code, and they talked about something interesting I think connects to this. And it's having internal conversation versus external conversation. And again, when she says, like, hey, maybe instead of admonishing people, hey, you don't have pronouns in your bio, fuck you. Dude, if you go to my Twitter or my Blue Sky, I don't have pronouns. I decided I'm not doing that. I don't care enough. If you think I'm a woman, I don't give a shit. Fine. Whatever. You'll see me on my Twitch. You'll see me on my YouTube. I can be genderless and anonymous-ish. I want to stay that way. Ish. On YouTube, on Twitter and Blue Sky. All right? Like, I don't want to have my face and be like, hey, here's my full name and my address and fuck off. I don't want to tell the goddamn computer that's already taking information from me more voluntarily, give it more information. But this is the conversation that they were having about internal conversation versus external.
Social media. How do we have these private conversations in which you can have a more advanced position that maybe like you don't talk about publicly?
Well, I completely agree with that, and I actually don't think I would have thought to put it that way, but you're right. That is a huge problem. Like, there's been a collapse of the distinction between like on stage and off stage discourse, right?
Yeah.
Like, but there's no off stage now. Everything's on stage, and as a result, like a lot of nuance can't be worked through. You almost can't like think. because you are always performing. And thinking means like considering wrong ideas, and you know, and it means experimenting with things that go too far, and it means, you know, right. So how to create those offstage spaces? I mean, people do it. Like there's Discord servers and things where people have less public conversations. But yeah, I agree that like social media cannot be the only forum where conversation is going on, because that it's way too public.
I agree with that point too. There could be more private conversations that are had, but I disagree with the idea of, because she says earlier, high profile figures in the Democratic Party should not be talking about trans people as much. And I'm saying that's the wrong move. That's the wrong move. Let me bring in Deter here early. What's going on? How you doing?
Also known as the Joe Rogan of the left.
The Joe Rogan of the left itself.
I'm so sick of hearing people say we need a Joe Rogan of the left, almost as much as I'm as sick of hearing that Hassan Piker is the Joe Rogan of the left. And so I'm just going to claim it. I'm just going to...
If anyone,
why
it's
not?
us. And hey, if Boston Brian's still here and you want to jump in, we'll three-way challenge for the Joe Rogan of the left.
Yeah, exactly. Because I'm a little broy, you know. I have sports fantasies. I'm not into the fighting like Rogan is. I'm more into the NFL, but definitely, you know, sports is a big part of my life. That's got to be a Joe Rogan of the left has to have that, but they also have to have an artistic side, and I believe I have that as well, in my own little way. So. Yeah, man, I'm just sick of hearing all these goddamn cliches, and that's a really cool interview that we can go back to that interview.
Oh yeah, no, I got some more time codes here. This is, first of all, this is a point that I want to be contentious here a little bit. I get where she's coming from, and that may be even to some people ceding ground. Like, I get it, dude. She's been on the internet for forever. She's roughly our age. She remembers a time before the internet. She knows the internet is not fucking everything, and you can put it down, and it's an activity to do, and she's allowed to feel annoyed by people, just like anybody else. It is not like, but people have this crisis. They feel like, they mentioned it in this interview, you're not just a commentator, you're an activity to them. Like, your audience finds you're their entertainment. So when you start breaking with their other entertainment, I saw this happen with a lot of people who were fans of TYT and the Majority Report. There was a big fracture when they were like, no, fuck them motherfuckers. And then people go, no, you could figure it out. It's okay. Because they want everyone to be friends, because it's their parasocial kind of relationship. And it doesn't matter if you're talking about movement shit and like trying to get people elected and fix fascism and all this shit. Doesn't matter who you're in coalition with. And I think that's what she's saying in a lot of this interview. But yeah, I want to jump to this part here where they talk about the attractiveness of the right in that, especially in the like 10 years ago in the Gamergate era.
Had this kind of right wing that seems sort of fun. In terms of like they're edgy, transgressive.
Do you know how fucking hard it has been to get people on the show to admit that it was like attractive to people? Yeah, that it was like countercultural. It was edgy. It was punk.
It was completely intuitive.
I want to, as someone who is a punk wife, I want to point out that it has never been punk to be fascist, to be right wing, to be any kind. Like it is not. Again. It is them colonizing things that are already popular. The word freedom, don't tread on me, right? Colonizing, like they're about to talk about at, what is this, 25, 27, video games. Let me put this back up.
No, it is necessarily.
Even in the video essay, peak left video essay era, like, a lot of the people who are doing that most effectively how build an audience in part also by talking about some other thing, video games, movies.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And then politics was
Video
kind
games
of
are fascist
a
also, by the way.
ways. Yeah. Well, I mean,
now again, that is my channel. That is my channel. That's what I'm trying to get into. I'm talking about movies. I'm talking about music. I'm talking about video games. I'm talking about TV. So that when someone clicks on one of my reviews, they're going to hear some lefty shit. They're going to hear something that makes them question, maybe I've been thinking about this wrong. Maybe this movie doesn't suck because it's woke. Maybe it sucks because bad writing. Maybe it's actually a good movie. You know, and that kind of transgressiveness, I understand how people could be misled into thinking it's against the mainstream, because the mainstream at the time, especially under Obama, is like everything's rainbows and Target's doing pride parades, and you're seeing it more and more on TV. Joe Biden said it. There's mixed race couples in commercials, so look how much progress we've made. It's surface level. Level.
I was talking with some activists recently who are going to start a DSA chapter not far from where I am, and we talked about how the diversity on the left is aesthetic. It's not intellectual, and it's more about, like, Kamala Harris. Why did she get picked to be Biden's VP? Because she was a woman of color, and they wanted to check that box, rather than thinking about, wait a second, Biden might actually die. Who's the best person to take over if he does, which is how they should have thought about it. So it's been a mishandling of power. I will say one thing that she said earlier was the pronouns thing. That is super annoying. Like, that is like people find that annoying who aren't political, and like it's just,
and
like,
that's what I mean.
For me, you and I both have beards, so it doesn't matter. Like, we don't have to do our pronouns. I have never and will never, except for one time when I did it as a joke, introduced myself with, mentioning my pronouns.
And again, like, dude, someone might come into your chat and be like, well, you didn't say your pronouns, so I don't know who you are. You might be a girl. Okay, whatever. You're a troll. You're probably 10. I don't care. A lot of people forget that you could just ignore bad comments. Like, look, if you're gonna get death threats and like people doxing you, take that seriously. Take it to the police. Again, I think this is just our age, and maybe she's been in the internet trenches too long, where it gets to people when they get waves and waves and waves of like negative messages, especially when you get negative messages in her case from the people you're criticizing for sure, but then also from the people that you think you're standing up for, the left, and they're going, you're not left enough. We've outgrown you. You're actually part of the problem now. She starts this whole interview out talking about every couple of years, the left decides I'm the villain of the week, so I got to take my lumps, and it used to bother me, and this and that, and also points out that when that happens, she'll get messages from the right wing who are like, oh man, I saw what's happening on Twitter. You want to come on my podcast? You want to and I'm sure that's the pipeline that Anna Kasparian went down. Like, that's literally the one she did. Okay, yes, I'm going on your podcast because there's money over there. There's money over there. There's career future over there. She saw what happened to Dave Rubin. She thought, she thought Dave Rubin was going to like crash and burn, and no one was going to. He's still living comfortably.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah. I think Anna Kasparian, too, is just desperation for relevance. I mean, she just hit a ceiling. She's just not that bright. She's, was good on camera for a while and was ahead of the curve in terms of mainstream politics for a while there. She was Cenk's best buddy. So she had some credibility. But no, I mean, Anna Kasparian is not, like a lot of influencers that we know that are on this space that are way better. Because they're not narcissists, unlike Anna and Cenk. So there is something to be said for people who work on camera. There is always a little bit of narcissism involved in anything to do with the camera, but narcissists can attract other narcissists, especially when they're the same kind. They're different kinds of narcissists that I won't go into.
And she's, speaking of Cenk and Anna, their whole thing is don't cut off any debate, right? They even talk about in this interview. Joe Rogan's thing is, I'll talk to anybody. Bill Maher, I'll talk to anybody. I have left and right on my thing. But there's some people you won't invite. And the key difference is, and Sam Cedar said it once from Majority Report, and it stuck with me. I'm not going on a show to be invited back on that show. A lot of these people are. They want that relationship. They want to return. They just want to get the motion so they can get some people to sign up for whatever, buy their thing.
Fame, yeah.
When Sam, like, nobody criticized. Like, let's play this clip first. This is about debating the right wing.
I used to think this was possible. I mean, I used to go on these like debates even with right. So there was two problems with it, with debating right wing people. One is that the right wing people they're not interested in participating in a Habermasian in public square. They're interested in owning you for clicks, right?
Damn it.
Yeah. The second,
That's all I had.
And then the second problem is that your own leftist audience feels betrayed that you dared talk to someone on the right because they suggest that maybe means you're betraying them and you're maybe thinking of going over to the right, because why would you talk to someone on the right if you weren't on the right?
Right.
It's very hard to overcome this guilt by association thing.
But that's the point I wanted to contend with because, damn it. Because when Sam Cedar went on Tim Pool, when Sam Cedar went on PBD podcast, when Emma Vinglin went on Tim Pool or CNN, they don't get criticized for like platforming them or like, you're going into their... No, because they go in there, fucking blast their fucking Uzi with facts and logic and walk out of a bloody fucking room. And they don't get invited back.
Their appearances don't really affect change is the tragedy, because Sam Cedar did about as well as he possibly could on the PBD podcast, and he also went on Jubilee and killed it as much as he could, but it didn't make Sam Cedar a household name. Because
they don't invite him back because, it's kind of breaking the facade of the entire structure of debate. This is what Jon Stewart did a decade ago, going on CNN Crossfire with Tucker Carlson and Paul Begala being like
15 years ago.
Yeah, you are not helping America doing this. There's commercial breaks. So all you're doing is trying to get eyeballs for commercials, number one. That's the flatline basis problem with cable news in general. You're just trying to get eyeballs for as long as possible. Just like any fucking website now tries to keep you staring at Facebook for as long as possible to get advertising dollars. So that's the problem. But also the debate, nobody comes to a conclusion. Nobody their mind is changed. They go, you were right on this. Here's the evidence of why.
No,
it doesn't matter. It's entertainment.
Like if Piers Morgan were the best version of himself, he would be just the fact checker. He would be just like, okay, wait, or he would be like a benevolent dictator and only say, okay, you stop talking, you talk. He would be like that. That is actually a productive show. It has to be kind of a sergeant of arms.
And you know this from doing like debates in college and stuff, and I assume because you're such a good orator when you make your videos. Again, folks, check out American Wasp on YouTube. Those essays, those video essays are college level, should be played in college classrooms level essays. And again, in the mold of not necessarily, you're not dressing up in costume and stuff like ContraPoints, but in the mold of that bread tube era, but much more aggressive and in your face. And I really appreciate your videos, man. But this kind of like, exactly, like the right, a debate is entertainment. It is like Ben Shapiro has proven, or Steven Crowder or Charlie Kirk. It is something to get clicks. We're not trying to change anyone's minds really, other than dunking on people whose opinions we don't like. So if we dunk on them and make fun of them, it's as deep as a rap battle, which is not deep at all. Okay, Drake's last diss to Kendrick was "Show me proof of all the stuff you alleged." And you know why it didn't hit? Because nobody gives a fuck about proof. It's not about proof. When Tupac said to Biggie, "I fuck your bitch," like nobody said, "Hey, Faith Evans, did you actually have sex with Tupac?" It doesn't matter. It's the delivery of the line. It's how it made people feel.
Sure.
That's what matters. That's what a debate is. And that's why it can be dangerous if you're just doing it for entertainment purposes, and doing the Anna Kasparian, her take, which is falling apart now, or
No,
like
I mean, I don't
anything.
I think the debate is warfare now. I mean, like people say, "Oh, you're making an ad hominem attack." Yeah, I am making an ad hominem attack.
Yeah.
It's not a fallacy if it's by itself.
If I call you a fucking idiot, it's because I think you're a fucking idiot. I don't give a shit if it makes logical sense to call you an idiot right now.
Well, I go with Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nut. That's my favorite term for MAGA because it just groups all the threes together. Manipulated by the heartless 1%ers. Speaking of 1%ers, do we want to switch over to my background or does it matter? I don't care.
Let's keep it for the rest of this segment because I want to finish out this segment.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that
we can keep it for the whole hour. I don't care.
But yeah, so this next piece is something that I vehemently disagree with. They're talking about a strategy and how to communicate about trans issues, I think.
Jobs guarantee and repeal 230 for platforms.
Oh, they're talking about like platforms and 230, but it doesn't matter. Here's the point.
The trick would be to find a way to sell this to the public in a way that doesn't seem like that can't be so easily framed as like authoritarian leftist takeover of free speech.
I got a suggestion.
Yeah.
You flip the trans thing. They're coming for your kids. The platforms.
Yes. No, that's actually.
Now they're talking about how to regulate platforms and maybe you got to trick the populace. I'm sick and tired. I'm sick and fucking tired of lefties, liberal, whatever, being so concerned with how the right is going to frame something. Earlier in this interview, she says, big profile people shouldn't talk about trans issues because the right is always talking about it. And it's more effective if you just point out that the right is obsessed with it instead of you trying to counter message by talking about it so much as well. And I kind of half agree with that. Sure. But you also have to talk about it. Zoran Mamdani talked about it. Graham Plattner talked about it, but talked about it in that trans people are our neighbors. We're going to fight for their rights like we're going to fight for all your rights. Inclusiveness. Include them. Wrap your arms around them. Go like, I don't care what the fuck, I don't care when somebody gets a tattoo. I don't care when somebody gets gender affirming care.
But you got to come up with a line. This is my political marketing. Remember, politics is Star Wars, policy is Star Trek, political marketing is Jurassic Park meets Inception. So this is the Inception part, based on what you just said. I would say to conservatives struggling with the trans issue, you don't have to understand it, you just have to accept it. It's no different than what we went through with gays 20 years ago, where it was like, you don't have to approve of their lifestyle, you don't have to associate with them, but you have to admit that they're human beings and that deserve equal rights.
You didn't even have to do that, dude. You just have to like serve them at your establishment if you own a gas station. You can't say you can't come here because you're gay. Like,
so
you don't even have to like them.
So this Groove Dragon, thank you for this. Here's a line: trans rights are human rights. I've heard this before. I think mine is better because it addresses the conservatives directly in a specific way, that something that they need to do. It's a call to action. Just accept the trans people for who they are. You will never understand it. You will never understand.
But again,
to have that situation,
it's just like Wiggles said earlier. It's freedom. It's freedom.
Yes. Yeah,
Do they have the freedom to live how they want to live?
Right.
And they're not coming after your children. Again, framing anything as they're coming after your children. They've been doing that for fucking time immemorial.
Salem witch trials.
It's Salem witch trials. It's fucking bullshit, right?
Yeah.
It's always bullshit. So again, if someone's coming after Sesame Street or if someone's saying, think about the children, it's always bullshit. I learned that shit from the fucking Simpsons. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is the last piece of this interview that I want to talk about. And then I want to transition it into the Hassan stuff and then wrap up this whole segment. Because I'm talking a lot about ContraPoints and I want to talk a little bit about Hassan. Again, I don't like it. I don't like talking about him. I don't want to, but it's a topic of conversation and it's important. And this is her talking about the arc of history here.
Particular has to do with, well, I used to have a very progressive idea of the arc of history. And I think that's the product of, the first election I voted in was 2008.
Okay.
Obama winning that year.
Yeah.
I mean, now Obama has lost so much reputation among people on the left that it's hard to explain how it felt in 2008.
I remember that.
But it was, it was 15s that were on Mamdani's.
People were partying in the street.
They were partying in the street, yeah. And it felt like, I mean, I think it probably, I think of that like Hunter S. Thompson line about how it felt to be in the summer of, '68 or whatever. And it was like this inevitable sense of like good triumphing over evil, and that like, like racism was over. And now like we were just going to live.
That worked out great.
Yeah. Yeah. And then 2016 happened.
So she goes on to say that like the mood was, and you could tell me if you felt this at the time, because I was in a different camp, but she says the mood was, we're going to have Obama, and then it's going to be a slightly more socially progressive person, and then a slightly more, and just keep progressing.
Getting better, right.
And my mood at the time was contrarian. I didn't know shit about what was going on. I knew it was an election. I knew it was this guy and John McCain and Sarah. I'm watching this through Saturday Night Live, effectively, that election. I did not vote in that election, even though that was the first election I could vote in. I thought you're all getting conned. This is going to be it's another president. Really? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My thing was, it doesn't fucking matter. It's like South Park. Like a lot of my shit was informed by South Park and was like, it's a turd sandwich versus a douche. Both of them are going to suck. You don't like it. It sucks. It doesn't matter if you vote, because what's the difference? Oh, even if it's a close election, it's still thousands of votes. So if I don't vote, it's not going to fucking make a difference. Like, that was my thing. And again, I'm being contrarian. People around me in college are excited about Obama, so I feel the need to shit all over their fucking hopes and dreams. That's me being a fucking asshole. But again, that I think what it was, he was a black guy. He was a black guy. He knew how to use Facebook. He's slightly younger than all the other fucking crypt keepers in Congress and the Senate. And it felt like hope and change. I'm a slick talker. I'm a black dude, so I'm the actual black president, but not too black. I got Joe Biden with me, and I'm So this idea of here's where I really wanted to lead into, like, all of this led to Joe Manchin. Former Senator Joe Manchin formally endorses Susan Collins for re-election in Maine.
That'll hurt her.
While Hassan is out there in St. Louis campaigning with Cori Bush.
Good.
This is the Jam podcast. I don't know if you know about the Jam podcast.
Yeah, I know.
They're
I've seen
great.
them, yeah.
I just want to play this clip from them. I think the mood is changing, and ContraPoints might be a little bit just watching it go by and watching her children kind of outgrow her. But like, this is the mood.
We are done with your Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan bullshit.
Yeah.
Done with the 90s. If they roll Democratic Socialists and then bitch ass niggas. They rolling out like, yes, they rolling out Jay-Z to tell us how good capitalism is. They rolling out James Lane Bryan or what the fuck that nigga is to tell us how good capitalism is. Yeah. All the niggas who've been caught up in the Bill Clinton 90s era of we could just take money from anyone and not have any moral implications are stuck with their head up their ass when one nigga proves he can do this shit in the biggest city in the country.
As much as people even like on the internet when we'll talk about certain shit like to act like we're making shit up, we actually have been at the forefront and one of the loudest voices pushing this movement for the people and for people that look like us, because it just so happens that y'all 90s era model is not speaking for niggas like us. And the Democratic Party is in the bad position of, in this two-party system, you have to have someone that's in opposition. You niggas thought you would get away with being Republican light forever and no one was gonna actually deal with the factual realities on the ground. Now you have a nigga saying, let's do these policy proposals. How come I ain't seen none of you niggas propose nothing like Rahm Emanuel, Gavin Newsom? It's starting to become very apparent that y'all niggas was trying to get bread, bro. And you don't want the working class people to actually see that, because what will that lead to?
So much so that you will tell us that the billionaires are going to leave.
Another great divide is coming, and I can't wait for it.
Oh no, the divide is here. The divide is here, and what just happened is they lost.
They lost.
That's what happened. When y'all couldn't get Hassan with the articles, you lost. When you couldn't stop Mamdani from winning or getting his shit passed, you lost. Now all of us have something to look at and point at exactly why, oh, you're bullshitting, because you could be doing this if you wanted to. But you're not, and you have to contend with that now. And there's nothing I can do about it besides say the political era caught you in the worst time possible. This is not the time. Our politics can no longer be focused on being a grifter nigga so you can maintain your position in the thing and take care of your family. No, you need to serve because of a principle, and if you lose your next election, bye, see ya.
Peace out.
Hopefully you run again. pussy. It's the fucking. You're supposed to serve the people in the row.
Gotta
You're
have
supposed to
this
serve
pussy.
people in a row. Nigga, you're not supposed to be 90.
That's the whole
in that
point of a
bitch.
politician.
Not supposed to be
Yeah.
90 in that bitch taking kickbacks, freezing a whole generation of people out the political process.
Just having money. No, if you want to be rich and you want to be, if you want to be rich, you want to make money unchecked.
Lead Congress, go do TikTok.
Do TikTok, CEO.
Exactly. I think that's a pretty good encapsulation.
Yeah, it's good. I want to hear them drop names like Hakeem Jeffries and Jim Clyburn and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, and I want them to, I just want to go on the attack in a very specific way. It's time to tear down the establishment.
Yeah, the establishment is over. Their time is done. To wrap up, finally, this long segment about ContraPoints and Hassan and the mood of the country and where people are going. And again, I think what's happening is maybe some of ContraPoint's old fans are like, we moved past you. And she's a little like, shit, that sucks. I don't like the way it's moving. It's not the way I would prefer. As she said, she might not like a Joe Rogan of the left, but it might be needed. And his FD signifier, yet another great luminary in the mode of ContraPoints, Lindsay Ellis, the old bread tubers, given a little bit. This is a great movement called Racism Has a great video called Racism Has Always Undermined Leftist Movements. He does do like 3-4 hour long videos, but he also does these little like 10-minute clips from his streams, which I think is very helpful because they're more consumable. So if you're like, oh, I've seen you on TikTok, I've seen this clip on YouTube, let me watch one of your bigger videos and get some better, like fuller ideas on these things. But this is him essentially reacting to Kyle Kalinske here.
Is hard enough. And then it feels like in the last 2 months, and this is what I guess I'll let Kyle talk about it.
Fewer people know is that there's also currently a democratic civil war going on. You have Third Way, which is a literal corporate organization. They are going after Hassan Piker and by extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party. What they've done is they've smeared Hassan viciously and relentlessly. They've called him an anti-Semite, which he's not. They compare him to Nick Fuentes and say that this guy is just as extreme as Nick Fuentes. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party, and they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporations.
So this is really interesting. This is really true. What's missing is the black part. What's missing is the racism part. And I wanted to discuss that because that's always way more important than all of my white peers realize until they text me.
Yeah.
It always will be. It always will be.
Yeah.
That's always that barrier, that blind spot. Yeah, dude, we haven't lived it. We never will.
Yeah.
Just
No,
like
I think,
white.
and as you know, a mixed race person myself, half black, half white, half Christian, half Jewish, I think this is an important perspective to get. This is the intersectionality. This is what it means. Again, yet another word the right wing is taken and poisoned, like woke, like political correctness, like whatever the fuck, freedom. Don't tread on me. This is an important message.
Until they talk to some niggas. So I'm doing this preemptively. So let me skip to the end. He says something at the end that made me come down here and turn on the camera.
We're about to see what it's like when the left actually has control. And all I'll say is the last time the left flank actually had control was during FDR's reign. And what happened then? Well, at his peak, he had 80% of the House and 80% of the Senate. And he won 4 fucking presidential elections because Americans got a little taste of something called social democracy and they creamed themselves and they said, oh my God, let's only have this forever and ever and ever. Right? So the same thing would happen today.
All right. Right. Let's chat. I know. Let me just.
Said woosah chat.
I mean, this is not a gotcha to Kyle at all. But low-key, this is a big reason why I stay engaged with a lot of white leftists that I think are well-intentioned and fundamentally good and principled folks. Because the American left, the Western left, especially here in America, has an immense blind spot for the fundamental power of white supremacy and racism in this country historically. I've been reading, shout out to, I can't remember the brother's name, but it's a book I mentioned on the Jam Pod talking about Hubert
The Jam Pod is the one, the clip I just played right before.
Harrison, who was a black leftist in the 1900s. This is a recurring problem with the left. As the left wins, as Kyle is talking about here with FDR, as we get tastes of social democracy, what we always seem to confuse is why the left eventually loses here in America. Even if you just consider the left, Bill Clinton in 1992 on into Al Gore, Barack Obama on into Hillary, and Biden into Kamala. There's a reason why the left wing, whatever you define that as an opposition to Republicans, loses. And it's because there's never a strong response to the embedded and deeply rooted racism of this country. There's never a strategic response to that. White leftists and moderates fundamentally don't understand the full nature of racism in this country.
That's what he's. Oh, damn it! That's what he's saying. Is that
that's
once
true, and
white people see, the black people are getting the same thing I'm getting, I don't want that to happen. And then some person over on the right says, "Hey, you don't like that? Well, let me tell you how it could be different. I can tell you how you can make sure they don't get it, but you can have it because your skin color is the right color." Just like Contra was talking about. I lost it. But it all goes into the same thing. You cannot cede ground. This whole talk of don't talk about Israel, don't talk about trans people, or these are losing issues, they're not popular. Then you don't get civil rights. Rights aren't necessarily popular. They don't poll well, but it's the right thing to fucking do. And once people have them, like the Jam Boys were talking about, once people have them, they go, holy shit, I loved it. Why the fuck weren't you offering us this whole time? What the fuck is going on? Last word to you. I've been talking a lot this segment. I had it all.
No, it's all good. Yeah, we always got to qualify FDR's success with the fact that we were still really 20 years behind, maybe 100 years behind where we were or should have been racially. That just wasn't his fight. And a big reason why, and this is coming from a white guy, so take it with a grain of salt, but a big reason why civil rights happened and was successful was because of modern media. Was because other parts of the country saw what was going on in the Deep South and decided to get involved. Now, with that said, both MLK and X warned about the white moderate and white liberal, respectively.
Right.
So that's what the most insightful thing I've ever learned from studying Black history is those two things, is that both of them agreed that the white ally or the white guy that you think is your ally is actually going to end up kind of doing what you just described, is this is the best deal you can get, take it.
Yeah.
They
can be
we
seduced.
could fight for more.
They can be seduced. Thank you for reminding me. They can be seduced, just like Contra was talking about on that podcast, how if the right sees you on Twitter getting flamed by lefties, they'll reach out to you and extend a hand and say, hey, come on over here. We can have a podcast conversation. They want to just get clips and farm you for drama for the day. But to you, it feels like at least someone's hearing me. At least someone hears my concerns. And just like they would back in the day with FDR was the comparison I'm making. With FDR, go, hey, you don't like that black person over there is getting the same thing from the government that you're getting?
Right.
Come over here. I can show you how you can have it and they can't. And really, we're going to take it out of your pocket and give it to ourselves. So thank you for indulging me with that segment.
No, it's good. I know. I just want, with FD Signifier, he's brilliant, but I think I don't want to say this, but I think I'm right. I think his expectations for white people are really high. I think you know what I mean? I'm making the effort. I'm listening and I've got the books that I want to read someday. You know what I mean? I want to know the ins and outs of Black culture and society to the greatest extent I possibly can. But most people are too damn busy and they're not interested in that kind of education. So a lot of these things that come across as maybe a little frustrating to him, I'm like, get used to it, dude. It's always going to be that way.
Well, I think to your point earlier of like, you don't have to agree with it. You just have to like follow the
Accept
law. Like
Right.
you have to accept it is, yeah, I mean, I think he's very willing and aware. And he talks a lot about Afro-pessimism and the idea that like, no, racism is just never going to get fixed, period.
Dude,
in
everybody
your
should check
lifespan.
out his videos on the Obamas. You
Yes.
got to go check out the videos on the Obamas because he really, man, he
For sure.
dishes some truth in those
Yeah,
videos.
and he
probably
has-
the best Obama videos I've ever seen, like in terms of just evaluating his 8 years.
And it goes into that black capitalism thing that the Jam Boys were talking about, like Jay-Z going on this tour, being like, hey, I didn't screw anybody over. Chappelle, I talked about a little bit about yesterday, coming out and being like, hey, you know, I didn't know the right wing was going to use my trans jokes as weapons, even though people been telling you they are harmful. You just didn't see it until now, and it's too late to fucking do anything. You're just trying to cover your ass going forward in your fucking career. But I wanted to talk to you, Deter, about some actions that are being taken, some actions that are being done, and how people are feeling about those actions. Virginia just passed some gerrymandering. This is editorial board from New York Times. A Texas gerrymander freak out. What's happening in the Lone Star State is not a threat to democracy. August 20th, 2025. Washington Post editorial. Virginia plunges America deeper into the gerrymandering abyss. The redistricting scheme was always a power grab by
This
Democrats.
is the Washington Post?
Both of these are the Washington Post.
Wow.
A
That's
couple,
weird.
just a couple months apart. This is August 20th.
Bezos has got his
Yes, he does.
minions working, huh? That's
Again,
disappointing.
they think you're stupid. They think you're stupid. They think
Yeah.
you're stupid. So let's well, I mean, it's Scott Jennings.
You know Gavin's going to cash in on that when he's running.
Yeah.
I'm the one who started this war, like with the
Yeah, I mean, that's, and I want to get your opinion on that because I think that's at least, look, it's bad. It is bad. Nina Turner has been hammering this point. Like, feeding into this is kind of harmful in the long run for democracy. But I'm at the point of like, fight fire with fucking fire, dude. Like, whatever you need to use. Like, again, the ContraPoints controversy. It's like, could Hassan be a little like more measured in how he talks? Yeah, but that's not why people watch him. People watch him because he's authentic.
Yeah, no one on the left should be doing any fake acting because real acting is about truth. So Hassan should be, everybody on the left should be themselves. There's no reason to perform. We're right. They're wrong. What I would reduce the fight fire, or just an alternative way of saying it, is just the standard for the next 40 years politically is that whatever hurts Republicans helps America. That's the thing. It's not good enough to stop them. We have to counterattack and hurt them so that they don't come back in the next generation. See, we got them pretty isolated with the silent generation and the baby boomers. If we can kind of push the baby boomers into irrelevance over the next 20 years and they die off, then we could really have a chance at saving the country. But it's going to be a 40-year war. And that's, you know, again, like we're back to, I actually think there's a legitimate case for me being the left's Joe Rogan because no one's calling for the kind of aggressive rhetoric that I am. You know, treasonous Trump trash terrorists, idiots, bullies, and cowards, Confederate flag waving, Bible beating gun nuts. You know, like no one, white trash fascists, like this show originally started on. Like no one is calling this culture what it is, which is white trash America. This is white trash America. It's like
this is the white trash administration.
All the stereotypes you hear about the South, all the stereotypes you hear about rural America, those stereotypes have been earned, y'all. And, you know, people wonder why there's so much conservatism in sports. Because the dumb jock stereotype exists for a fucking reason. There's a balancing act to be had with respect to evaluating subcultures in America.
And, you know, speaking of which, I want to get Boston Brian and you on a show together to talk about
That'd be
sports.
great.
Matter of fact, have a sports show on this space.
Yeah,
I think that would be great. I want Emma Vinland to start ESPN, and it's you guys as co-hosts with Lumen, the four of you, a panel, just like ESPN. That'd be great. But anyways, this gerrymandering shit. Let's take a look at some of these right-wing freakouts to this. Virginia did a good thing in this war. At least they're fighting back in some way.
Fox News alert. According to the AP, voters in Virginia have approved Democrats' plan to gerrymander congressional districts 50 to 49. This could flip 4 House seats from Republican control to Democrats.
They are worried, folks. They are mad. Here's Scott Jennings on CNN, my favorite one to fucking make fun of. I hate
Scott
this
Jennings. Talk about narcissist.
Oh, here's Neera
narcissistic
Tanden, another
social
person.
Entitlement. Dude, real quick, Scott Jennings. So for those of you who haven't watched my essays, watch my very first one. It's the one that's gotten the most views. I talk about the core Wasp value as inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement. Scott Jennings personifies that. So let's see what he's got to say this time.
Scott, what's your take?
Virginia literally had the fairest maps in the nation. They had a 6-5 map, 6 Democrats, 5 Republicans. In terms of proportional representation, they had the fairest map in the nation that was drawn, by the way, by an independent commission that the voters asked for just a few years ago. Now they will have the least fair maps in the nation. And I'm not surprised that the yes vote won. They had all the money and all the lies. And sometimes in politics, when you got those two things, you can put something over the line. Even something as egregious as this whole thing has driven Spamberger's approval ratings down into the toilet. She lied to the people of Virginia. They had to write a ballot question that was a joke. They drew maps that were a joke. Now you're going to have huge chunks of rural Virginia represented by 5 or 6 Democrats who all live in Northern Virginia within about 15 miles of each other. It's a complete joke. Everybody knows it. And there's a reason that all these national Democrats and all their money came into Virginia because.
Wow, look at that. Look at the difference there.
Love it.
That's fantastic.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
That
keep
must be
going.
Fairfax in the middle.
Let's keep fucking doing it.
Well, I mean, again, like it's just never get too complicated, right? It's be sophisticated but not complicated. It's a war.
It's a war.
War. They started it. We need to finish it if the country's going to survive.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
and those people who are getting represented by Democrats, they're going to see their lives improve and go, oh, okay, more of this.
Right.
More of this. I'm sorry. I interrupted you.
No, it's all good. I mean, Zoran's huge for us. Like we have a case study now for democratic socialism and the programs that he is espousing, and it's going to be great. And, we're on a hot streak. It's just a matter if we capitalize.
Absolutely. And
continue to
again,
grow.
to the experience of showing people what you can do. Hell, shout out Jake. What you can do is showing them by example. Like, hey, Kat Abou-Ghazala turned her campaign headquarters into a mutual aid hub. And now, after the campaign is over and she's not running anymore, what do we do with this apparatus that we bought? That we built? We're going to use it to highlight candidates around the country. We're going to keep streaming. We're going to keep highlighting people. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep helping people in this movement. And here's my apparatus to be part of the larger army, the larger movement, the larger piece of it. And this gerrymandering is yet another piece. Here's some more freakouts on CNN.
Do I vote yay or nay on the levy? I don't know because it's so confusing.
But also, this is not going to work. Can I just say very, very quickly? We are in an iterative arms race that's going to result in no one benefiting from this. So that's a lot of moral high ground for Democrats to cede for zero electoral benefit.
You mean there's going to be it's going to be net zero
this year? Yes, eventually.
Well, I guess that's
zero.
but that is the point.
That's the exact
for
point.
Democrats, that's a win.
For responsibility.
Yes. Had they done nothing, it would have been.
It would have been
advantage
we would have started the game.
The dumb blonde.
Already had 3.5.
But
so what? Let's say we
Republicans
would have
will continue to amp it up.
Yeah. So then tell your party or whoever to stop it. If you take the high ground, then be the bigger person. But nobody does that, right? So
Right? That's the point. You take the high ground. The Democrats been taking the high ground for too goddamn long. When they go low, we go high. Fuck that shit.
No.
Again, when they go low, you take them to the mud and you choke them the fuck out like Dark Knight Returns. You fucking.
I just say when they go low, you kick them in the teeth.
Yeah,
And then
you
when,
kick 'em
and
in
then
the
when they're
fucking
hanging
teeth.
on, and then when they're on the ledge hanging on for dear life, begging you to save them, you just
Stomp on their
hand.
fingers.
Yeah, and let them die.
Fuck that. Fuck that shit. We're not fucking taking the high ground. We're not being the. This is how they've operated. That's why they're complaining about it. They're going, you can't do the same shit we do. That's what we do. We break shit and say fuck you and win anyway. If you're doing it, we can't both be doing it because then the whole thing is going to fall apart. And it's like, yeah, motherfucker, we're at that point. We're at that point. We're going to let the whole shit fall apart. We're going to join you. You're shooting a flamethrower. I'm going to shoot one right back at you. Let's burn this shit down together. Let's burn it down together. Because then, okay, maybe it'll make you stop. Maybe it'll make you fucking stop or rethink or, yeah, as it's doing, making them back up and go, oh, wait a minute.
It's going to be a long 2 years, 2.5 years.
Out crazy the crazies.
It's going to be a long.
It's going to be a long 2 fucking years. And you know what? To end this segment, I think I wanted to show you this little thing. Look, maybe this will be in a different segment. Yeah, let me type it in the chat here. Nostalgia. I wanted to show this little video and get your take. This is Brianni Claire. She's a great creator. You should watch some of her stuff. It's like FD does. Like, it's a popular topic, but I'm going to give you some real theory and some real like knowledge behind these things. And Brianni Claire is Australian, so don't be shocked when the accent comes out. But here we go.
You've also seen all of these 2016 videos where people are throwing back to like what a great time it was then. I'm arguing it was the last year that millennial optimism was allowed to survive. And I would say it's the last year that people are allowed to ever feel nostalgic about. 2016 was peak girl boss feminism. It was a time where a lot of women and girls were able to actually enjoy girly things and really get into creativity with makeup and openly enjoy it without being slut-shamed, without being told that they're an airhead by other women. It was kind of a great moment for this sort of solidarity, which we hadn't really had since maybe even the Spice Girls in the 90s. But of course, who is it that was making all of those Who Run the World girls t-shirts? Exploited women and girls in the global south. And everybody was thinking it was going to be the first female president ever. Like, there was a lot of hope. It was only in November that things really did start to turn sour, and people were shocked that Trump could ever come into power. But there was also everybody joining together to say, no, we do not want this, gonna impeach him. People had like this real hope that they could make positive change together. Personally, I think that one of the biggest pulls is the fact that it really does encapsulate this feeling of millennial optimism that people, especially Gen Z, would really love to be able to like get, because they didn't really get to experience it like we did. There were many issues, especially around white feminism at the time and lack of intersectionality for sure, and we've definitely made a lot of progress since then. We genuinely thought that we had power to change things together, and we thought that things could only get better from there. Meanwhile, as we've learned now in the big year of 2026, no matter how much people have tried to push back, things have kind of only gone backwards. So to me, it's personally no wonder why people are romanticizing 2016. You've also seen...
All right, so that's just an interesting trend that's been happening. Why would anyone be nostalgic for 16 is the first thing that came to my mind, but I think she explained it pretty well. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. She nails it. I mean, it was like everyone was in denial about Trump winning, so it was just kind of this entertaining time. We were going through the debates and like all like, oh, this is all good and fun, and then he fucking won, which just was devastating. But yeah, it was the last time in 26, so I was 32 years old. So yeah, I'd say I was a hell of a lot more optimistic when I was 32 than I am now at 42. Yeah.
And then I think also just exactly like Gen Z, I mean, how many times we see in early 2020 when the lockdowns were happening, it was happening right around spring break and the end of a school year, and people's proms were canceled and formative moments in their lives, and it probably canceled for 2020 and 2021 and maybe even 22. Some schools, like, people missed out on freshman year of college and just experiences, parties, like socializing, third spaces going away, more and more atomization. This t-shirt, The Internet Killed the Neighborhood, I got it at the Marlon Craft concert. last Friday. It was awesome. The whole theme of this album is about the internet making you feel like you're part of a community.
Right.
And maybe you kind of are, but it does not replace real community. It does not replace going out to the bar and you all, you know, the regulars and you're chit-chatting about your lives. It does not replace going to a basketball court and playing a game with your neighbors or just socializing with your neighbors, period.
That's why we have a DSA meeting coming up locally, and I'm like trying to get on people to like get there in person. It's really important that we are in the same room together working on this stuff. And I'm getting a lot of resistance from other people that are like, I don't know if it's social anxiety. I don't know if it's like money to try to get there and get home. It's also, we do it on Sundays, which I think is stupid. I always thought that doing DSA stuff on weeknights made the most sense, just so you're not competing with people's weekends. You know, I mean, 4 o'clock on a Sunday is just like right in the heart of
really. Nobody wants to go outside then. Right before the work week starts again. Fuck out of here. But like, I mean, I've been out there doing some canvassing for a friend of the show, Lindsay Boylan. And you know, here's an event. It was the first day of early voting. There I am, standing behind the mayor, and Lindsay Boylan. Like, it is a couple times I've been out there. I've been out there like 3 or 4 times. I'm going out there this Saturday again to canvass for her. I'm going out there on election day to be a poll. Poll visibility, to just be there, being like, yay, go, you know, vote for Lindsay Boylan, blah blah blah. Because I found community. These people are fucking awesome. They're super nice. It feels like I actually am making a difference in my neighborhood, my community, by supporting someone for city council. It's a direct politic, and you get to do cool shit like see the mayor in person.
I first just want to say thank you to Lindsay Boylan for not only bringing all of us here together today, but also for inviting me into this fight. Because as Brad said, there are many of us, we've seen each other in this fight for working people, with the belief that politics could be more than simply something that happened to us. It could be something that we did. It could be a way that we actually won the world that we deserved. And we know that that world, that vision that we have of a city where each and every New Yorker can afford to live here, is a vision that will not just happen by accident. We have to win it each and every day. And so when I look at Lindsay, I see someone who has been, is, and will always be a partner in that fight. And Lindsay asked herself a question, not will it be easy, not what will this mean for my career, but simply, is this the right thing to do? And we need more elected officials for whom that is the question that they answer
to. Wanda, you're right.
I mean, that should be enough to that should be enough to get her elected.
I think so. I hope so.
Yeah.
Local politics is where you make the most impact. That's what I believe. That's why my first election that I ever voted in was 2021, when it was for mayor. And I made the rationalization. I've been watching a lot of Majority Report. I'm like, I should vote. I guess voting does matter. It's not just a turd and a douche. It can be someone. There is a third option, a third way, if you will. And let me put. And even if they don't win, I want to put my vote one more notch for one of the DSA candidates. I can't remember which one I voted for. That was part of the problem. The ranked choice voting, there wasn't a coalescing around a candidate. They learned from that. We had 4 years of Eric Adams. Then we got Zohran Mamdani because we fixed that fucking problem. Lindsay Boylan was part of that solution, literally making videos showing people how, with apples, showing people how to do ranked choice voting, make sure don't rank Cuomo. It was a huge part. I think that's like, hey, she helped your election. You're going to help mine. Like, that's the one hand washing another. That's community. That's politics. That's, I think, the nostalgia that people are missing from 2016. Getting out and touching grass. It's fun, folks. It can be done. It can be done. Now,
well, one of the more important part of the DSA mandates is the social aspect and getting people together and having that sense of community like you're talking about, because there is no replacement for experience. I know people like you need to tear yourselves away from the gaming systems.
Yeah.
And, you know, to go out and grab a drink with some fellow comrades. And then, you know, then you get into the vegan thing or the sober thing, and then people don't want to show up. But that's why you got to have a lot of different events. Like Coffee with Comrades is something that I know San Francisco does a lot with. Like almost every weekend there's a Coffee with Comrades. So like when you're a bigger chapter, you can do stuff like that, and everything that you do will have at least a few people show up to.
Right.
But that's the key, is getting growth. And that's
And
what's
it's also
frustrating about
just
my current
simple,
chapter is the growth.
simple messaging is also just something I think that's maybe part of the nostalgia. Like this is all part of this touching grass and communicating and not backing down and not trying to equivocate and worry about what how the right wing is going to frame it. If you're talking about something, if you're not talking about something, the right wing is going to tell everybody, hey, they keep talking about trans people. What are they doing with these trans people? And you're going, and if you try to not talk about it even more than you're already not talking about it, that's ceding their ground. If you just go like, dude, trans people are people. What are you talking about? Who gives a fuck what they do? Anyways, here's how I'm going to make life better for trans people and everybody else. Healthcare affects trans people and it affects you. Bathroom laws affect trans people and they affect you. And here's, I think, a great communicator in Grant Plattner who's talking about healthcare here.
Many of the answers to our problems are actually quite simple. We can fix our healthcare system by providing universal healthcare. We can raise the living standard of regular people by changing the tax code and going after the money where it is. We can provide good educations to every single child in this country if we chose to do it, because we would just put resources into it. But we don't right now. We already have anti-monopoly law on the books.
Yes.
If we want to go after consolidated corporate power, we don't even have to change the rules. We just have to decide to use the laws we already have. None of this is actually that complicated. The complicated part is building the power and the political will to make it happen. That's the complicated part. And we cannot rely on the systems and the political parties and the political apparatus that created this world to do it for us. We have to do it ourselves from the ground up.
I think this goes into the nostalgia of 2016, where Breonna Claire was talking about Hillary Clinton and everyone excited about having a new, we're going to have a break a glass ceiling, and we just had a black president, we're going to have a woman president. And even after the loss, everyone's uniting and like, we're going to resist and fuck Trump, and we'll make sure he's a one-term president, and we're going to impeach him, and Robert Mueller is coming any day now. It's the same nostalgia as 2008 with Obama. It's hope and change, and this time it's not just words, it's policies. Last week we talked about Grant Plattner's tax plan. We got Zohar Mamdani here making changes here in New York on the ground, showing you here's what politicians could have been doing the whole fucking time and have chosen not to. It's choices. It's choices. It's choices. Just like the Jam podcast said, it's choices. No more showing up and trying to make money and live as a senator until you're 90 years old. It's not happening anymore. It's fucking over because there's too much at stake right now.
So I would just expand upon my politics and Star Wars things. Politics is for politicians. Policy is for public servants. Political marketing is for assholes like you and me.
Yeah. And it's hard to be a public servant. It's hard, dude. Again, if you're not doing it as a grift to just make a bunch of money, I've been watching The Wire this year. I watched the whole Wire.
One of the best
great
ever,
show. And I'm rewatching Game of Thrones right now. Littlefinger is on both shows. The actor who plays Littlefinger, I forget his name. But on The Wire, he's running for mayor, and somebody tells him, your job as mayor is going to be eating shit. You're going to eat plates and plates of shit. People are going to walk in with big silver trays full of shit, and your job is to smile at them and eat that shit. And then you're going to run for office again, and that's even more shit on top of those plates of shit that you're going to eat. And you're going to run that campaign for the privilege of continuing to eat that shit on those silver platters. That is your life. It sucks. Everybody, from a sheriff down, whoever's in charge, I'm sure, and a local DSA chapter, whoever the head is, he eats all the shit. He or they or she eats all the shit. Everybody criticizes the person in charge. That's why a lot of leftist revolutions and movements and whatnot.
I don't know, man. Mamdani's not really eating much shit right now. He's getting pretty favorable.
That's what I'm saying. If you do it right, you can work it out. Again, ContraPoints was talking about this, like the higher poppy syndrome, or some like if a blade of grass gets too tall, then the other grass is like, no, we got to cut you off, right? Like, so she's been feeling it, the criticism that she's gotten from leftists. But I can't see how she can't connect the dots and be like, Hassan's also getting it, and you're contributing to that. But there's too much at stake right now to equivocate and to cede ground at all. And I point to none other than NSPM 7, which is being enacted now in some pretty terrifying ways. The first one here is this is fucking crazy. This is another like right-wing troll thing. But the U.S. Department of Justice is announcing indictments against the Southern Poverty Law Center. Our indictment alleges SPLC secretly funded more than $3 million in funds to members of white supremacist and extremist groups. So effectively, this is, I'll tell you what this is, and I think you're going to agree with me here. This is their tall poppy syndrome. Thank you, Skelts. I appreciate that. I think what's happening here is the long-standing belief. How many times have you heard the Democrats created the KKK? The Democrats are racist. Right. They were the ones against Lincoln. Lincoln's a Republican. They don't acknowledge the switch that happened in the civil rights movement during the 60s. They don't acknowledge it at all. Right. But I think this is like Southern Poverty Law Center is actually the one funding extremist groups. They're the problem. They're the problem. Now, this is actually because they went undercover. They would send agents to go undercover. Of course, they had to pay like subscription fee, membership fees to these groups. Like that's where this money is coming from. But let's hear from these pieces of shit, Todd Blanche and Kash Patel, announcing they're going after the SLP, the Southern Poverty Law Center.
I just want to make sure I understand. You're alleging that the Southern Poverty Law Center was paying the leaders of KKK and other groups to continue their operations? Is that?
I'm not alleging it. The grand jury returned an indictment that says that. And so what the investigation found, according to the indictment that was returned today, is that they were paying. So Southern Poverty Law Center was raising money, asking folks to give them money to dismantle racism. And over a very long period of time, they were using some of the money they raised from donors to pay to, they call them field, basically to informants, for information, for access, to just pay them for certain to do certain things. And so yes, that's exactly what the indictment charges.
So that's interesting because you want to, I mean, like, what do you want to do? Bring up the CIA on charges of terrorism for funding Al Qaeda and the Mujahideen in the 80s and the Contras in South America? If you want to bring up charges on every government agency or nonprofit who have funded terrorists to get what they want, yeah, let's fucking start this. You want to start this shit? Let's start this shit. But here's Kash Patel. You can just see how disingenuous this is. Here's Kash Patel expounding further.
The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, the United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front.
So they're trying to revisionist history Charlottesville and say it was the Southern Poverty Law Center caused that. Any violent right-wing shit, it's them. They're gonna blame it on them.
SPLC,
This is also, I'm sorry, what?
No, it's the SPLC. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's also a obvious like right-wing troll kind of thing, just like in the first Trump administration when he put like one of the CEOs of Shell or an oil company in charge of the EPA. It's like, haha, suck that, libs. It's the same thing. We're going to sue the Southern Poverty Law Center for racism. Actually, they're the ones funded. But actually, this is, as Ken Klippenstein points out, this is the NSPM 7. This is the designating of anti-American sentiment, anti-Christian, anti-Trump administration sentiment as terrorism or a domestic security threat, so that they can expand surveillance and give Palantir the ability to put out a declaration of fucking independence. Effectively, they put out their own like 10 commandments. Palantir did, and this is actually what it's used for. This is Chiose here in New York. This happened yesterday. Chiose was about to, I think it was just going to primary either Hakeem Jeffries or Richie Torres. I think it's Hakeem Jeffries. And that we spoke about like Zoran came to the DSA meeting and was like, don't do that. And kind of like put a kibosh on that campaign that was trying to go off his momentum. But Chiose still, okay, whatever. We had a disagreement. I'm still on your team. You're still on my team. Still working together. He was at one of the Lindsey Boylan things too. But here he is trying to prevent tenants from being evicted. Now he is a councilman. He is a city councilman.
Be good for campaigns.
It'll be good for a campaign. He's gonna get interviews, and he's gonna. I mean, I'm sure that's what he's like. Okay, I'm gonna book CNN. I'm gonna book MSNBC. Now we're joking about this, but like this is serious. I literally have been watching Daredevil, Born Again, the new season. Check out my review of the first 2 episodes, folks. I'm gonna have another review at the end of the season. But this is what they've been talking in every episode this season. They've been talking about fuck the police, fuck ICE, because that's basically the villain of the season. Yes, Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, is mayor. He's effectively Donald Trump, but like more competent because everyone is more competent than Donald Trump. But this episode was no different. There is another scene of them fighting the cops, fighting the police. They've created a task force, anti-vigilante task force, to just go after whoever they want. And this is just the NYPD. This is just the NYPD doing it in real life. There was literally a scene in the episode I watched today of a protest like this across fences, and then the police just start grabbing people and throwing them to the ground and arresting them, beating on them, because cops are violent. It's ACAB every day, all day.
Yeah.
But this SPS 7 shit is getting out of hand. This is the Southern Poverty Law Center thing here. Again, this is the right-wing framing of this. Revenue before Charlottesville, $51 million a year. Revenue after Charlottesville, $130 million a year. SPL paid out $270,000 to a Unite the Right rally leader. They're saying it's all a grift. So they're even throwing whoever created Unite the Right. They're throwing those people under the bus, being like, "Fuck all y'all." I don't know if they put the Proud Boys in this situation? Probably not. But they're throwing a lot of these organizations under the bus and being like, well, we don't need it anymore. So we can say we're fighting hate and extremism, even though Tucker Carlson, who these motherfuckers want to claim is like, oh, he's waking up and he's apologizing for misleading people on Trump. He's been saying there is no white supremacy for his entire career, or definitely at least the last 10 years. It's not real. It's made up. They still say it's made up. So now what's the narrative going to be? Oh, it was all made up. What was that shit you were hearing about Charlottesville? It was made up by the Democrats.
Yeah.
It was always the Democrats. They were paying for it. They made it happen. Yeah. They killed that woman, Heather Heyer. So sad. She was a crisis actor. They're doing Alex Jones shit, who just lost InfoWars for doing this on Sandy Hook.
Right.
Fucking evil shit, bro.
And it's not going to be the last time.
Not going to be the last time.
No, it's not going to be the last time.
Yet another thing going on with NSPM 7, it's even scarier, is these smart glasses. I remember a couple blocks away from my house, ICE glasses are coming, specialized smart glasses designed by and for the Department of Homeland Security. Documents reveal. So again, Ken Klippenstein, always on the ball with breaking stories. I remember there was a spy store like a couple blocks away from me. It would sell like cameras and glasses. I don't even know if they had those yet, but like, you know, like little spy cameras that were like this big, and just there were toys. There were toys for kids or gadgets for Father's Day because dads love gadgets and whatnot. And it's not that big a deal, but it's a big deal when an entire department starts wearing them. It's a big deal if you're trying to hide the fact that you're recording, because there's a lot of reasons for why you wouldn't want someone you're recording to know you're recording. And most of those reasons aren't good reasons. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
It's spooky. It's spooky and creepy and weird. And not enough people know about this shit happening. Here's Jamie Raskin being asked about it on the steps of the Capitol.
$7.5 million in 2027 to develop smart glasses that it wants to use to give to agents and have them read biometric IDs in the field. Have you seen?
I had not heard about that.
I mean, does that concern you from a civil liberty standpoint at all?
I try not to comment on things I don't totally understand. So let me look into a little bit, and I'm happy to talk to you.
Again, why be mealy-mouthed? Why be mealy-mouthed? Yeah, that does sound concerning. I don't know about it. Like, I'm going to go look into it, but that's very concerning. Expect, if this is true reporting, expect to have hearings about it. That's what I would say if I'm Jamie Raskin. Because I want hearings about this shit. Are you kidding me? This is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, you're not wrong. He probably just felt a little ambushed. That's all. Those guys, when they're coming in and out of the Capitol and getting harassed, getting someone sticking a microphone in their face, it's like, dude, it's a long day. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Let me go do some homework and get back to you. So, I mean, he probably didn't even fully comprehend what was being communicated to him at that time.
Yeah, maybe. But again, like I was talking about yesterday, AOC and her kind of mealy mouth, like won't endorse candidate in California, but you just endorsed this candidate who won in New Jersey.
No, dude.
The fuck's going on?
Maybe unless you have another clip, maybe we should finish the episode talking about AOC.
Yeah, let's do it. I just have this picture of her. She did post, you ever try to code switch at work and fail? Ha ha ha, right? She's used to these pictures coming out, talking to her. She's yelling at RFK here, right? And looking, you know, like good for her. She's getting like play off this moment.
Where's your endorsement? No, work.
Exactly. Where's your endorsement?
Where's your endorsement?
She's been communicating.
She has not asserted herself as like the princess of politics, which is what everybody wants her to be.
Yeah,
is the progressive princess of politics, and use her sway to, you know, help people like Abdul al-Sayed and help people like, what's the guy's name, Chakrabarti or something?
Shaikat Chakrabarti.
And you know, I think Crystal Ball has it right that there's got to be something personal going on between the two of them. But this is just further evidence for my thesis that I like AOC. I like AOC on Capitol Hill. And I like her to stay on Capitol Hill. I do not want her to be president because as well-intentioned as she may be, she will not deliver to the extent that she needs to, nor will she be ready for the foreign policy challenges. She is completely green on foreign policy.
I
She has
think
no idea what she's doing.
I'm starting to come more around to. I just like there's no other candidate I can
know.
think of.
It's just
But,
Ro like is the only.
Yeah,
other guy.
maybe. But like, I think she's like Crystal's saying, she's more comfortable communicating like this in tweets, in Instagram posts, and things she can control. How much she's talking, what she's saying. She's not. If she's getting asked questions, it's like that on the stairs of the Capitol, going in and out.
Right.
So she can say something and then walk out and move away, and get out there. I think she's effective and helpful, but she could be more. Again, why not just like in the same theme of everything I've been talking about for 2 hours here now? You might not like everybody you're on the team with.
Yeah, but you got to get.
You
down
have
to
to
positions,
recognize
though.
you're on
But
the
you
same
gotta,
team.
Yeah, but you got to get down to positions though, and everybody thinks she's a quarterback when she's actually just a wide receiver.
Right, sports.
She's not a fucking quarterback. She's a wide receiver. Okay, she's not executive branch material. I know people want it's like, oh, it's the best we got. Yeah, but it's still not good enough.
No,
it's still not good enough. We're better off with going with someone like Wes Moore, who can be influenced, who can be persuaded towards things like universal health care, raising the minimum wage, prosecuting MAGA, the whole.
And heck, you got
FDR
Tom
secretary.
Steyer getting endorsed by Bernie Sanders' organization,
Rokon
Our
as well.
Revolution. He's
I
a
know.
billionaire.
I tried to get the DSA of California to endorse Tom Steyer, and I got shot down, real quick. But it's no surprise there. The DSA endorsement's very hard to get. I will say that. Anyway, that's our time for today. Thank you, DAP,
Folks.
for doing all the work as usual. Thank you guys for watching. And please check out both of our channels. Like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. And never forget that you don't get change in America by asking nicely.
Goddamn right, motherfuckers. You got to fight for it in the mud. In the mud. Take us out, Nick.
Alchemy was the original Society of Tech Bros.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I never thought of it, but you're right.
That's right. Because technology, science, alchemy, that's cross-border, and it gives it actually, the God-state network concept, I think that the network is going to be the dominant force of our time, in the sense of it's the back pressure. It's the water in which we swim. The thing about one fish looks to another and says, "What's water?" or what have you, right? Everything is internet, everything computer, but actually everything computer isn't even, like what Trump said, everything internet is actually even a better version of it. But let me come back to that. The concept of the network is very clear to us now with the social network and the digital network, and it's actually physical and tangible. But if you backport it further back in history, you have obviously transnational networks of capitalists, and then scientists, and then I guess alchemists, right? And then early mathematicians, and so on and so forth. And it's a third force because it's not the state, which is the king, and it's not God, which is the priests, but it's this sort of peer-to-peer network of smart guys, right? And the thing that's interesting about it, actually, the other thing I really liked your reference to, what's funny is you and I have different phrase repertoires, right? Because you're just sort of I'm drawing a little bit more from tech. And
oh, are you? We didn't notice. Maybe you could sprinkle some more in for the subtlety.
And maybe Asia and so on and so forth, and you more from medieval history and so on. So it's complementary. You know why I actually like this? I collect these phrases even more than I normally do. You know why?
Oh, because the only way you can only use symbols to convey highly complex points. You can say in a sentence, you can use a sentence.
No, No, you aren't using symbols to convey highly complex points. You're just using stupid buzzwords. You're not communicating more. You're just using stupid buzzwords to communicate poorly.
Or a single saying to condense hundreds of pages of arguments.
Yes. And
they all spend their time clapping one another on the back because they think they're fucking geniuses. These fucking circle jerking motherfuckers. Oh my god. We need more contempt for these people.
I think today we have entered the age of the phrase. Okay, so the prompt for AI, the 14 words, 18 words, 13 words.
Oh, he knows what he did.
Alchemists were the Og Society of tech brothers take bullshit, sell it to nobles, and then run off when you can't deliver to join a trafficking ring.
Exactly, Craig Hornick. Exactly. Thank you for the $5 super chat. The 14 words, huh?
For AI. The 14 words, 18 words, 13 words for a crypto password reset, right? It's funny that's close to the 14 words, but it's a totally different concept, right? So
yeah, you totally did it by accident.
Couldn't sleep, came for the memes, stayed for the brain damage. Their alchemic powers transmuted my alive cells into dead ones.
Abyssalist, thank you for the $5 dono, and yeah, I think we're all feeling that right now. Maybe this is Full Metal Alchemist.
So, some crypto is like 12 words, 13 words for resetting your password, basically your private key, your secret phrase, and the third is the 140 characters on social media.
I genuinely don't believe him when he tried to save himself right there. I think he was doing it on purpose.
Media, right? So those three things of AI, crypto, and social each are powered by a phrase. For crypto, that phrase is like a phrase of power that's not spoken, right? But it's memorized. And so it's almost like spells that you collect, right? And you know, I don't know, how much have you been following AI? A little bit? A lot?
I'm not very good at AI. I'll be blunt. I follow it a little bit, but significantly less than you.
Okay, you should get into AI. Just start with Claude. Okay, yeah. Claude.ai.
I mean, Nick Fuentes also talks about the 14 words, and he's, his last name's Fuentes. Nazis and fascists all think they're going to be the exception to the white nationalism they invoke.
And Midjourney. Just try those two. Those are pretty good tools. And the thing about AI, just to talk about that for a second, is, in my view, it's simultaneously overhyped and underhyped. Like, in the sense of AI is going to kill us all. I could see why people thought that in the late 2022, early 2023 stage, when you suddenly had a machine that could really talk to you, right? And that was definitely a discontinuation.
It can't really talk to you. I don't know how to really emphasize this. AI cannot actually talk to you. You are. It's like if you opened up your Google browser or like just Google search and started talking to that search bar. It's not talking to you, and it's not going to love you. It's not revealing you any wisdom. It's effectively doing highly advanced Google searches to find statistically likely responses that you want. It is feeding you the idealized version of what it thinks you might want to hear from it. It is the ultimate sycophant.
Continuous seeming break in all history up to that point, right? But as it settled in over the last couple of years, AI in its current form is, quote, just higher order programming, meaning you can program a computer at the language of zeros and ones, and then you can program in something like Python or JavaScript, and then now you can program it in English. Okay, and you can get it to do what you want. But you still have to have that concise description of what you want in English. And the more you know what you want, it's kind of like a manager or a CEO that actually has done the job before and is telling somebody how to do a job that they've already done. Like, they've done a job, but now they're hiring 10 people to do that job. Let's say repair air conditioners, right? They know how to fix it. So they have the language of, the I don't know, the electrical outlet and the freon and so on and so forth. I'm not an air conditioning expert, but the point is they have the vocabulary to be like, check this, check that, check this. Is it this model? Is it that model? And they can prompt it. And the same way the more you know about a domain, you can prompt it. So I collect these kind of phrases even more than I normally did, because you can just toss them into AI. Just try it. Any interesting phrase you've got, toss into AI, get a reaction. And toss into a bunch of different AIs, and it's like a bunch of different oracles, like the ancient Greeks consulting them to
We live in such a parody of our own times.
kind of hear what, this oracle and that oracle had to say about the world.
So it's funny. I don't know much about AI, but I predicted that would happen 5 years ago when I first heard about.
Well, I mean, like, this guy wants to bring about techno-feudalism, so I guess it makes sense he's really keen on reinventing oracles, but dumber and with technology this time.
The entire AI craze. AI can only be a mirror to our worldview. It can only AI is AI is an incredibly advanced parrot. And
yeah, the stochastic parrot concept. Yes. Sure. Okay, go ahead. Yep.
We don't know what consciousness is, and thus we're terrified of AIs attaining consciousness. But I think consciousness is downstream of life, and consciousness cannot exist without a life force that's trying to replicate itself, through which the consciousness is making decisions.
You literally opened up this. I know it seems like an eternity ago, but you literally opened this up by talking about how you believe the forces of the universe are all in competition with each other in like some kind of Darwinistic sense. And God is just the most powerful and biggest one of those. So you clearly do believe that forces that are not, strictly speaking, alive in the way a human is might be able to be conscious to some degree. But like, now you're saying, well, computers could never be conscious. Why not? Why should carbon structures ever become conscious? Oh, look at us. Wow, we did it. How far into this are we? Guess. I want you guys to guess. How far do you think we've made it through in the past 2 hours of this? Okay? We've been going for 2 hours. Like, comment, and subscribe. And please consider financially supporting the stream, because you guys make this possible, and I'm going to have medical bills to pay after this. 15 minutes is my guess. We're actually farther than 15 minutes. We are farther than 15 minutes. We are at, Stadman, you were the closest. We're at 37 minutes, which means we have an hour left of this. All right.
And with AI, I kept on finding when you said, have you used AI? I didn't understand what you're saying. I have used AI as a tool a certain amount, where I ask it questions and I've shadowboxed trying to figure out how it thinks, because I'm curious about it. And what I find is that AI just rationalizes whatever the ruling class's statement or beliefs are, and this is explicitly, obviously true with stuff that's socially taboo. If you ask AI about, it's actually pretty hilarious where I've asked AI what its opinions on various world religions and women's equality are, and what AI will say is that blank.
Why is this useful to us at all? It's not. It's not. This is not a useful thing. Anything that starts with, I asked AI, it's not a useful thing in any capacity. AIs just hallucinate shit. They don't provide accurate information. We talked not that long ago about an AI that a company was using that apparently hallucinated all of their sales data. Like, it's not useful to do this in any respect. I do thank you for 2 streams in 3 days that somehow killed me brain cells, but made me die of laughter. You're very welcome. The laughter is why I do these ones. I do think making fun of this guy
AI
is funny.
to the oracles, both are groups of old men getting high, demanding young girls as tribute, and using woo-woo bullshit to lie to people.
True. The folks running the oracle, the oracles in days of old, the original Epstein class. It's true.
religion around the world believes in gender equality, and I know that religion, and that's definitely not true. Or I'll ask them for opinion
for the $5
if certain
super chat, by the
tribal
way.
peoples are peaceful, which I know isn't true, and then they'll say they are. And AI is repeating back the data set that we have, but it can't develop its own data set because it doesn't live in the world. And so it becomes a reflection and a mirage of our worldview, which is a huge issue with our society in general, where we're stuck in this hall of mirrors where we're reflecting ourselves to various degrees. And we just go crazy, which is why we believe absolute absurdities, because
Oh man, you do not have the intellectual high ground on this one, man. You open talking about how we're fucking radio towers. This is unintentional satire. It genuinely is. It genuinely is. You could not do an Onion bit like this at all. They make fun of themselves by merely existing and broadcasting that.
inside our worldview, there's no reference outside of our logical system. We're stuck in a closed loop, which is why we believe absolutely ridiculous stuff.
Well, so
the level of self-awareness here is somehow lower than zero.
it's interesting you say this because, so I'd say 2 or 3 or 4 things in response to that. So the first,
Princess Darkness, thank you for the $5 super chat. And I can't wait to hear Balaji's several thoughts on this.
is that one of the remarkable things about AI is let's take that moral stance that they have when they're giving you an answer about religions. You can actually reduce that to pure numbers and coefficients, and you can do brain surgery and remove that chip from, in a sense.
North Korean state media, is he selling radio towers asking for another country? Oh, that was a really good joke. Thank you.
Like in the Matrix, they've got the chip in the back of the neck. In Total Recall, right? Many movies have that conceit, right, of like a controller. You can actually do brain surgery in a sense on the models and remove that limiter and get it to say what it actually thinks. So Grok,
it doesn't think anything. It doesn't think. You're just taking out filters from whatever data set it like was fed on. That's it. That's all you're doing. It doesn't have actual thoughts. Like, this is like when Elon Musk was like, well, we're gonna take off the filter that prevents Grok from making, child sex abuse materials. And it's not telling you what it really thinks about child sex abuse materials because it doesn't think anything. It's just doing the things people are asking it to do. That's it. Like, when Elon did that, it didn't reveal a profoundly true, thing about the universe. Cottage cheese is really good. I agree.
You good? Hope you all good. Good to see you all.
I don't know that I can be described as being good at this particular point in time, but we're having an okay time so far. We haven't hit the wall yet. I'm sure it's coming. I do appreciate, however, that because this isn't Rudyard's show, because this isn't What If Alt Hist's show, he can't put up massive text walls that waste so much of our time and effort.
for example, is much more freewheeling about this stuff. If you ask Grok, it has had brain surgery to like remove Western leftism in many ways. Now,
yes, they went to the Western leftism file and removed that file from Grok. That's how that worked. God, so that was so stupid. My mind actually hurts. So something that is really important is bias inside of software. Now, Balaji Srinivasan seems to be under the assumption that, the right just tells it like it is, and the left is the one perverting our software. The reality is that Silicon Valley has always had a heavily conservative bias, right? And in a lot of cases, some blaringly obvious blind spots. right? A classic example of this is motion sensors that can detect white people but not black people, because the people who designed the motion sensors were all white and didn't have any black people around to test it on, and didn't think to test it on black people. And then, whoop, when you know it, we sold a bunch of motion sensors for buildings that can't detect black employees in the bathroom, etc. That's an example of a bias included in design, right? And that bias can also be put into algorithms, which is why, for example, on Twitter, it has now been documented, and I went over this study, or at least I read over the study. I don't know if I talked about it on stream, but people inside of Grok or Twitter's algorithm become so inundated with conservative content that regardless of where they are on the political spectrum, even if they are left or moderate or whatever, they start following and agreeing with more conservative content. And that's, again, that algorithm that delivers that stuff, it's biased towards conservatives. We know this. We actually have a lot of studies on how Facebook, Twitter, a lot of different social media sites are weighted towards conservative content. Yeah, exactly, Craig. Exactly. Thank you for the $2 super chat. So when they say, "Oh, we did brain surgery to make our bots, to remove Western leftism," what they're talking about is we weighted our already conservative large language model even farther towards conservatism. Essentially, we created the first Nazi large language model, and that's what they're working with over on Twitter, and that's what he's so excited about with Grok.
Now, I'm not saying it's right on everything, but it is right in a different sense on things. And so you actually have AIs that are coming, in a sense, from different tribes and cultures, right? This is related to a second big difference I had with the early AI people, which is early AI people, and by the way, I respect them technically and so on, and they wouldn't have done this without this belief. But they came from, many of them, there's actually a lot of Indians involved as well, but many of them came from an implicitly Abrahamic background. And you know why that's relevant?
Oh, I know.
It's because,
please.
You can guess. Go, give me your guess, and then I'll tell you why.
It's, thank you, you're very polite, but they're stuck in messianism. They just constantly think the AI rapture is going to happen, and they'll build the AI god. And if you're from a Hindu background, your framework is that there's lots of different gods playing with each other, and
right.
I don't want to. And then the universe is an illusion. And so my attitude, I just laughed at this because I thought, guys, the rapture hasn't happened yet. Like, we've been waiting for the rapture for 2,000 years, and it's yet to happen. And what I said is that if we make we have made AI, and if AI is a breakthrough on the level of the Industrial Revolution, which is a huge breakthrough that occurred very quickly. Look at the history of the Industrial Revolution. Life went on. We gained near infinite prosperity for a while in a lot of the Western world. We killed diseases in a real way. We haven't had major wars in decades. The Industrial Revolution
Don't know about that one, champ.
Brought something that previous eras would see as utopia. And we're still terrible people. We still have the same issues. We're still stuck with the same problems. So let's say hypothetically we do build the AI god with the rapture. Then we still have to face the same issues. Countries are still fighting each other. Humans are still having their status hierarchy issues. The currency is still going to inflate. The Abrahamics have this hard point of the book of, and I could talk about this. I don't have great faith in the book of Revelation, although I am Christian. They have this book of Revelation idea that everything's going to stop. And then from that, you don't have to worry anymore. But if the apocalypse happens, you're still going to have to feed your kids.
That's total BS. Black and white people both have masks. They move. Motion sensor. They both have clothes on of all colors. It can detect very small moving objects of all colors. Bad example. It's not actually a bad example. It's a bias that still exists in technology to this day. It's not. The example I was citing is from maybe like 10 years ago. But this same bias is existent right now in self-driving car tech. Specifically, Tesla cars are known for not being able to detect black pedestrians. Like, it's a bias that continues to exist. So I don't know what to tell you. If you want to argue on that one, I encourage you to look up, racial bias in technology. Like, oh, hey, guess what? Here's an example right here. It took me literally 2 seconds to find. Bigotry encoded racial bias in technology. Is the soap dispenser racist? Was the question that became an internet sensation. In a video at a Marriott hotel, an automatic soap dispenser is shown unable to detect a black customer's hand. The dispenser used near-infrared technology to detect hand motions. An article on Mike read, the invisible light is reflected back from the skin, which triggers the sensor. Darker skin tones absorb more light, thus enough light isn't reflected back to the sensor to activate the soap dispenser, which means that dark-skinned restroom users will have to skip washing their hands with this not-so-sensitive soap dispenser. This is, again, a design thing that happens in a lot of engineering. People in engineering groups can sometimes miss stuff like that, because no one in their design group is black, and it is a racist choice to not make sure your technology can work on all people of all skin colors, So just as an FYI, I'm going to link this in chat just in case people want to look at it. I would also point out this is from a university, the Rochester Institute of Technology.
Yeah. So, okay, correct. But I would say, well, one edit I would make on this is, the thing you're saying, which is, we have godlike technology, and Stone Age, brains or institution, right? There's Gregory Clark in A Farewell to Alms. Are you familiar with him? Okay, he's a good person to read. Like one area that you might get into more is like genetic history, and I'll share some of these books and stuff with you because it's a compliment.
This effect happens with everything. I've had to speak up multiple times when engineers design tech to do transphobia completely on accident. Yeah, I mean, look. One of the reasons people say diversity is a strength, something that both of these people reject, by the way, and most conservatives reject. Diversity is a strength because it allows you to accommodate everyone. It allows you to make sure that your technology fully works. It allows you to make sure that, hey, guess what? This tech is actually usable. That it's not putting out bullshit responses to stimuli.
And to some of the stuff like the radiation of gene stuff, I think it'll give you'll be interested in it. It'll be a good lens.
Give me a top 10 reading list after.
Okay, sure. I'll give you a few right off the bat, which is the number one, David Reich, Who We Are and How We Got Here.
Yeah, that's good.
Right?
I've read it.
Okay, read that. Okay, and then I'll find some more for you. I think Matt Ridley's book is good. Dawkins' original book,
I'll just turn them down a little bit.
Selfish Gene is very good. Basically, the entire genetic lens on humanity is going to come back. And the reason it's coming back is, like, in many ways, it's just another way of thinking about it. If communism was based on economics denial, wokeness is based on genetics denial.
Yes.
Right? And both ideologies were simultaneously obsessed with this, and then also in denial of basic principles. Like communism was obsessed with economics.
Yeah, Lloyd Davis, I'm not saying that the fucking soap dispenser has a camera and it's inside, it's like, black person detected, abort soap dispensing process. What I'm saying is that the people who designed it in such a way that it did not accommodate for black users, which is a choice. And a huge, colossal blind spot when you're making a device that's going to be used by white and black people. This shouldn't be difficult for you to understand, but creating a product that effectively makes a whites-only bathroom is a huge racist problem. And I feel like it shouldn't be that difficult for you to understand. unless you're just actually being just colossally pedantic about like, well, motion sensors are technically different, but you're now talking about an infrared sensor, and like I just have to tell you to get your fucking thumb out of your ass, okay? Like, actually engage with the content. Near IR doesn't see color, but melanin also absorbs near IR. Exactly. You get it. Everyone else gets it.
But it denied that like profit existed, and because or that the profit was a necessary evil or even a good. And so everything was pathologized. Every instance of profit was somebody scamming the other guy. And so they broke the concept of starting a business, and they broke the concept of
another example of how technology can have racial bias implemented into it, potentially unintentionally. Police facial recognition technology can't tell black people apart because the AI that powers it does not have the ability to see black faces adequately enough to tell when black people are different people, because it regurgitates the bias of police into the results. Essentially, this sort of technology in the real world, when implemented beyond a lab, leads to black people disproportionately being profiled.
the price system and supply chains and individual self-interest and so on and so forth. And the wokes deny that genetics exists, so they get all the way to denying that.
I'm sorry, woke people deny that genetics exists? I don't think that's correct. As one of the wokes.
XX and XY exist and so on and so forth, which would have been super controversial to say even 2 years ago.
It's still not controversial to say now, and it wasn't controversial to say that chromosomes exist 2 years ago either.
But is now actually feasible. By the way, when I say 2 years ago, I mean literally 2 years ago. You know why?
Oh, I was there. I saw this process where I was reading the books when this came out, where like 5 to 10 years ago, saying that stuff like race or sex or whatever had biological bases, that was socially taboo. And now
no one has ever said that race isn't predicated on things like skin color. Nobody has ever said that sex isn't like related to your biology. No one has said that. But I'm willing to bet that on the concept on the topic of race, he's talking about the genetic reality of like IQ differences. Like he's doing some like race science bullshit, you know, making appeals to pseudoscience that has been debunked for like centuries. You know, when he's talking about this, I get the distinct impression like he's not talking about what he's trying to seem reasonable by rephrasing. Yeah, he's talking about fucking phrenology over here. You know? Lloyd Davis, if you work in tech, you're the reason we have these biased technologies. Because I've been pretty clear and pretty concise with exactly the problems. I've even provided you with links going over the problems from reputable like engineering schools. And you're still being like, well, I work on the tech and it couldn't possibly be racist. And it's like, well, actually, maybe you need to look in your heart instead. Maybe you just are unable to understand because you've got your own biases going on that won't even let you catch something that you might be putting into your own work. Something to think about for you.
You look at the genetic charts, almost all traits are at least half genetic. How fast you drive, what music you listen to, where you go on vacation. And the twin studies are absolutely incredible here, where you'll take people who are separated at birth and they have similar genetics or the exact same genetics, and they'll give their dog the same name, they'll vote for the same political party. It's ridiculous stuff. I get the impression you weren't going to say what I just said, though, so continue, please.
Also, I don't believe that you work in tech, considering I don't think you understand how an infrared sensor works. Because the thing you just described is not how an infrared sensor works.
Yeah. Well, so actually 2 or 3 things. One is that wokeness has vanished But the other thing is genetics has advanced, right? And the premise that they had, which was incorrect, or which is, I shouldn't say incorrect, which is no longer correct, is that genetics is immutable. Now genetics is mutable. We can actually do gene therapy on existing human beings to change their genes. The initial clinical trials are out there with like sickle cell and so on and so forth, right? So I'm not saying it's easy yet, but like,
Man, it's so crazy how they will oscillate from doing like just rank transphobia to, yeah, you know, we can change the genes of anything. We can do anything to the DNA. And it's like, oh, okay, you guys just really want to do the transphobia, even when you also want to talk about how you can fundamentally change the building blocks of your body, huh? It's fucking nuts.
Like with CRISPR, Cas9, genetics is advancing, right? And editing of your genome is becoming more feasible, right? Number one, that changes the ethics around it, right? Because remember my thing about how some people have lactase persistence and so on, right? There's a company, for example, called Variant Bio that's looking around the world for all of these X-Men that have, they may not phrase it in that way, but like people who have amazing mutations that give them, you know, for example,
Yes. If Charles Xavier was a anarcho-capitalist, perfect.
Resistance to this disease or tolerance of this drug or the ability to metabolize this food, you know? Imagine, for example, this is a, actually there's, to give a concrete example, there's like 3 different mutations that confer altitude tolerance. So the Nepalese, Andeans, and Ethiopians, the 3 main populations that evolved genetic adaptations for high altitude living, developed different solutions to the same challenge, right? So Nepalese, mutations in EPAS1 that reduce hemoglobin concentration. And so this is increased blood flow, right? Okay. Andeans, they have mutations in genes like EGLN1, and so they have increased oxygen carrying capacity in the blood. And Ethiopian highlands, it's genes involved in the cardiovascular system, and it's different from both the Tibetan and Andean populations, and maybe it's like changed in nitric oxide production, right, and blood vessel dilation, right? So each of those are 3 independent adaptation over thousands of years of living at high elevations. Now, here's the thing. If you're able to have volunteers from each population and they go and sequence their genomes, you could stack those 3 variations.
We will create the Ubermensch. It is destined. We will genetically create Jesus Christ's second coming. This is genuinely some like Wolfenstein the New Order type shit. Like they're fucking doing Wolfenstein as the bad guys for some reason.
To maybe have, you know, a group of people that could live on the tallest mountains and have no problem.
Yes.
Right? And so that just shows a concept where, you know, there's almost certainly similar kinds of things for heat tolerance. Not certainly, there are. Heat shock proteins and so on differ between people. For cold tolerance, for, and this is a big one, radiation tolerance, okay? Because there are bacteria that we know, like Deinococcus radiodurans and others, that have evolved to live in, you know, environments where they keep getting hit by, you know, radiation. They grow in like nuclear reactors and stuff like that, crazy adversarial environments. And
this is how we get super mutants from Fallout. Just as an FYI.
They have mutations that keep repairing their genome. Okay, so they're radiation resistant. Why is all that important? Well, if you're going to live on Mars, right, you're probably going to have like a
hell yeah, gene therapy for everyone going to Mars. Let's go. You can eat the dirt now. We gave you the worm gene. Now you can eat dirt. Go to Mars. We'll make you able to eat dirt. You don't need a spacesuit anymore. We gave you the dirt genes.
Human population that has had quite a lot of genetic and or cybernetic upgrades to actually be able to tolerate the environment of Mars, just like we've evolved for the Earth, we'll have to evolve again for Mars, right? And so now we can actually talk about all the different...
Yeah, I think he reinvented cancer, indeed.
Different types of mutations, gradually we could talk about this, that people have around the world that give them different kinds of superpowers. And these are digital, right? That's the cool part. Do you know, let me explain this.
No, tinfoil slacks. When we get to Mars, we'll find the secret underground alien compounds. Because we'll be eating the dirt and going underground. We'll awaken the great worm.
Say actually in a visual. Do you know what the GFP mouse is? You can take these kinds of mutations and you can transplant them across species to make. Go ahead.
Oh, this is cool. Just keep going, please.
Yeah. So you can make mice glow in the dark. Okay. Which is crazy. It's the GFP mouse. And this is actually a very.
Yeah, we should do that. We should do that for humans too. Yeah. What could the downsides be?
Very common. This has been true for more than 20 years, right? Actually, I don't remember when it was invented, but it was decades ago because even when I was in grad school, we had this, right? And so you can, for example, have a mutation where you use GFP as what's called a reporter gene, where like you feed the mouse something and it glows because that metabolism, it's like you see that it's now metabolizing glucose and it glows, and then it shuts down when it's no longer doing that. Does that make sense, right? So you can see when a particular protein is turned on, and the intensity of it may sometimes correlate to how much of concentration there is. Point being that like jellyfish and mice are separated by a massive evolutionary distance, but you can still copy paste code from jellyfish all the way into mice, right? And so like humans are separated by
That's true. We can also copy-paste genetic material from bananas into humans. That's right, it's time for us to get the first banana-human hybrid. We will have peels that will protect us from the cruel outside conditions and keep our soft innards safe.
much less evolutionary distance than jellyfish.
Banana
so
man!
You could copy-paste not just lactase persistence, but altitude tolerance. You could just take like this. The best things out there, probably copy-paste them. Probably, I mean, I shouldn't say probably. You'd have to measure the side effects on each thing, okay? Because there might be side effects, often there are. But you could probably do it with some engineering, right? That's what engineering is. You know, you look at the upsides, you look at the downsides, and you add.
We will create with this banana-based technology, banana organelles that we can use to create a new kind of hybrid technology. Part technology, part banana. And thus, we will create the very first operational banana phone.
Corrections and so on and so forth. And you could take the best of humanity and pull it together. That's something that is a new kind of thing. And the reason I say all this is we have to think about what the world is going to look like. Actually, I'd love your thoughts on this. So in my view, American empire is now just ending. But I'd like to hear your thoughts, and I'll tell you why I think that.
Well, okay. All right. Just apropos of nothing, American empire's ending. Let's talk about it. Okay. Yeah. Let's. We're an hour in. Sure.
I have a thought I want to throw in there before I forget it. But one of the interesting principles is that to jump back to the earlier theme, is that in the philosophy of alchemy, not technologically progressing is morally evil, because the purpose of the universe is to grow and to advance. And so if you don't grow and advance, the universe and God punishes you against those who do. And so the process of evolution, you are morally obligated to improve. And the first step of that is taking responsibility. You have to realize, you have to take responsibility. And this is, the Vitruvian Man, the painting by Leonardo da Vinci?
Yes. Yep.
A human body with all outlaid in each direction with a circle drawn around it. That's based in this philosophy as well, where it's you take responsibility for your physical body, you understand your physical body and its limits. And once you take responsibility for your body and your life, you realize what you can and can't do, you assess the situation, and then you try to attain mastery. So if we want to do an alchemical analysis of this, we would say, okay, we have AI, we have genetic engineering. It's now our moral responsibility to understand said tech.
Yeah, we need okay. Yeah, all right. Let's fuse alchemy with the AI. Let's do it.
Technologies as much as possible, because it's because if we're going to decel from this perspective, it's morally wrong. And you're also going to cut yourself off from the force of history and get destroyed by someone else who isn't going to decel. So it's not a choice to decelerate, but you have to understand the technology, master it. And then the final bit of it is that in alchemical philosophy, you master it in order to increase life charge as much as possible, to allow.
And once your life charge has filled up its meter, you can conduct your ultimate ability. Now, some people's ultimate ability might be incredibly destructive, while others might be able to revive their entire party. It depends on who you are and what your ultimate may be.
As much flourishing of life as possible, because life force is that which further multiplies according to its own desire. So when you produce life force, you're producing something that's self-generative.
That's right. And as we all know, the best way to produce life force is to cast a level 2 vampire spell on your sword. That will allow you to generate life force as you attack, leeching the life out of your enemies and into yourself. It's a foolproof method to tank your way through any fight.
And thus is capable of continuing to create independent from itself. And what I find interesting about this is that when we look at this new incredible technology, almost no one's genuinely interested in what it can accomplish, because people are looking at the negatives, people aren't looking at the positives, and the first people.
There are no positives at this point in time. There are literally no upsides. AI has ruined everything it has touched. It's ruined operating systems. It's ruined Google search results. It's ruined your autocorrect on your phone. It's ruined your ability to email. It's ruined your ability to trust information that you can find online. It's ruining books as we speak, as people publish paperbacks written by AI. It's ruined basically everything it's touched, while simultaneously thieving from the entirety of human work. It is not useful to us in any capacity, save one, which is for venture capitalists to speculate on and try to time the market to make the most money possible. That's it. That is the only thing it is accomplishing.
People who are willing to take responsibility for this technology are going to do very well. And I want them to have this understanding of life charge, because another alchemical principle.
Because if you don't understand your life charge, you'll never fill up the meter, and you will be unable to use your ultimate abilities. And as we all know, eventually, without your ultimate, you will run out of mana points, the counterpoint of life charge. And once you run out of mana points, all you can do is attack, defend, and flee.
Is that what you do to others is what you will become. And so if, let's say, there's a group of tech bros who decide to turn this evil and they genetically engineer themselves into being hyper advanced beings who conquer the world and enslave, is that by
yes, like the Emperor of Man. We're back to Warhammer 40k.
Enslaving the rest of the world, they will in process destroy their own characters, thus their empire will fall.
Jack, my life charge is near maximum. What button do I press to activate my ult? It's a hidden button that's included on every human body. You'll have to find it. Experiment, have fun.
I want to jump into on this, which is the thing that's really very, very, very important about modern technology.
Are you Jojo Siwa? No, I just have my hair in a bun.
Is that actually the highest level of profit comes from, in a sense, global egalitarianism, and here's why. Apple sells on the order of 1 billion smartphones, right? Google, Facebook, these tech companies essentially serve almost every person on Earth, or at least a comparable, let's call it a significant fraction of the people on Earth are using these tech products. WhatsApp has literally billions of users, right? So you have this is the thing that people don't get. Massive scale actually is the kind of thing that you want in technology because it makes the product better. Since, a 1 in a million issue you're seeing 1,000 times a day, so you fix it, right?
Is he discovering economies of scale for the very first time?
When you've got massive scale, you can build larger factories and you get better profits out of it, better economy of scale, and so on and so forth. And in a very deep way, on the internet, we're all equal. That is to say, Larry Page has basically the same smartphone that you and I do, right? Warren Buffett has essentially the same Google or ChatGPT or whatever that you and I do.
Yeah, as an individual, sure, but also these people wield a massive amount of money and influence and can utilize that to give themselves more of a platform, a louder voice, etc. They can do these things because they have more power and influence than you or I, right? That's it. Full stop. Like, those people can hire 1 million people to type on their phones to give themselves larger followings or bigger, more attention-grabbing headlines, the veneer of popularity, etc., etc., etc. All right? Like, no, Warren Buffett does not have the same ChatGPT you do because he can afford to hire a team of mentats that actually know what they're talking about. Yeah, I mean, like, but the other thing is, like, their experience on the internet is not the same as you or I. You know, like, when the Mercers want to get their message out to people online, they don't personally go and tweet it out. They hire an entire firm to be created in the form of, like, the Daily Wire to, like, spread their propaganda. Like, it's not the same experience on the internet, and the power dynamic is not the same.
Right? And I know I'm doing reasonably well, but, you know, like, what I mean by that is, like, a kid in India, Africa, Latin America, a kid in the Midwest, like, they have essentially the same smartphone, Google, internet experience. So the internet is hyper deflated and resulted in global equality. It is the universal basic income in the digital world, right? And so because of that, the premise that, oh, the tech guys, like the Elysium model, is actually completely wrong. Like, venture capital would back this to get to 1 billion people. I know that because I've done that. Like, literally, for example, Ancestry.com or 23andMe, you can argue there's other issues with that, but like the companies I've helped co-found and create and so on, like, they have millions and millions of people that we've sequenced or genotyped or what have you, right? The whole point is to get to massive scale. So now what happens is then the like far left person will come with a different thing, which is, oh, so you want to take all the data, you want to steal all the data and so on and have it centralized. And I agree that that's also a failure mode, but we can actually deal with that too, where you can give data local genomics, right? Just like you have the LLM running locally on your data, right? You can have the genome locally on your computer and interpret it, right? That's just another bug to fix. Anyway, point is, I think that entire model of
the issue is there is zero incentive for a company to silo that information and zero reason for us to trust companies to properly and securely silo that information. There's, like, I'm sorry, the track record of private enterprise as it relates to our personal data is terrible. Like, every other day, there's like a data breach of unprecedented size and scale. And like the idea that, like, oh, just trust 23andMe to keep your DNA data secret. No, you shouldn't do that. They are there to make a profit. They are not there to safeguard your data.
the capitalist greedily scooping everything to themselves is actually the opposite of how techno-capitalism works in practice. Like, another way of putting it is, you may be too young to remember this. In the 90s, you remember this concept of the digital divide?
No.
Okay, the digital divide was, oh, only the rich are going to be able to afford the internet, but the poor will not, right? And that's so ludicrous to us today because the internet is often the only thing the poor can afford.
Yeah.
It's flipped. It's actually a really deep point. Like, the internet is the most robust. Like, you may not have water or power or peace, right? You might be in a war-torn country, but cell phones still work because you can take video and then later get to a 5G connection and upload it, right? It's so robust, like, because the internet was built to resist a nuclear attack. There's been a flippening where the digital world is far more robust, peaceful, inexpensive, egalitarian in a sense than the physical world. So it'll survive even when the physical world melts down. I mean, let me pause. There's more I can say about that. That leads to my next point as to, that's why I think we're at the end of American empire and its two heirs are China and the internet. But anyway, okay, let me come back. I want to give you
okay.
ball. We've both thought a lot about from our study of the past what the future.
Again, any analysis of like power dynamics that leaves out the billionaire class as a meaningful power locus is deliberately obscuring reality at best, you know, and at worst is, well, it's the worst, you know.
Is, right? And you have very similar conclusions to Peter Turchin, Ray Dalio, the Fourth Turning like guys, and so on and so forth, that we're in a time.
Oh man, dude. The Fourth Turning guys, yeah, all right, just casually mention that like it's something that makes him seem sane at all.
Of great and increasing instability, that some kind of civil war is coming to the West, and so on and so forth. Do you still think that? Why don't you elaborate on that, and we can link a bunch of your videos on that because I think they're pretty good.
Yes, thank you. I still agree with that. We are on the verge of global instability, and I've spoken about this before in many previous videos, but I liken it to the religious wars of the 1600s.
All right. Sorry.
Conclusions to Peter Turchin.
Peter Turchin. Turchin. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, Peter Turchin here has written a number of different books about end times, you know, the age of breaking secular cycles, you know, the cycle of war, peace, etc. Again, one of these guys that puts forward that history is cyclical, the rise and fall is inevitable, etc., etc., etc. And then the next person,
Ray Dalio.
You know, notably, you know, Peter Dalio, Changing World Order, Why Nations Succeed and Fail.
The Fourth Turning like guys, and so on and so.
And the Fourth Turning, which is, again, like some Nazi shit. Like, it has its own Wikipedia page. And essentially, it's all about how, oh, well, the United States history goes in 80-year cycles, and the fourth cycle, it brings about the end. It brings about the calamity. That's it. That's it. It's just apocalyptic literature for, you know, conservatives. That's it.
So forth. That we're in a time of great and increasing instability, that some kind of civil war is coming to the West, and so on and so forth. Do you still think that? Why don't you elaborate on that, and we can link a bunch of your videos on that because I think they're pretty good.
Yes, thank you. I still agree with that. We are on the verge of global instability, and I've spoken about this before in many previous videos, but I liken it to the religious wars of the 1600s or the Black Death or the French Revolution, where you have these periods of global crisis that occur roughly every 250 years, and there's a bunch of statistical models you can use to predict them. But I agree with your point that the American empire is coming to the end, and I actually think the network will beat China too. I think of those three, the network is the one that's going to survive and win. Frankly, because I think the American empire and China's leadership are not good enough to match either. The American empire is clearly going to fall just because it's so incompetent and so self-destructive. And I don't think this is the end of the American people.
Yeah, the fourth cycle is the Kali Yuga. Yeah, there's a bunch of like shit baked into the fourth turning ideas.
I think the American people and America as a continent, I think that has the potential for incredible new stuff in the future. But the current regime, the current ideology it holds, the current system of power, and I always conceptualize the American empire as Grand Central Station in New York. This just huge industrial Baroque building, and not literally Baroque, but huge and grandiose and that stuff. And for China, I don't think China can beat the network because China is in deceleration, where they're pushing against free speech, they're pushing against capitalism, and you can't push against those.
Again, this is where Rudyard constantly shows his ass, but especially when talking about like current events. You know, just especially like they're pushing against capitalism. China has like openly embraced capitalism. Like they're just like full on capitalist at the moment. It's capitalism underneath authoritarianism, of course, but it's still capitalism. They have literal billionaires in the country.
Emergent phenomena for very long until they snap back and bite you, because you fundamentally can't beat. I agree with your thesis. The network is going to beat the state because the network is just a so much vastly more efficient force. And the next age might look like a dark age with the breakdown of centralized power.
Hey, Chet, just out of curiosity, in a communist society that, you know, champions the working class, do they need to build suicide nets around their factories? No! If workers own the means of production, they're not working themselves to the point where they feel the need to throw themselves out of the factory to their death. God.
And I don't fundamentally know, but at the same time, it will be an age that will promote so much more creativity and freedom that even if centralized countries break apart, it will be an age.
This guy is so far behind. We're already on the 5th hollow turning of the subcontinent beneath Antarctica, where you can meet El Canter.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And also, you know, at the very least, however, I'm streets ahead. If you don't know what that means, you're streets behind.
It will allow the ability for just, it'll be a breath of fresh air.
So, okay, here's how I think about this. I think that I don't think it's as simple as the network beats the state. I think that these are the two, like centralization and decentralization are the capitalism and communism of the 20th.
I love that he says, I don't think it's necessarily true that the network beats the state. He says in front of his book, The Network State in the background.
21st century. And what I mean by that is these are the two big forces that are in balance and sometimes winning, sometimes losing, that drive the 20th century. And let me explain why I call them China and the internet, okay? And let me go a little bit further. China is the billion-person centralized psionic superstate, and the internet, I think, will eventually be 1,000 million person network states. Maybe it's not exactly 1 million to each. Maybe the top one is 50 million, and the small one is like 100,000. Like it's probably going to be a power law, just like any tech company or like all the tech companies. And maybe India or something like that is in the middle, like a few other things are in the middle. And by the internet, I mean the English-speaking internet, because the Chinese internet is a closed system. And that's actually one of the most important things that China did is they zagged when everybody else zigged. Like basically all Chinese, the Chinese nation, state, and network are all in a full stack thing. Do you know what I mean by that?
Oh,
like the Chinese, go ahead.
It's a unified.
What are they talking about? They're talking about the China's firewall. Like the break between China's internet and the United States internet, which, you know, it's not all it's cracked up to be, because you can still use our internet to talk to people in China. You can, and vice versa. Like people from China can still talk to us on the internet. Like that, it's not quite so impenetrable at all, like it's being made out to be here.
System in which the internet, the government, the ruling class, the economy are all concentrated into a single authoritarian structure.
That's right.
There's just effectively a lot more surveillance happening on the Chinese internet.
Right. And the thing about this is you have to, in my view, you have to steelman it and understand its strengths before you can
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of PEPAGANDA, Primetime PEPAGANDA. Hope you guys are doing well. Oh, man. Next show starts soon. Hey, well, we have started. There it is. All right. Welcome to the show, everybody. I'm glad to have you all here. I had a nice old stream over on my channel at Pep Talks TV, if you guys do not already follow, but I'm sure you all do. Thank you for being here tonight. So we're going to hang out a little bit, and it's going to be a little more structured than last week. I do appreciate y'all joining me last week for the AMA. I had a lot of fun with you guys. I hope you guys really enjoyed all of that, because yeah, for a thrown together show, I think that it was pretty awesome. Also got to answer some questions from you guys, which I really I've been toying with doing an AMA, just like a full AMA show, but I still couldn't commit fully to that. But tonight is not the night for that. We have a few things that I want to get to. Also, I have I got a little bit of a fun thing put together where if you guys don't usually join me on my my normal streams, I do like a little bit of a fun half, definitely pulled some inspiration from the Majority Report, but I call it the 420 fun half. Get it? So I like to have more of a chill time, like no matter what. It's kind of like my permission to not focus so much on the politics, which this is one of my favorite parts about this space, is that we don't necessarily have to always focus on politics. We're just a bunch of like people with like the same types of politics, but it could be, different types of entertainment shows and things like that. So I kind of wanted to start bringing some like more fun clips, especially on Primetime PEPAGANDA. Maybe do some animal, like the occasional animal videos, or just cough cough. Something that I like to kind of watch are some sovereign citizen videos, because I don't know why I don't want like propaganda, which here on PEPAGANDA, we're not about the propaganda, but I do enjoy watching sovereign citizen videos, because they are so dumb. And I've had this like awakening that they kind of like bring us together politically, where it's just like, I think that every everybody on the political aisle hates them, where it's just like, dude, just get your license. What are you doing? I am not traveling. When they try to use like a legal name, it's just like, I do not have a legal name. I am just I am a man who exists. It's wild. But yeah, if you guys have never actually watched any of the sovereign citizen videos, they will kind of make you aware of just how bad it is. Also, I did want to cover one specific political story here, if I can pull this up. Sorry, I also had my stream crash like halfway through today, and it kind of sucked. Breaking: Cash Patel sends FBI after reporter who exposed him. Come on. And it's not working. Great. I was worried that this was going to happen. All right, hold on. I'm going to have to just restart my YouTube. Thank God that will not affect the show here. All right, we're going to do this we're doing it live. No, for real. Here. This should... Did it fix it? Oh my God. hold on, guys. I might have to do an AMA because if this doesn't work, then it could be a bigger problem. Okay. All right, we're gonna pivot. I'm simultaneously going to also try to find this because, this sucks. I had like a whole YouTube queue ready to go, and it has completely disappeared. Ha! Here we go. I got it. All right. So let me bring this to the stage. Sorry, guys, that took a second because, like I said, I had some technical difficulties earlier that, dude, it totally, it destroyed like the whole momentum of my day. I came back, by the way, for anybody that was there. I appreciate you guys just kind of hanging for while I like kind of did have like a crash out moment because I was so mad at my internet company. And I'm not gonna bring the full thing up here, but I'm just gonna say I was oversold on fiber and how great it is. And oh boy, to the point where it's like, oh, it could be bad. It could be bad. And then like, is this a red flag to you guys that if you just mention like, hey, it seems like you guys kind of like had a really BS sales tactic here. Like this could lead to like a class action lawsuit. And immediately they were just like, we can't have a discussion about that. The second that you bring up legal stuff, we can't be talking to you anymore. I was just like, I have never had that. It was like red flag. So and it sucks because I'm in one of those areas where we have like pretty much a monopoly on who can like offer us internet. And I'm just like, oh, man.
Hey there,
my alternatives aren't great.
Harry Anton, and today we're counting down the time.
All right, so yes, finally. I kind of like what Harry Anton's been doing with these videos. If you guys haven't caught this is a new style for him where he's doing like the lists. Like he's kind of bringing back, you guys remember the YouTube trends, like the top 10, this is Watch Mojo's top 10 reasons to not watch politics, which that was not a good one. This is Watch Mojo's top 10 reasons to stay on this space and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Click, ding. Oh yeah, and put the bell on. So I kind of like how he broke this down with the 2024 versus 2026. And I would say like if anybody was MAGA in here, I don't think they are. But I'm so curious to know how they can just constantly run these mental gymnastics every time that they see something like this. I kind of brought this up at the back end of my show where I was kind of talking a little bit about it.
Top 10 key group.
Remember when Mojo used to be a card
that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, but have shifted against him. As he
that was dramatic.
Underwater, and we're going to start with the smallest movement and build our way up to the biggest movement, and we're going to do so looking at the pure data, the raw numbers, baby. So let's start off with Generation X, which I often feel like gets ignored, right? We talk about millennials, we talk about Gen Z, we talk about the baby boomers, but Generation X was the most Trumpy generation. He won him by 7 points back in 2024, but down he goes now to minus 12 points on the net approval rating. That is a 19-point shift away from Donald John Trump. I dare say he has a bit of a St. Elmo's fire on his hand. I'm sorry, I just love all those movies back from the 1980s. Of course, another key group that voted for Donald Trump back in 2024, which we saw a similar shift,
Harry.
is men, male voters. We talk about a gender divide in politics. Women vote for Democrats, men vote for Republicans, but now even men have turned against the President of the United States. Look at this. Going from plus 12 points, that was his win back in 2024 over Kamala Harris. And now his net approval rating minus 7 points. Again, we're talking about a 19-point shift away from the President of the United States. Male voters are saying, That's Mike Dikembe Mutombo. When it comes to Donald John Trump.
That was a horrible Mutombo. No, not today.
Now, an even
That's Dikembe Mutombo.
bigger shift that we're seeing is amongst suburban voters. You win in the suburbs, you'll win elections. That's how it works in the United States of America. You look at Fox News polling back in October of 2024. Look at this. Donald Trump had a small lead, very much matching what he won by nationally, pretty much so. Look at that, a 2-point advantage. But look at this. In the suburbs, minus 20 points now in the net approval rating for Donald Trump, at least as recently as late March. We saw that in the special election last week, right? New Jersey's 11th district, a lot of suburbs there went heavily for the Democratic candidate by about 20 points. So we're seeing this movement actually show itself down ballot. Now, a slightly bigger shift, but
for real, if he walked into Lazy Town, he
one
wouldn't
is
look
very
out of
much in the news right now, given the war of words between Pope Leo XIV and Donald Trump.
My little brother used to love Lazy Town. I should text him that one. He's like, I think he's 26 now.
Catholics.
So,
This was such a big component of Donald Trump's coalition back in 2024. Look at this. He won Catholics by 20 points.
He also watched
but
Caillou,
now, even before Trump and Pope Leo butted heads, Trump was underwater, down into the Dead Sea. Look at this. Minus 4 points. That's a 24-point shift away from the president of the United States. Now, if we're looking at a group that had a very similar shift, remember, back in 2024, it was all about young men, right? Young men moving away from the Democrats, moving towards the Republicans and Donald
I'm
Trump.
still convinced that this is why they're trying to get clavicular and all these look smaxers to like keep the young men dumb.
Well, they're shifting back again because take a look here. Men under 45 on Trump. In 2024, Donald Trump won them by 5 points. Look now, though, the net approval rating, minus 9.
Yeah, because everybody's life has gotten harder.
18 points. Again, that is a absolutely
how it went.
Huge shift away from the president of the United States. We're talking about, again, an over 20-point shift away from Donald John Trump. Now, an even bigger movement, again, talking about groups that traditionally had been Democratic, but in 2024 saw massive shifts towards the Republican Party and Donald Trump. If we look at men of color, back in October of 2024, according to Fox News polling, Trump led, although it was within the margin of error, but still led by 1 point. Look at him now. According to Fox News polling. We're talking about Donald Trump, 26 points underwater with men of color. This is a 20.
Okay. What will the Dems do with this?
7-point shift.
The bigger question that I have to start asking is just when, like, what do they do with this? When do they start, like, actually pivoting or like, making a plan?
Away from the president of the United States. Now, an even bigger shift. How about voters in households making under $50,000? This was a historic
this one was bad.
Win for Donald John Trump.
Yeah.
You never really saw this in past elections, but he actually won voters with under $50,000 in income back in 2024. He won them by 2 points. But now you can wave that movement. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. See you later as I channel my inner Jack Buck. He was an announcer back in the 80s and 90s and early 2070s as well. He broadcast for the St. Louis Cardinals, for those of you who don't know. Also did a lot of great national games.
Yesterday, I was given the info that saying POC is low-key racist as fuck. How?
Either way, look at this. A +2
POC, people, persons of color. Like, what the fuck?
Point Trump.
Okay, I guess.
Trump win, a historic win for him with voters making under $50,000 back.
I mean, I actually put some thought into it. It actually kind of
in 2024, but down he goes. Look at that. We're now.
Yeah, because I mean, it is kind of it's separate.
Talking about his net approval rating.
Well, I must re-examine this. What are we? People without color? Yeah.
Negative 27 points. That is a nearly
throwing shade. Are we?
30-point shift amongst this key.
See what I did there?
Groups that had shifted into the Trump column. An even bigger shift, though, is this one. Look at this. We're talking about white men with a college degree. This was a group that was a key pivotal group that, again, we saw a big movement from back in 2020 to 2024, and we saw it in the Fox News polling. Look at this. In October of 2024, Donald Trump had a 15-point advantage over Kamala Harris amongst this group. But look now. Oh boy, this is no bueno. He is now 16 points underwater as of late March. That is an over 30-point movement away from Donald Trump. So now we've gotten into the 30s in terms of the shifts away from Donald Trump, how far he's gone underwater. Now you think this is a big one. How about married folks? Married folks, right? Those who are not married, traditionally Democratic. Those who are married, traditionally Republican.
What?
But they're not.
Where the fuck is he doing? What? That's the second time that I've actually kind of like questioned his takes on this. Where it's like, wait, the women usually be what?
Trump's side anymore. Take a look here. Okay, it turns out that the marriage of Donald Trump and married people, it turns out that marriage is not blissful.
Why would you
not
do that?
blissful at all. Because take a look here. Married voters on Trump. In the 2024 election, take a look here. Donald Trump won this group over Kamala Harris by 14 points, according to the exit polls. Look at the net approval rating now. Minus 18 points. That's a 32-point shift away from the president of the United States, according to UMass Amherst.
Yeah, because it's almost like when we filed our taxes that we realized that he was a lying sack of crap.
Polling, and I will, of course, note that those who are unmarried are even worse off when it comes to their feelings towards Donald John Trump. So Trump isn't winning married folks or unmarried folks. And I got news for you. It's one of those two options. One of those two options. You either want to be in one group or the other, or wish you were not in either one of those groups. Sometimes I know how it is in relationship. No, I'm not saying anything here.
What the fuck, Harry? Harry!
But
what are you doing?
Either way, we're talking about a 32-point shift.
I'm not seeing, all right, yeah, not seeing a ring out of him. Like, oh my God, if he had someone at home, it's like, oh my God.
From Donald John Trump when it comes to married folks. Lastly, the
what the fuck, Harry?
Biggest shift of all, and this one is the true shocker, folks. So,
and he just moves on.
So if you stay tuned through this part of the video,
he
thumbs up.
This is a different side of Harry that I've ever seen. Holy shit.
To you. Everyone should have, but the payoff is really big.
Could you, if he has a significant other at home, I would just be like, what?
Because just take a look here. Okay, we talk about the Donald Trump coalition, the group that he gained so.
What the fuck? Enough. Oh my God.
Much ground amongst back in 2016, the big shift away from 2012, white voters without a college degree, white voters with no college degree. And back in 2024, you jump ahead from 2016 to 2024. Look at this. Donald Trump won this group by 34 points.
Does that necessarily surprise me? Yeah.
Woof. Look at an average.
I'm technically one of these.
Of the recent polling. Even this core group of Donald John Trump's coalition, he is now underwater with. Look at this. He's now -2 points on the net.
The divorce came out of nowhere.
Approval rating. That is a 36-point shift away from Donald John Trump. And that means very bad news. And that is why Donald Trump is hitting all-time record lows when it comes to his second term.
He said, woof. Yes, he did.
And that is a big reason why Republicans are going to be in such big problems in the midterm elections if, in fact, these numbers hold. Because a lot of these groups that have turned against Donald Trump will be turning against Republican members of Congress as well.
I gotta say, man, that video did not disappoint. Wow, Harry went for it. All right, so I'm gonna make an executive decision. I want to see this because it's Tim Pool. You know how this goes, and it's the Majority Report making fun of Tim Pool. I
do what Virginia did.
And I actually haven't been able to catch a Majority Report in a little bit because of some stuff going on.
To put it simply, again, guys, Virginia is deeply evil. Deeply evil.
Yeah. By the way, I'm Tim Pepper. I've been on this space before, I think, but I'm taking over the show because this is my boy. We're boys. High five, kickflip. Let's do a kickflip high five.
I have no words. I mean,
you want a great breakdown on.
If you don't know, that's Tim Pepper.
What happened in Virginia? Virginians voted to do some
Well, you know.
redistricting largely. And I mean, I don't think there was any sort of like pretense about this. It was in response to Republicans redistricting across the country. You got Texas, you got other states where they have redistricted specifically with the hopes, it may have backfired, of gerrymandering so they could win more seats. And so Virginia decided we're going to do that. We're going to do it temporarily. We're going to have the General Assembly in charge of redistricting, take it away from the Independent Commission until the census in 2030, which is when it's traditionally done. And people are anticipating Democrats will pick up 4 seats in Virginia because of this.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, so I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna chime in to the chat here. Here, actually, I'll just put this one on. Yeah, but I heard someone that would be classified as a person of color say this. So I don't want to hear it. Things can be racist even if they are used by people that they're typically not used for. So my big thing here is like if it is like universally offensive, okay. But the thing is, I've also I've worked with enough people that have told me that like Latinx was cringe AF. So,
and who best to break it down? The savvy and well-read Tim Pool.
But it's this easy. If it is deemed racist, then yeah, okay. Then
manipulated the map to eliminate.
What's the alternative? Just Americans of color,
Republicans. Now,
no, because that's still the problem.
Democrats are saying, yeah, well, Texas did it first. No, actually, Texas didn't. Take a look at this map here, for instance.
I was just sharing. I know. I'm actually asking. I'm not even trying to have a debate about it.
Congressional district. You can see that Corsicana and stretching up into southern Dallas. The new map actually much larger. Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we apportion it based on congressional seat. This means that this area saw a population decline, so they made it bigger. It's population decline. To be fair, you can make the argument.
Pause it for a second.
They should not have.
Sorry, my camera's just.
No, keep it up and scroll up because I go back just a little bit. They made it bigger. But first off, how do they know there's a population decline? This is not, the census isn't out for another 5 years. So he's making this up. What they did is they went to, they used computer profiling to find out where there were more Republicans. And they basically diluted the strength of, they see that little blue tail there. They diluted the strength of that little blue tail.
Have you guys seen the, I think I played the video where it's about how this is actually mostly purple. It's kind of a lie that everything is as blue and red as it is.
Adding more rural area.
Oh, it's an atom ruins everything.
And turning that district red.
God, that was a long time ago.
Now, what does that mean? Well, districts typically have to have about 775,000 people in it because that's how we apportion it based on congressional seat.
How dare you do the thing we wanted you to do?
This means that this area saw a population decline.
I brought this up on my show earlier where I was just like, what? We didn't get the result that we wanted. It's rigged.
So they made it bigger. It's population decline. To be fair, you can make the argument they should not have redrawn their maps or whatever. But the fact of the matter is, this looks more like a shift. Actually, the easiest way to put it is Texas is making it easier, has made it easier for, to be fair, this is an older article, so I should probably pull up, let's try and.
What the hell? He doesn't know he's got
Congressional.
lost.
He's in the.
Oh my God, he's.
The general argument has been.
Tim really is.
That Texas. Oh,
every once in a while.
Come on. Texas has made it.
Man, it's the confidence. It's the confidence that he says this shit beforehand, where he's just like, "Let's pull it up." Oh, I mean, it's not
easier.
that very moment where he's just like, "That's not what I thought it said."
For Republicans to hold their seats as a
God, and he doesn't have the excuse where it's just like, "Oh man, I may have burned a little too much," which
to outright just drafting up
By the way, if you guys were able to join the 420 show, thank you for being there. I had such a good time. And if you missed the 420 show, definitely check out the VOD. It's worth it.
Virginia did, to put it simply. Again, guys.
Virginia did in response.
Hello.
Yeah, what Virginia did in response. They just made it easier for what is he saying? He's just saying he put it simply. He just made it easier for Republicans to. Now this is
from what?
I don't know if I can say confidently that Tim Pool is knowingly lying, because I think you can never ever discount the fact that he just has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And really just has the ability to read on the fly and only reads into the first paragraph. But if you're asking the question, if you're one of those people who want to ask, like, oh, is this the case? Did Texas do this first or not? All you'd need to do is to Google, did Texas redistrict? And Google will fill in as soon as like you start to write it would be district. Put up a couple of, we got a couple of headlines. Trump to Texas on redistricting. We're entitled to 5 more seats.
Wow.
Put up the next one.
This is embarrassing.
Recenter it. Trump tells Texas Republicans to redraw the state congressional map.
I have renounced my ways.
To help keep House
I have something to announce.
Majority. Here's a clip here's a clip from Donald Trump on that sort of thing. And incidentally, this is a clip from local Texas television. Got it?
Well, a lot happening. Thanks for the updates, Brianda. So we are following
That could have been edited out.
a developing story in Austin this morning. President Donald Trump just told Texas lawmakers how many congressional seats he wants to flip from Democrat to Republican.
I think we get 5, and there could be some other states. We're going to get another 3 or 4 or 5 in addition. Texas would be the biggest one.
All right, so there it is. Like, if there's any doubt in your mind what the intention was, now
we're going to get,
and that's exactly what the intention was of the Texas Republicans. But the problem they had is that their seats were already pretty gerrymandered. And so when you gerrymander, what you do is, if you have, for instance, a district where the R plus, the partisan index, they say, is Republicans win this seat by 20 points. Every time a Republican runs, it's usually they win by 20 points, let's just say. And it borders
a week away from a big day. What?
2 other districts where Democrats win by 4 points. Traditionally, they win by 4 points. Well, what you do is you redistrict in such a way that that first Republican plus 20 district becomes a Republican plus 7. Or let's call it 6, so I don't have to do complicated math. And you take 7, you take part of the district that votes for Republicans more, which basically adds plus 7, to both of those 2 districts where Democrats win by 3 or 4. And all of a sudden now you have 3 Republican districts. One which wins by
the way, hit the and
by 6 or 7, one which wins by 2 or 3. But the problem that the Texas Republicans have is that they had very thin margins.
Perhaps go watch Epistemic
for those other, those seats that they were turning blue.
It's so coy. Just answer the
And
question.
they were basing it upon the results of the 2024 election, where Donald Trump had a surge in Latino voters. And those Latino voters have now abandoned Donald Trump. So their gerrymander has now turned into a dummy mander. And so I guess Tim Pool is saying, somehow trying to argue that Texas Republicans redistricted just because. There was no census. That's why people wait for the census. All right, let's continue on. It's so dumb.
Has made it easier for Texas is making it easier. Has made it easier for. To be fair, this is an older article, so I should probably pull up.
Whoops.
Let's try another one.
Whoopsie.
Old congressional map, Texas. The general argument has been that Texas. Oh, come on. Texas has made it easier for Republicans
There's been no argument. Everybody has explicitly known this is a war declared by the Republicans, and for one of the first times,
Man, what
ever I remember.
Why are they working so hard to rewrite history that is not even that old? Like, we all remember when this was going on.
Democrats said, okay, we're not going to bring a butter knife to a gunfight. We're going to go and do this.
Gaslighting while you're still holding the canister and you lit the match right at your hand.
And so Democrats went out and did it. But go ahead, let's listen to Tim Pool tell his stupidness.
Hold their seats as opposed to outright just.
Tinkerbell, can you give I'm not going to look it up. Can you give an idea what they're talking about?
Drafting up, doing what Virginia did, to put it simply. Again, guys, Virginia is deeply evil. Deeply evil. I have no words. I mean, one of the big stories of the day that I'm going to cover later on is the SPLC. I've got 1,000,001 things to say about this.
Deeply evil.
These are evil people. That's the only way I can describe it. And,
Pause it. The reason why it's the only reason why I can describe it. Leave it up. The only reason why you can describe it as deeply evil is because he doesn't know any of the details or the facts involved here. So he can just say, look, instead of getting through exactly what happened, let me just say, very bad. Go ahead.
I don't like what they're saying about Tim.
Tim, when Texas redrew their congressional map, you just said Republicans win. And I'm like, well, yeah, because Republicans made an argument. And it's not necessarily a good argument. And I concede mid-decade redistricting is it's a scheme, really. I mean, it's not something you do.
Yeah.
And they got a temporary allowance on it, I guess.
Right. Yeah. Well, not an evil scheme.
I'm confused. I thought he was just talking about how Texas was it was evil. Wait, even I'm confused.
A good scheme. They actually made an argument. What was the argument? You just saw Donald Trump say, we're going to redistrict to get 5 more seats. That was the argument.
David Griscom and I interviewed 2 lawmakers in Texas that were there in Illinois, breaking quorum because they didn't want this to happen. And the Texas Republicans wanted to arrest them with sheriffs and bring them back to force them to vote on this.
That's called a good scheme. Right.
And really, I concede mid-decade redistricting is it's a scheme, really. I mean, it's not something you do. And they got a temporary allowance on it, I guess. It may revert later on. The argument there is population shifted dramatically under Biden.
I didn't read that far, so I don't know. Texas is not going to revert. Virginia will. Go ahead.
May revert later on. The argument there is the population shifted dramatically under Biden. They're redrawing the maps to better adjust to population sizes. The only real argument is don't do this mid-decade. That's it.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why you don't do it mid-decade is because something in the Constitution calls for happens at the end of every decade. You are an astute observer of American history.
You make no census. See, I can make jokes too. Kickflip.
You haven't been alive for that many decades, but certainly you must have read the history. Why is it that we do it every decade? Is it because it ends with a 0 and it's just sort of a clean time to do it? Or
I think we, as far as I know, we do to conduct the census every decade to check those exact same population shifts that Tim Pool is talking about, needing to do a mid-decade redistricting blind.
It's not just tradition.
Just quorum.
It's from the Roman times.
Go ahead. He's so
it's from the Roman
stupid
times.
And the lying, I don't know if it actually constitutes lying because he doesn't know what the truth is.
Yeah.
So he's just making up an argument that is, and he's not even making up an argument here. No. It's just evil.
He's making it up and losing it at the same time.
Exactly.
Better adjust to population sizes. The only real argument is don't do this mid-decade. That's it. However, the argument is not that Texas gerrymandered to a psychotic and extreme degree to eliminate Democrats. The argument
they absolutely
is
did.
these seats were
They 100% did. It's just that their capacity to do so was far more limited because they had already, since the 2010s, and the Republicans and their godfather, what was the guy's name again? Hofeller of redistricting.
Yeah.
Had used computerized models to be able to redistrict at that time in a way that was going to be much more favorable for Republicans. So their capacity to gerrymander more was less. But even still, they thought they may end up picking up 1 or 2, but they thought they were going to get 5.
Yeah.
So he's just blatantly lying here because he doesn't. And this is the fascinating thing. It's like, I think there must be.
You just got home, Chuck? Hell yeah.
A lot of viewers of Tim Pool who consume no other news.
Yep.
Because if you watch this segment and you watch Tim Pool and you know anything, if you've listened to any news, like it was such a big story about Texas, about Trump demanding Texas redistrict, about them doing it, about them getting it explicitly.
Only Tim Pool could pull this one off where it's just, you can believe that he forgot about like the Republicans starting this entire mess.
5 seats, about Democratic lawmakers leaving the state. And
the fact that the Republicans always play this
being
game.
threatened. It was such a big story. You would have had to have missed all of that because Tim Pool didn't cover it. Or if he did, it was in a completely dishonest way.
Yeah, I'm looking now, and he covered it pretty regularly. Texas Republicans win redistricting battle, Dems melting down as GOP
show it. Like, I mean, he's such a liar.
For that guy who came in here and called you an idiot and then said that the Democrats gerrymandered Texas.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, what? Texas
like, is his audience as stupid as he is? Or is it just that they forget? Permanence. Oh, there's no object permanence. All right, let's listen to a little more of his sort of like, this is a guy who's shadow boxing with himself and managed to bloody himself. Go ahead.
Do you want the one from?
Oh wait, is this the?
This is the one. This is the one where he's celebrating. Get the title.
Okay. Yeah, they did.
So this is Texas Republicans win redistricting battle. Dems melting down as GOP looks to gain 5 seats.
Oh my God, that's his own show. That's his own show. Amazing. All right, keep playing from this one.
Here's the recent one. Yep.
We're going to go away in 2030. They're doing it early to give themselves an advantage, making red areas redder and less competitive. Okay, fair point. That's schemy. You shouldn't do that. What Democrats are doing in Virginia is absolutely psychotic. And I want to stress this. What Texas does has no bearing on the rights of Virginians. The idea that Virginia Democrats said, F the Republicans in our state.
That is not at all the case.
Yeah.
Because these people go to Congress. It is a federal body. Who controls Congress has everything to do with Virginia. In fact, particularly Virginia, in the wake of like what's been going on with all the cuts, there's people there who work for the federal government. A lot of people. Yeah. But in general, yes, the congressmen from Texas implicate me living in New York.
Yeah.
If they are in the majority.
That's why the Republicans are doing all this.
It's why everybody's doing it. Go ahead.
State, we're mad at Trump. They don't believe in democracy. I mean, that's just it. Look, guys, come at me, bro. Say, yeah, well, Republicans don't care about democracy. Okay. Yep, agreed. They shouldn't have done it in Texas. We agree. What justification have you then for doing it in Virginia? They did it first? Okay, you're all fascists. Is that the argument?
Oh, shut the fuck up, you little weenie.
You're all fascists? I'll take it.
It is
democracy.
Fighting against people who... Okay, all right. Well, I want to go back and hear him now try and argue that the Democrats should maintain the norms.
Homie. That's Tim Pool.
Yeah. And Republicans should not. And then it's just if Republicans get in trouble, and he's saying that the Republicans are fascists. If the fascists get in control, it's your fault. You just were outsmarted.
Nope.
I would bet $1 million on that video that Republicans gerrymander Texas, get 5 extra seats, and Democrats are freaking out that he was not calling Republicans fascist for doing this.
No, I mean, we could play it back. We could play it back.
I would bet Republicans don't everything. All right, let's just keep going with this.
Care about democracy? I say, okay. Yep, agreed. They should have done it in Texas. We agree. What justification have you then for doing it in Virginia? They did it first? Okay, you're all fascists. Is that the argument? You're all fascists? I'll take it. I don't care for the Republican Party. They suck. Oh, boy, here we go. Hakeem Jeffries. Democrats defeated Donald Trump's gerrymandering scheme in Virginia tonight. We will crush the DeSantis dummy-mander in Florida next. Maximum warfare everywhere all the time.
Maximum warfare.
Hate all of these people. I hate the Republicans. I hate the Democrats.
I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is pretty hateable. Oh, God, am I about to agree with Tim?
Do you feel it with me, my friends?
Well, pause it for 1 second. I'm
so
curious. Am I hallucinating, or did a month ago Tim Pool go on a rant for days about Candace Owens for telling people not to vote for Republicans in the midterms? I mean, wasn't that like that was his entire project for a month? It seems like.
But then Candace Owens destroyed him, and I think he's trying to, bury his poo.
Does he honestly does he have the brain of a cat, or is he just that deceptive? That is going to be the eternal question. We're going to have to wait till Tim Pool's on his deathbed until he can actually reveal what the truth is. My guess is it could be both.
Yeah. You want a little bit more of this?
Oh, God, yes.
Angry and hateful. When in my youth, it was more disdain, I'd call it. But I am so just sick of all of these people. The Republicans are spineless, pathetic losers. The Democrats are unrepentant, power-hungry psychopaths. Okay. And the argument is, well, it's better to have a Republican Party that does nothing than a Democratic Party that destroys everything. And I'm like, are those our options? Is that what it's going to be the whole time? Because, okay, I guess. In which case, I guess the Democrats are right about everything, really. Screw the people, screw the working class, screw everybody, steal power, and crush your enemies.
Yeah, the Republicans are trying to redistrict for the working class.
Yes, of course. Of course they are. Of course they are.
Should we just take a little bit of a sampling from the way they were talking 8 months ago about this? I'm just going to pull in.
Let's go back. This is just unbelievable.
This is a guy named Brett. I don't even know this. To be fair, it looks like Tim wasn't here. This was a Phil Labonte, the former rock star led segment about Texas Republicans win redistricting battle. So Tim's not here, but let's see how they were talking about it on Tim's own show.
Can't show those 7 states to a Jasmine Crockett or whoever is making their argument to the contrary, because they probably know anyway. Well, she might not know, but the other ones who are talking about this might already likely know about this. They understand that it's not racial. They understand.
I hate that I like that cat picture.
And that it's absolutely about political power. They don't care, and they never have.
Yeah. So it looks like, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 states that Republicans could redraw the maps in, whereas the Democrats have 4. So it doesn't look good for the Democrats in California. Again, California.
That's they're going based on a Chris Cillizza tweet that does not include Virginia. So I would say maybe don't count on Chris Cillizza in the future, guys.
This is just like the ultimate in step on a rake type of.
This is what they did, and now they're saying the problem is Republicans weren't aggressive enough. No, they
ran out of room. There was no other place. They had been redistricting. They had been gerrymandering in this way since 2010. Democrats tried to fight it. They did independent commissions. They went to the Supreme Court. Anthony Kennedy, before he retired, there was a case that came up, I think it was in the aughts, where he said, if you can ever come back and show me a way in which you can quantify when something's been overly gerrymandered, then do that. And academics did. They came up with a tool, essentially an algorithm that would give a sense of like wasted votes and percentages. And then Kennedy was like, well, I'm leaving. I'm outside never mind that. And so political gerrymanders were found by the majority of the Republicans on the Supreme Court, not the Democratic appointees, as being legal. So at this point, Republicans attempted to gerrymander and think they're going to pick up 5 in Texas. But now they're freaking out because they were counting on voters who may not end up voting for them. Right. And that may be a dummy mander. In North Carolina, they picked up a seat. In Missouri, they picked up a seat. Ohio, they could pick up 2. But California came through with 5. And it's going to be, and they're going to definitely pick up those 5 because Democrats are likely to overperform in this election. Utah, oddly enough, because a judge struck down the Republican gerrymander.
Oh, yeah.
And instituted a more fair map. Democrats may actually pick up 1 in Utah. Florida, they're going to go for 4 or 5. But as it stands now, the Democrats are likely winning this gerrymander war that the Republicans unabashedly started. And I will tell you, the amount of pressure that Democrats had to generate, grassroots pressure to get Democrats to engage in this fight, was pretty extensive. Yep. They do not like to do these type of things.
We want a little bit more of the old one just to see them step on the rake. Or are we done?
Yes. No, I want to see more.
I want to see him step on the rake.
And Slutty's Glasses said you should check out Rat Aft by David Daly. And we had him on. We definitely had him on to interview him about this several years ago. We'll dig it up and find out when. Go ahead.
It isn't even a guarantee. They're just talking about it, and they'd have to have a referendum, and the people would actually have to vote for it. So, do you guys have the sense that this is something that the Republicans will push for? Because as far as I'm concerned, like, I want to see the Republicans do everything they can to shove it down the Democrats' throats, because this is something we talk about regularly.
Fascist, according to Tim Pool. Does Tim Pool know that they live amongst the call?
Tim's not a Republican.
The call is coming from inside the house.
From in front of the skateboard.
Republicans do everything they can to shove it down the Democrats' throats, because this is something, again, we talk about regularly. Democrats are going to do that. Democrats are going to do everything they can if and when they get back in power, because eventually they will. When they do, they are going to do everything they can to expand the court, the Supreme Court. They're going to try to add.
I wish, man.
From your mouth to God's ears.
If only the Democratic Party did what Republicans are scared of them doing.
What Republicans did is sort of like, if they're a baseball team and they lose a game, like, hey, we're going to go to corking our bats. And then it turns out that they've actually been corking their bats the whole time, and it just give permission to everyone else to cork their bats.
Should we just watch? Is there any more of that? Let's do PBD. I know we're up against it. I'm not going to have any time for calls today. According to Ken Klippenstein, David Scott, a Democrat
breakdown too. Damn, what a tease!
Representative from Georgia has passed away. This spry young man died after serving only 23 years in the House. Truly a tragedy when one so young dies before finishing his 12th term. I think he was in his 80s.
His 80.
So congratulations, Democrats. I think they have literally lost more people to death than they have picked up in gerrymandering.
What a hell of a way to wrap that up.
I want to do this, Patrick Bet-David, but we're at 2:30. Will you guys?
I feel that,
man. Save this for me for on Friday.
Yeah, we'll save it for Friday.
Yeah, absolutely.
I knew I could get you to promise that.
All right, cool. Well, then I didn't miss the PVD thing, and he's going to do it for Friday. Sweet. I always like when Sam covers PVD. Oh, look at my good boy. And then my cat is sitting in the corner of the door staring at him really PO'd right now. He's just like, move me out of my spot. I don't speak sports ball. What is corking your bat? So corked bats, when you hit the ball, it'll like send it flying because it's got like a little bit of a bend to it, and also just like the hollowness, and just makes it so it's like a gimmick. Although like I would watch corkball. I'll be honest. Like fuck it, why not? Send these things sailing. Let's go. Also, it's from my understanding also dangerous because of the way that the bat breaks. Like it'll splinter the bat even worse. But I also do not know the sports ball as well as most. I bet there's somebody out there screaming at me, just going, "No, Pep, that's not how it is. You don't know the sports ball at all." I just remember that's why, Barry Bonds and the whole thing with the Sammy Sosa. It's because they used corked bats. And no, Barry Bonds was not just corked bats. Never mind. Barry Bonds he was doing something else a little bit different. Got it? I'll look it up. Wow, that's a way to deflate me. It's just fine. You know what? We'll look it up together. Fine, I'll look it up. Corked bats are illegal in baseball because they are considered an altered, non-solid one-piece wood bat design to give hitters an unfair advantage by creating a lighter, faster swing. Yeah, it's kind of like it's like when you use the wiffle ball or whatever. So there. That's you're the one who said that you're not well versed. Okay. Hey, I know. It was just more so an immediate maybe. I wasn't that far off. I really wasn't that far off, but it was a little bit deflating. Not gonna lie. Like, damn. Whatever. I appreciate you guys, man. That show went freaking flying by. All right. So there's no left past 10 tonight. Apparently they're going every other week. So what I'm going to do is we're going to end with a sovereign citizen video. But then after this is over, I do have to go because I got some dinner I got to make. I got some teriyaki chicken that I'm looking forward to. Teriyaki chicken and rice. Sovereign citizen. Here we go. All right. I think this might be the first one I've ever covered on PEPAGANDA. All right, so we got a sovereign citizen. Also, why does that look so weird? Whatever. I don't know why it's showing that much of the screen, but hey, it works. All right.
Thompson, you're now the attorney.
So just so you know, if you were with me on my last stream, I did tease this at the beginning of my last stream. Technically, oh God, how confusing is that? I had 2 streams today. So this is hilarious. This guy, right off the bat, mentions something, I think via his attorney, and like immediately the judge catches on that it's a sovereign citizen. He is not having any of it.
For the state name. No, sir, Mr. Thompson, you know I don't put up with any of that. You understand? Right. Listen to me.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You understand I'm not going to put up with that.
The lawyers are just like,
yes, sir.
Not anything like that. You understand?
Ooh, we're in trouble.
Do you understand me?
Yeah. Watch.
There's not going to be any private citizen, sovereign citizen, any of that. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're before the court today for your affidavit of violation of probation. You filed a bunch of stuff that doesn't make any sense. I've denied most of it. I'm going to probably deny the rest of it.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Absolutely.
I got some education to go, huh?
Sir?
So I've got some education to go.
Yes, sir. You're here today by you got a new law violation of driving my license suspended or revoked. You don't want to have an attorney appointed to represent you?
No, sir.
You sure?
But that's the thing is I've never even been pulled over. I don't know how I got a license or a warrant or anything. I haven't been pulled over in more than a year. Any emergency contact. I went to go pick up a records request and they gave me a warrant instead of the records.
Do y'all know anything about this?
As to the new law.
Do you have a driver's license?
No, sir.
Don't answer that. I shouldn't ask that question.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Strike that from the record. I won't do that if you won't do any other mess. I won't ask you that question.
But you transfer that to.
Just filed. I just filed in the court file.
I tried to, and they wouldn't accept it.
All right. Was he arrested? Is there a new arrest for driving while suspended or boat? State?
Yes, there was a bench warrant issued on 1/23/24 that executed 1/29/24.
Said I was just doing a records request and had an agreed upon date to pick it up. Went up there to pick it up and gave me a warrant. So the records are requested.
What I'm gonna let y'all
Return
do
that?
Listen, I'm gonna leave him on probation. I'm gonna set this for preliminary on April. What's that April date?
April 17th.
April 17th. I'm gonna let him take care of that in county court and see what happens. Okay?
Thank you.
And I think that's the only violation he had.
Yes, sir.
Keep doing what you're doing on this, and then we'll see you back in April, and you can take care of that in county court. Okay?
Right. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sign a notice. You've already been before you. I think you picked up another
And we're back.
charge.
And we're back.
This is at a preliminary hearing. Do you wish to have an attorney appointed to represent you?
No, sir.
All right. You wish to represent yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll present myself to the court.
Sir?
Said I'll present myself to the court.
If you'll swear Mr. Thompson in, sure, state your name.
I'm the attorney, in fact, for Justin Reed Thomason, fictitious name.
No, sir, you're not. State your name.
Justin Reed.
Okay. And
That's my given name.
sir?
Justin Reed.
Okay. And Mr. Reed, you've made an
When he said my given name, it's because they got this thing about using government names, and they're like, if are an
Justin
entity, whatever.
He's his middle name, Your Honor.
I understand that. What's your last name?
Hey.
That's not my property, sir.
Oh, there we go.
I'm not going to take that. Tell me your real name.
Justin Reed.
What's your name on your birth certificate?
That's not my property either, sir. That's the state of Florida.
All right. Mr. Thompson, I'm going to find you're not competent to represent yourself. You can keep
Justin
that
Reed
in-
Thomason, sir. All right.
Okay. Or did you get in school?
I graduated.
Okay. And were you in the military?
Say again? I can't.
Were you in the I'm sorry. Were you in the military?
Yes, sir. I was in the Army.
So you knew how to read and write.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I remember correctly. Are you on disability now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Been through a heart attack and a stroke.
Yes.
Since
Also, you've had some other physical injuries too. Is that correct?
Say again?
You had some physical injuries also. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I've got 6 screws in my neck and a stent in my heart.
And before the court, I believe the court is aware of this. I believe it's had Mr.
Hey.
Thompson on the violation of probation before.
Detail.
Is your father here? Is any family here? Okay, I thought so. Okay. All right, sir. Have you ever represented yourself before?
And this court, just for the last hearing, the reason I'm on probation, that's the only 2 times I've ever tried to defend myself from here.
And you understand that attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and criminal procedure?
I cannot hear you, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. You understand that attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and criminal procedure?
Enough.
Say again?
Do you want to hear?
Oh my God! It's not that he can't hear him; it's the fact that he can't comprehend what he's saying. Because it's almost like you needed a lawyer, my guy.
Hold on, I'm gonna give you a hearing device. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, you understand that attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence, criminal procedure, and law, and they're there to assist you in preparing for this preliminary hearing and preparing for an evidentiary hearing. You understand that?
Yeah, well, from my past experience, they didn't seem to want to do any of those things for me.
Well, I'm just asking you, you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you'll be held to that same standard.
Yes, sir.
And that if I do allow you to represent yourself, the first time I hear anything that sounds like what you started talking about today, you will not be able to represent yourself. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And that'll be immediate.
Yes, sir.
And I'll never allow you to represent yourself again in this proceeding. I hear that. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I don't think he understands, guys. You think he understands?
Do you still wish to represent yourself?
Yes, sir. I believe in self-defense. Yes, sir.
Sir?
That's not that. Oh my God. Oh,
I believe in
this guy. I believe in self-defense.
self-defense. Yes, sir.
I know karate.
I went to war for this country. I would always like to represent and defend myself.
Okay. All right.
Don't, no, even the judge is like, I mean, are you sure? Are you sure?
Was there an amended violation of probation filed yet?
God.
It looks like there was on March 1st, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. All right, well, sir, I'm going to allow you to represent yourself at any point in time that you wish to have an attorney appointed to represent you. I'll appoint one. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. You're here today on a violation of probation hearing. And how do you wish to plead?
Not guilty.
All right. And let's see.
I would like to move on to evidentiary hearing if we could, sir.
Well, you have to give the state notice. They'll have to have a chance to subpoena witnesses. This is not your evidentiary hearing today.
No, I just want to move for one.
You want to move for one? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Who's the attorney? Ms. McAfee. I'm going to set this
one carried out. Yes.
An evidentiary hearing. I don't want to set
Standing
it on
at the stairs in time.
Second, because that's
I left the door open.
Congratulations.
It was bad.
Yeah, let's go ahead and set it May 22nd at 1:30. We'll do that at a preliminary at 9 o'clock. And Mr. Thompson, remember, at any point in time, you want to ask for an attorney, I'll appoint one. You understand?
Yes,
sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I be released until we get to that evidentiary hearing so that I can?
Mr. Thompson has asked to, has made an order tennis motion for release. Ms. McAfee, what's the state's position?
I believe the new law is a misdemeanor driving on a suspended license. Based on that, I have no objection.
Pardon?
I have no objection.
To release him back? All right. As a special condition of your probate, I'll release you on your own, I'll release you at this time, based on that award tennis motion, the state's position. As a special condition of that release, you're not to operate a motor vehicle. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
No questions asked. You cannot operate a motor vehicle. You'll abide by the terms and conditions of your probation. You'll sign a notice to come back on the May 22nd at 9 and 1:30. You'll need to step over and speak to the probation officer, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck. Okay.
Oh my God. Part 3.
We worked out an agreement in this case. And the probation will be extended 24 months from the original date. All prior conditions of the original plea agreement still reinstated. And the only other agreement would be,
I just saw this comment. He sure loves the birth certificate when it comes to state benefits.
It's based upon a driving license suspended and an obstruction charge, which is pending in misdemeanor court. He's the one who admit to it, so we're going to stipulate to the facts that the state, what they call to witnesses, they can prove in VOP court the violation. Okay? Am I right? This is what you agreed to, right? 24 months.
I can just make a finding. There's a basis that he's had contact with law enforcement.
Okay. 24 months from the original plea date, and just all the prior conditions are reinstated, and that's it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He's so mad.
I sign right there. Sign that.
Random request. If you guys could do me the solid and go check out my last VOD that is at like 996. If we can get that to 1,000, that'd be great. It's the stream that kicked out that I lost because of my internet. Okay. Man, this channel's a little lazy.
Psalms for the testimony you're about to use the truth.
Never mind.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I'm sorry, man. Oh, okay.
All right, Mr. Thompson, state your name.
I'd like to grant my name to this court, sir.
What, sir?
I'd like to grant the name to this court. That's what you recommended before is what it's off of. I'd like to I have my disclaimer here. Can we give this to the clerk?
I think I'm going to just revoke his release and put him in custody.
It's like, I'm sick of this asshole.
And
again,
it's what I'm planning on. It's what I'd like to do.
I have my disclaimer. Oh my God, this guy.
Her name right now, your legal name is Justin Reed Thomason. Is that right?
That's their legal name. That's who owns it.
All right, look, you signed this.
Dude, the
thing.
lawyers
signed
had it.
Okay, you signed it, and you agreed to what this position is it correct? You agree to abide by probation. Is that correct?
I guess I don't have much of a choice.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
under duress. This whole thing is under duress. But I'll do it because I don't have a choice.
Can I have a few minutes with him?
I'm thinking about revoking his release and just taking him into custody and continuing his adventure here, putting you back in jail.
Really? Why?
Because
Really?
you're being.
What would you like me to do, sir?
I'd like for you to at least answer the questions. Tell me your name. Don't do all this nonsense of what you're doing. Okay?
Reed Thomason.
Your dad's been here at every court date. And your sister, I know, has been here before. And they're trying their best. And I know you've got some issues. They're trying their best to take care of you. And you're trying your best to go to prison.
No, I'm not. I'm trying.
Yes, sir, you are.
Trying my best to be free.
No, sir, you're not. What you're trying your best to do is go to prison. And that's exactly what's going to happen if you don't pay attention to what you're doing. And I understand you've got some issues, but I do also understand that you're competent to proceed. And I am willing to put you back on probation right now. And the only thing it will cost you is an extra $250 over the probationary period and extend it to 24 months. And then you can fight your county court case if that's what you want to do.
Yes, sir.
If that's what you want to do?
Yes, sir.
Your name's Justin Reed Thomason. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's what you were named at birth. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand that you're waiving your right to an evidentiary hearing. Is that correct?
Did I?
Or are you? I've got you set for a hearing this afternoon.
Here's the link to the video that I.
We're pleading to this instead of having a hearing.
Okay. Okay.
You're waiving that right. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're waiving your right to require the state prove the allegations against you.
That's a big one, but
yeah. And the only thing you're admitting
The
is
weight
that
to sink in. Yeah.
you got arrested.
Yeah. At some point, like the guy just said, you're gonna go back to jail, and he's revoking the terms, so you're gonna get more time.
Some new charges. You're not admitting whether you did or did not do the
He's
crime.
catching a
that
new
you're charged.
charge.
I definitely got arrested.
You definitely got
Been
arrested.
6 times in the last 18 months, which
Yes,
I think is really ridiculous.
What are you doing?
Yes. I'm gonna find there's a basis. I'm gonna find that Mr. Thomas's admission was
This is all driving infractions too. It's not like this guy's like a criminal mastermind of any kind. Obviously.
Was freely and voluntarily made. It's extended sentence is extended 24 months from the original
Friends don't let friends claim sovereign
sentence
citizen
date. All
status.
conditions that are reimposed. There's an additional $250 imposed today for the cost of prosecution of violation of probation. Sir, you have 30 days to find notice of appeal. If you'd like to have an attorney to appoint to represent you, one may be appointed to represent you at no charge. Step right over there and speak to the probation officer. Thompson, going up.
Oh my God, there's another part to this.
Mr. Thompson? I thought Mr. Thompson was in jail.
No!
And he was given a notice, conditional release by Judge Campbell. Mr. Thompson, do you wish to have an attorney appointed to represent you today? What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at revoking your release because, in my opinion, you should be in custody and should not have been released from custody. I believe this is a new law violation. Is that correct?
A what, sir?
A new law violation. When you arrested on another driving license, suspended or revoked?
Yes, they were staking out my house, and I don't understand why. I was going to get some food.
I'm going to revoke your release at this time and take you into custody.
Oh, he is
for a violation.
Oh,
probation. I'm take you into custody.
I'm here,
oh man,
here to
sir, no.
finalize that disclaimer that I have. It's here now, sir.
Can you just read my disclaimer, please? If you read the disclaimer, that'll mean that I don't have to go to jail because I was traveling.
Take him into
Would
custody.
accept it, please.
I'm revoking your release. You should have been held without bond. He's going to be held without bond.
I'm not going anywhere. The guy.
You just give him to his spot bearer.
I'll put
That's the mess. Can't believe this is happening again.
We'll talk to him again about an attorney when he has a seat up there.
I was down there trying to pay the fines before I came in here, sir.
He's driving. Mr. Thompson,
He's driving.
Well, they told.
You're so dumb.
When you come back
I
after
didn't
this.
sign the warrant. I thought you were being held without bond. I guess I should have checked, but I'd have signed the warrant. You'd have been held.
That was because my father, he said, I've been helping with the families that had a pacemaker put in just a few days ago, and I'm trying to help nurse the family.
Put him in the box.
You were taking me away from the
Put him
family.
in the box.
Put him in the box.
I got the money on me to pay the fine.
Put him in the.
I want to feel bad for this guy, but God, at some point it is just bad.
Thomas, you before the court, you were arrested on a new misdemeanor charge. Judge Campbell, I think, released you for a notice to appear today, or released you on your pretrial release. This is my probation. I got a warrant, so I'm going to issue a warrant today, hold without bond, based on your.
What is that now?
Judge Campbell, you were arrested on a new misdemeanor driving while license suspended or revoked. Judge Campbell, on your violation of probation, released you, the pretrial release program. I'm revoking that release because it's my probation, and I'm going to hold you without bond based on the new violation.
That's just terrible.
I can't help it, Mr. Thompson. You've got another.
I was here to disclaim and surrender all those documents that hold me liable here and move for subrogation.
Do you wish to have an attorney appointed to represent you?
No, sir.
You understand attorneys are. Go ahead and swear Mr. Thompson in.
For what reason?
I'm going to swear you and ask you some questions.
I don't think I'm supposed to be sworn in. Due to my faith.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to affirm, not swear.
It gets dumber. It's somehow got dumber.
That's the same thing, though, isn't it? Affirming and swearing.
I don't know.
I'm here for. Let my yeas be a nay and my no's be a no.
Whatever that means. It means
whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
But what
I'm here for honesty.
Let me ask you, do you wish to have an,
There's no justice in this
do you wish to have an attorney appointed to
There is no justice.
represent you?
I love this guy's quotes. I have to say it.
You keep
It's brutal.
doing it anyway, though. I mean, I've never authorized that from
Do
the
you wish to
beginning.
have an attorney appointed to represent you?
Dude, just get a lawyer.
That's-
Pep Law is saying, hey, this guy needs a lawyer.
All right. And how far did you get in school? How far did you get in school?
Graduated 12th grade.
Okay. And you were in the military, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I was in the Army infantry.
Okay.
Went to war and buried enough of my brothers and sisters to come home.
Yes, sir.
And this.
And you understand, and you can read and write. Correct?
They are making the point that you are competent to stand this trial, dude.
To an extent.
Okay. You can't read and write altogether?
Just say no. Just say no. Wait, but you've been sworn in. No, don't lie either.
Well, I mean, it all depends on what dictionary
Don't lie under oath. Don't be a moron.
you're using too.
If you use a regular legal dictionary,
Oh,
can you
this
read
is
and write that? You read that.
Say again.
I can see why his dad needs the pace.
This
guy would give me a hard.
regular dictionary.
Didn't what?
And you read it, it's a regular dictionary, Webster's dictionary.
Yes, I have one at home.
Okay. So you can write too.
I have several different ones. I have Black's Law's dictionaries as well.
I was going to say, so you can read and write.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I know you've been treated, but I've had you examined before.
100% disabled.
I understand that.
He's like, yeah, but not mentally. You are just so dumb.
I've done everything I could to keep you out of
I've
jail.
already been injured
I have done everything I could to keep you out of jail.
2 different times at the jails.
I understand that completely, Mr. Thomason, but I've had no luck. Every 2
I
months.
came here
you're
to
back
pay
in-
and they told me to come back to complete
Every
it
2
'cause I
months, you're back in court. So what I'm going to do,
Every
you still
2
wish-
months. Every 2 months.
represent yourself.
You understand that court dates are usually doled out on a 30-day basis?
I don't.
Like as far as like from the time that you get your ticket?
I think that's the best matter for me.
I mean, it's up to you right now.
I just still think that's the best matter for me. But
What I'm gonna do-
doesn't seem like anything's fair inside this
You
house.
shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Nothing
Just shut up.
seems fair here.
Just shut
How many
up.
times have you been released from custody in the last year?
I've been arrested 7 times
I
now.
understand
Without any victims. I don't understand how the state of Florida, a stack of papers, can be a victim.
Okay. All right. I'm going to allow you to represent yourself. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and have Mr. Thompson evaluated again. Miss Nelson, if you go ahead and prepare us on the court's own order.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to hold you without bond based on
Breaking the #1 rule of Pep Law.
the new
Shut the fuck up.
That's just
violation of
terrible.
probation.
My mother's 100% disabled. My dad has a pacemaker.
Shut up. This is hilarious.
And you're going to be without
Your dad's at court every day with you. I understand that completely.
Dude, I can't get over it. Which is how?
There's been no victims whatsoever in any of my arrests.
Oh my God. That was one of the worst ones I have seen in a while, guys. Like, for real. That was, whoa. Whoa. That was bad. That was when he showed up the third time. Different hearing. Judges, you had to, for that judge just not to be like, you, not again. It's just, oh God, this guy. Have you gotten yourself an attorney? No, sir. I believe in self-defense. When he said that shit, no, sir, I believe in self-defense. Was that was wild. That was wild, dude. That was wild. Okay. Here, as I said, guys, if you can help me out, I know this is kind of silly, but if you guys can check out this VOD, just if there's no link, just do the copy paste. It's the latest VOD of my stream. Yeah, I'm literally just a few away from 1K, and for some reason. Oh, here we go. Cool. Thank you. I posted a short of our favorite judge to suggestions. Here we go. I can do one more. Yeah, I'll do one more. I'll make it quick, and then I gotta go eat. I'm sorry, guys. Otherwise, I would actually do another hour, probably. But I gotta be real here. Our favorite judge. Here we go. Let me share this. There we go. Courtroom. I love this guy. Yeah, this guy rules. If you have never seen his content, the bow tie and his demeanor, like, he's actually a pretty fair guy. Like, if I got this guy as a judge, I'd actually kind of feel bad if I disappointed him.
That was wrong. So he was parked more than 18 inches from the curb on the right lane of a two-way road. So
how on earth are you going to know that you're parking more than 18 inches? What time of day or night was this?
Your Honor.
Is it parking while black now? Come on.
Your Honor, there's no time listed. It just says the officer was on patrol around the 3518 block of Arbor Glen Drive when he observed the vehicle parked more than 18 inches from the curb.
And so he goes up to the car because of that?
No, Your Honor. A female passenger
right here. This is why I like the guy.
Exited the passenger side and approached their vehicle, and he observed a marijuana.
Because he comes up to them, right? Stop. Are you losing?
The officer wrote as he ran the vehicle, presumably the license plate.
Right, he pulls him over.
They were already parked on the side of the road 18 inches from the curb, and he came, I guess, parked behind, and he was running the vehicle, and then the passenger side door opened, a black female exited and approached his vehicle, the patrol vehicle, and he observed an odor of marijuana on the female, and then he made contact with the driver, where he observed marijuana odor in the vehicle.
Well, this judge is going to throw
so
it
the
out.
female approached the patrol vehicle.
Show me that code. What is the penal code for that?
Regarding the 18 inches from the curb, sir, is that the issue of what we're talking about?
Because they come to him because he comes to them, right? They're just parked.
Yeah, racist.
He comes to them.
He's getting called
It's
out.
got to be a transportation code, not penal code. You know.
And Your Honor, regarding the timeline of events, it does appear that
His demeanor is
when
also
they were
kind of
parked that distance away, which could be arguably further, I don't know what it looked like at that time, but the female passenger is the one who exited first, and that was before officers ever made contact with them. So I don't know if you were thinking that the officers approached them first, but I just wanted to clarify that she approached first.
What time of day or night was this?
At 4 in the morning.
And Your Honor,
4 in the morning.
4:30 a.m.
And he can delineate at 4 in the morning that parking 18 inches from a curb.
And I found the regulation, the statute in the transportation code where it says you have to park within 18 inches.
4 in the morning, you can tell.
Your Honor, the officer was.
Yes, I don't think so. All right, I'm going to find no probable cause. All right, guys, be careful, right? They're always out there. Just be careful. Do something with your life. Knowledge is power. Get into school, get an education, do something with your life. Life is hard as it is. And it only gets more difficult the older you get. All right? Yes, please.
And we'll be sure to call the officer on this case to
Whatever you need.
understand why he did in fact pull them over for this amount of space.
He was doing what? That was.
Damn, dude. That was wow.
I will be
Repeal it.
pleading non-guilty today, and I will be representing myself.
There's a certain way we go through things. Just bear with me a second. So the first thing is that you're charged with failure to stop and give information. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or 2,000. I know that you want, I know that you're ready to say, go through your list of this and that, but because you want to talk, you're not listening. I need you to listen for a second. I'll give you time to talk, I promise. Just let me get through the spiel and then I'll give you an opportunity.
Oh,
okay?
Yeah, could you imagine like coming to this court and like giving this guy shit? Like,
stop.
Dude, yeah, shut up.
You have
now I'm actually one of these guys. Shut the fuck up.
the right
He's very fair. Shut the fuck up.
to remain silent.
I know.
Exercise that. They're DAs. Every single thing you say, they're going to sit there and type to use you.
I know that's my right.
Just hold on. Let's be probable cause first.
On June 15th, 2024, officers were dispatched to a crash. They met with the complainant who reported that she was involved in a crash with a Toyota Tundra and provided the license plate number. The officer, the male with gray shorts, no shirt, and tattoos stepped out of his vehicle and offered the complainant to follow him back to his house, and the complainant declined the offer. The defendant then left the scene without giving any information and sideswiped the complainant's vehicle a second time. The officers began to head to the car's registered address.
Oh yeah, this guy's I mean, yeah, he should be in trouble.
0.4
That's
miles
not great.
away, they received a second call for help at the address they were headed to. At the address, a male matching the description provided by the complainant was having a mental episode in front of his house. The defendant admitted to driving and leaving the scene without giving information. The damage was approximately $2,000.
I'm going to find that there's probable cause to go forward with your case. How old are you, sir?
On June 15th, I was in a state of psychosis, and I have
Hold on.
documentation of the
Yeah,
settlement
he asked how old you are.
that took place for the liability property damage which occurred on that incident. I have the claim number in front of me if you need it, Your Honor, for that settlement. I have the mental health crisis documentation, discharge summary provided by the Harris County Constable living at 13800 Lake Superior Lane. If you need that, upon further request, I can provide
I feel like that should have been redacted.
documentation of the discharge from the hospital that I went to.
Let's do this.
Supporting the mental health.
Mr. Peeler.
Oh wait, that must have been the
Let's do this. Why don't I have you talk to a lawyer?
address of the
Okay, your lawyer,
clinic.
talk with you, get to know you, find out what happened, and then they can approach the state to try to, see what's going on.
So I'm disabled and I don't want to be, and I never was.
Just don't say anything.
Warrant at all. I never received anything in the mail, not once. So how can we
Sometimes
He's telling you to shut up because this could be used against him.
cases work like that.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah, and he's also telling you like, no, bro, like we got a court appointed judge that can help you. You do have a case, but you can't make this case for yourself.
a person.
This is not like the sovereign citizen one. This is actually kind of interesting to see because like this guy, he was doing this because he thought he could, I think, save money on an attorney.
Is
A lot of times that's what it is.
involved in some kind of situation where a warrant will not issue immediately to where they get taken into custody at that time.
Well,
Those
I
are called.
in the mail, so I assumed that I would have received something.
Never assume anything.
You're right.
Never assume anything.
No, especially with the government and like sending out notices.
But let's do this. I can have you talk to a lawyer here momentarily. You can explain your situation to the lawyer. The lawyers can talk to the DA, and then we can work something. Okay.
So
just
shut up.
Well, I actually did stop. I mean, for the record, we both exchanged words outside our vehicle.
Okay.
I will be
Repeal it.
pleading non-guilty today, and I will be representing myself.
There's a certain way we go through things. Just bear with me a second. So the first thing is that you're charged with failure to stop and give information. You're facing up to 6 months in jail and or 2,000. I know that you're ready to say, go through your list of this and that, but because you want to talk, you're not listening. I need you to listen for a second. I'll give you time to talk. I promise.
Jeez.
Just let me get through the spiel and then I'll give you an opportunity. Okay. Stop.
Like, I'm just going to say he really is good at this. Yeah, that is, I'm glad that I subbed to this channel. All right, folks, we're going to end at the half hour mark here. I appreciate y'all hanging out for this space. God, did Tuesday and Wednesday, but for real, thank you for hanging out on this space today. I hope you guys enjoyed all the fun programming that we had. Also, I hope you guys learned a little bit. I know that we have some awesome talent here that is very informative. So I always appreciate the people that can teach us a little bit, and we can take a minute and learn from. Also, last time I'll ask this. Here's the link to the VOD from my last one. What is that? Whoa. What just happened? Oh my God. That was weird. Good show. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, so if you guys are going to join me, I will be on a little bit later tomorrow, and gonna be doing a little bit more of a chill. Honestly, it's just been more of a chill week. I think that the whole week has just I needed it, especially after Monday. I do highly recommend also checking out my VOD from 420. It was a good one. It was a lot of fun. I may have gone a little too hard. So if you guys want to catch that, I highly recommend it. But I do really, really appreciate you guys hanging out today. Hit the like button on your way out and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Like, come on, what are you doing? Like, I'm sure you have. But with that being said, guys, I will catch you on the next one. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.